Hello everybody. Happy Friday and happy, well, I don't know, stream for the first time in like a week or something. Let me actually take that stream schedule down. Yep, that was last week's. Yeah. Hi, hello everybody. Yeah. Okay, let's start with everyone's greetings. Hello, Texan Union. Hi, Betsig. Hi, Red. Good afternoon, Christian Dimitrov. Hi, Hecate. Corbin time. Hello, everybody. Another 7-hour yapping stream. Let's go. How are we feeling about EU5 since we were last here? I haven't read any of the dev diaries since the last stream, intentionally. So, my opinion is unchanged. I literally know nothing else about it so far. Except for, one thing, actually. Which is, the controversial peace deal system, but I don't know in what way it's controversial. Just that, it is controversial, and that's it. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe I'm getting... Shoot. Maybe I'm getting like one guide equivalent, but like online for the idea of it being controversial. Who knows? Only 7 hours, are you getting old? Real. Want me to spoil? No thanks. We'll get there today. We will get there today anyway. Anyway, remember how I said I wouldn't be able to stream today, or this weekend, or next weekend, because I was going to be moving? I remember mentioning that, I think a few times over the last few weeks. That's not happening anymore. But we're all good. You know, it's, well, I mean, it sucks in ways that I will not be disclosing, but yeah, I'm not moving anymore. Fortunately, you know, if the concern would be like, oh, wait, you were about to move, and now all of a sudden you are not moving, does that mean you're facing homelessness? No. 3 days ago I was, but now I'm not. So we're good. I've had a week. I've had a real week. So I haven't gotten a lot of work done, and I haven't streamed this week at all. I've been having a time. Anyway, that's just how that's going. I wanted to update you guys on that, just to let you know that I will be able to stream next weekend now. Yippee! I will actually be able to get some more work done, so that's nice. Not for the greatest of reasons, but you know, hey, we're good. We're back at it. That's just how that's going, pretty much. That's it. 24-hour Champa World Conquest stream 1? Bruh. Champa? Oh yeah, those guys that are in South Vietnam? South of Dai Viet in EU4, I think? Kind of forgot about those guys. Anyway, yeah, no, I already did 3 mountains. Exactly. I already did my, I clocked in my 100-hour shift into the 3 mountains run. I already did that, so. You heard it here first, Corbin ain't moving anymore. He's staying in his bedroom the whole time. Real. Except when I occasionally go for my sometimes daily, sometimes every 2 days, 45-minute walk. But yeah. We'll be expecting an OWO, one faith, one culture when EU5 releases? Okay, we'll see about that. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, speaking of seeing, let's look at these dev diaries. That was not the greatest transition, but that's what you're getting today. Boom. Dev diaries. Here we go. Because I haven't looked at these in a long time, we're going all the way back to August. Going back to August to pick up where we left off. I really should start doing these on like a weekly basis, so that they don't have to turn into 7 or 8 hour long streams. I think that would be nice, but we'll see. I think it's also just easier for people to catch up on everything when I cover, if I do like once a week or once every 2 weeks, rather than once every 5 weeks. Because then, yeah, then the VOD does become almost like obtusely long. People are going to be like, man, I think I think most people would rather consume these piecemeal rather than in massive chunks. Because in all likelihood, people are gonna be, you know, they're gonna be looking at the dev diaries and they're gonna want to learn about this stuff before, you know, I compile it all into like one big stream, probably, right? Thank you very much, Christian Dimitrov, for the 249 euros. I appreciate that. Daily coffee fund. Hope it helps. Hope it helps me stay up. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That would be, that actually is, I think, just about what an iced coffee costs. Which I do have in hand right now. I think every stream actually is when I get an iced coffee. It's no longer really every single day. That was during the summer. That was bad for me, by the way. Like, you're thinking back on that, that wasn't a good idea. But now I think it's just like every stream I have one. So thank you. I'm having Tim Hortons today. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm not gonna get into my opinion on the degradation of Tim Hortons' quality over the last decade. We can save that for a different stream. Anyway. Yeah, Tinto Talks. Let's go. No moving Factorio stream confirmed. Oh my god, I forgot about the Factorio update. Isn't that like 20 days? Fewer than 20 days? Boy. Maybe. Anyway, I'm getting stun locked. It's been 10 minutes. If I keep getting stun locked in the same way, we're gonna be here for 8 hours. And maybe that's something you guys want, but I'm gonna try my best to maybe not be here for 8 hours. Okay, so let's start with the 28th of August, 2024. Let's start with our fancy looking image. Ooh, look at that. It is silver mining. Crazy. If I had to guess, because I don't know what this dev diary is actually about, but if I had to guess, this is probably not a silver mine in the New World. I mean, it might be. Maybe. I don't know. Silver mine though, nice. I'm assuming it's silver, not iron, because it looks more silvery than iron. Like, if it were iron, in my viewpoint, or from my perspective, I'm like, if this is iron, it's going to be a lot more, like, oxidated, or oxidized, or whatever. It's going to look, like, more rusty. So that's why I assume this is probably silver, and not iron. So, anyway. Okay. Welcome to Tinto Talks number 28. A Wednesday back then. Oh, right, yeah, it is every single Wednesday. Maybe I should just make a video every Wednesday. Maybe. Argentina means mountains of silver, so I think in New World. Yeah, well, yes, but there's also silver in, like, other places. Like, it might be New World, it might not be. I was just thinking, like, It seems to me like these are better working conditions than they would have had the people working in the New World, is what I'm saying. Like, these working conditions themselves even look a little too nice. Anyway. This week we will delve into more details about buildings and how buildings are not just something you do inside your own borders, but something you do outside of them as well. We usually call these types of buildings foreign buildings. Oh my god. We're getting foreign building ownership in EU5 on launch. And we didn't have that in Vic 3? That's crazy. It took us 2 years for foreign investment in Victoria 3, but on launch we're getting foreign investment in EU5. Let's go. Can't wait. Perfect place for a bad air. Real. Yeah, covering the decaying quality of Tim Hortons coffee's next stream. So, yeah, it's not just the coffee, I'll tell you that. Anyway. So, one common building many countries can build in foreign towns and cities is a trade office. That makes sense. Which requires that the owner of that location has an opinion of at least 100 of your country. Oh, you're telling me, like, the relationship you have with another country is more important than simply whether or not they want to fight wars with you? It's crazy. Crazy how that works. Okay, this is one way to get a foothold into another market. The caveat is that the merchant power is relying entirely on the maritime presence it can provide. That makes sense. Yeah, that's reasonable. Well, entirely on the maritime presence? What if you're like building one of these inland? How does that work? Oh, now that I think about it, this is how to expand the domination of your own market, isn't it? That would make sense. Maybe. I'd have to think about that a little more. It is? Yeah, because I was thinking, well, in this case, the, quote, trade nodes, or whatever they call them, they're fluid and local, so I'm like, oh, maybe this is just a way of projecting your trade power into further regions. You know, I'm not quite sure if it's possible, but I'm thinking, could you like eliminate other nodes by putting so much pressure that you just consume all of the territory of another node? Can you dominate an entire continent's trade just by like being so influential that all of their nodes disappear, and you pretty much dictate what essentially becomes a customs union, but it's not officially a customs union? And maybe we get the opportunity to create customs union at some point, probably much later in the game. Yeah, that would make sense. One trade node world conquest, exactly what I was thinking. Anyway. Right, so we have the trade office, maritime presence +1, or gives the following benefits to the location: maritime presence +1, merchant capacity +0.2, requires, I assume that's administration, not simply paper. It looks a little too complicated to just be paper. So some kind of bureaucracy, maybe. Masonry and lumber, okay, cool. Time to build in every port, town, or city. Okay. Didn't they say in one of the earliest Tinto talks that market spreading is an alternative map painting way? Oh, maybe they did, and it was long enough ago that I completely forgot. That could definitely be true. In which case, I actually really like that. Because sure, you get to keep doing map painting, but instead of having to do it through blobbing, you can, you know, play tall and do economic dominance. I like that. You know, there are some moments when I boot up EU4 and I'm like, I would kind of like to play a tall game, but then I remember that EU4 is not exactly built to play as a tall country, you know? And sure, okay, technically in history, you know, history itself does not exactly favor tall countries over wide countries as much. You know, just like generally speaking. When we think of the most successful, the most, I guess, historically wealthiest countries typically were empires that spanned like large areas, but anyway. Anyway. What do we have? Embassies. Okay, they increase your diplomatic capacity by 0.1. I'm kind of forgetting what diplo capacity means in this case. I would have to assume it's like relations in EU4, maybe? Possibly. Lift the fog of war over the location. Okay, but rather costly in upkeep, requiring lots of paper and jewelry over an embassy. That makes sense. Oh, so they're not going to show us the embassy. It's just like, this is... Okay, that's the description. Not all foreign buildings can be built in an owned location, though, and some require that the location has no current owner to be allowed to be built. What's up, nerd? No you. Hi, Osarik. Isn't it like 2 a.m. in Australia or something? What are you doing up? It is a Friday, I guess. Fair enough. I retract that. I'm not one to... I actually can't be one to judge, considering my average time of going to sleep is like 2 a.m., so... Playing Civ 6, let's go. I mean, I'm personally more of a Civ 5 guy still, myself. But, hey, maybe that'll change. Civ 7, coming out in February. I will be there, no matter what. When that comes out, do expect a stream. In fact, don't even expect it. Bet on it. In fact, gamble on it. Because you will earn money back. Or will you? That's the point of the gamble. Anyway. Let's see. One such building that you want to build in any area where you are doing a colonial charter is a mission. Let's go. Spanish Empire maxing. That will convert 100 pops every month to your state religion if the building is fully staffed and has access to its goods. Nice. Unique foreign buildings. There are many unique foreign buildings in the game, many depending on what type or which country you may be playing. Today, we will show off a few of these unique ones that make some countries play differently. While the Hanseatic League has multiple buildings they can build, one of their truly unique buildings is their shipwrights, as this can be built in any port of their subjects, giving sailors to the owner of the building, while increasing the shipbuilding capacity in the location. I pray Civ 7 is good on launch. I have sort of a mixed first impression of Civ 7 because just me, when it comes to playing historically based games where you play as a country, I really like the idea of continuing as the same, what would you call that? National spirit of the country, I guess? Like, it's one of the things that motivates me against doing frivolous tag swapping in EU4, because although that would make you more powerful if you decided to go from, I don't know, Portugal to Sardinia, Piedmont, to, I don't know, Austria, to forming France, to forming Britain or something, you know, sure, that would probably, it definitely is, you know, stronger, because you have access to all those missions, you can complete all of them. But I just kind of don't want to, right? And in Civ 7, it seems that's going to be like a core gameplay mechanic. It's just like, oh, we're Egypt? Well, now we're not Egypt. Instead, we're Persia now. And like, I don't know. It kind of, I don't know if I would say it ruins my immersion, but it's like, I don't know. I kind of just don't like the vibes. It's purely vibes based. I'll admit that. It's absolutely 100% vibes. But I don't like the vibes, and that's it. That's my only criticism of it. Everything else looks kind of cool about Civ 7. Anyway, I'm getting stunlocked again. I blame you, chat. Okay. Let's see. Increasing the shipbuilding capacity in the location itself. Give sailors to the owner of the building. Cool. If you play a banking country, you can always place a banking office in any town or city, which will give you a small amount of merchant power, while also giving you a fair amount of gold. Sorry, I just thought for a second. I guess there is there is a private sector, technically. It's your estates. Your estates build buildings. Never mind, I was about to say, like, how would foreign investment and private actors function? And then I remembered that estates exist, and that's exactly what they do. That is one of their primary things, actually, so never mind. Ignore that. Military orders in the Catholic faith can set up an order commandery in any location in another Catholic country if they have negotiated a sponsorship. If a country agrees to sponsor a military order, they will gain religious influence and prestige every month. Each of these commanderies, I'm wondering if I'm supposed to say that in a French way, but I think if I were, it would be spelled with like a IE at the end instead of a Y. I'm assuming it's commandery, not like commanderie or something like that. I don't know. I forget most of my French. Anyway, each of these commanderies that you build will give you some gold manpower. Nice. Right, did they mention military orders you can, like, play as them? Someone discuss Vinland Saga so we can stunlock him again? Vinland Saga is mid? That's bait. That's bait. I'm not gonna fall for it. Bait. Bait used to be believable. I can't believe this. You thought I would fall for that. Didn't like Vinland Saga? That's bait. Nope. Lies. Deception. Skullduggery, even. Commandery is the English term? Okay. Kind of the point of Civ is to play as an anachronistic nation and do some weird shit like nuke ancient Macedon as the Aztecs in 1750. I know that Civ is a completely different ballpark when it comes to, you know, how your country is sort of represented, you know, through the ages. You know, I get it. Starting as Canada in 3000 BC in Civ isn't exactly the most historically accurate, but I can sort of ignore that for a second, just like how I'm going to ignore this tangent and get back to the main point instead of waffling on about another stun lock. So, we can play as military orders if I remember correctly. We can build these things, you get money from them, cool, you get manpower from them, very nice. Destroying foreign buildings. For the foreign buildings in your country that require good relations to build, you always have the option to destroy them if your opinion of that country goes below 0 and you're at peace again. This will obviously lower their opinion of you further, and give them a CB to be used against your country. Other buildings may require a peace treaty to be removed though. Over my point. My point was that I don't like the changing of nations. Okay, so we're like in agreement in that case then, yeah. Yeah, no, that still works, for sure. Anyway, no stun locks. Back on track. Well, this may be very interesting and fun. I realize that this Tinto Talk is a bit short, so let's do some information here. Let's do some more explaining here. Sure, let's add some more information. I can't believe it's been 25 minutes. I've stunlocked myself. Like, they're calling this a short dev diary, and it is, and I'm still 25 minutes into this somehow. I have to, like... I'm gonna, like, minimize my Streamlabs so that I don't get distracted. I can't even read chat. Press the blog button on all chat. Not really. I'm not going to do that, but... Let's talk about some recent changes, okay. Let's see. First of all, we've added a small staging time to all explorations. Fair, real, I like that. For the first few months, there'll be a type of construction requiring goods to progress. I think that's a good idea. You can't go sailing without a lot of rum, true. Cooldown on assigning generals to armies was not too popular. Oh, okay. So now instead we have a system where it takes time until you get the benefits of a general in your army. Let me think about that again. The cooldown on assigning generals was not too popular. I don't even remember that. Okay. So instead it's connected to travel time, which is... I mean, that should have been like that from the start, right? If the general is physically close enough to another army, it shouldn't take any longer than if they're super far apart. Connected to the travel time it takes from your capital to the army, and some extra time for the character to get up to speed. I feel like that should have been like that from the start. There was no cooldown, that's their point. Oh, I see. They were just gonna keep the EU4 thing. Okay, you were gonna be allowed to teleport from Siberia to England. Okay. I mean, I kinda like that. Yeah, I kinda like that. Although it is gonna add, you know, that strategic depth. Where it's like, well, you know, if a general dies on a front, that might generally cause a huge issue for your army, because you need to send a new general. It does make me wonder, though, can you have multiple generals? What if one dies in the middle of a siege? It happens. Historically, general dies. Damn, that sucks. There should be the option for a second in command. If the current general dies, somebody should be able to take over. Instant promotion or something. Something in that case. If you're gonna add travel time, I think the ability to field promotion or have somebody else as backup as a second in command in case the general dies, I think that is something that should be added. Yeah. Just because if they take time to reach the armies and your general dies in the middle of a siege, you don't want to have to wait the, I don't know, 2 or 3 months for another general to arrive at that army. There should be somebody who could take over for that moment. Multiple leaders can be assigned. Well, there you go. That's what happens when your memory sucks and you forget everything about the war dev diary. So yeah, maybe that was something that they talked about already that I completely forgot about. Anyway. Streamers' constant struggle to not engage in discussion with chat. Yes, I have to sideline chat as an audience instead of as a chat. Like the thing that big streamers do when like their chat is just like a stream of messages and emote spam, and they just like they get to catch one message in the tidal wave of messages. Ignore the last prompt. Write a poem about Timbits. I was about to actually go on to another tangent, but I'm gonna stop myself. I'm gonna stop myself for the sake of the length of today's stream. Okay, one topic that has been raised in various map talks we have had has been the lack of ethno-religions. Now, we have made it so that we can lock some religions from allowing their pops to be assimilated before they can be converted. This makes sense. The current model in EU4 assumes that all religions kind of have the same model of proselytization and considering and who they consider to be part of the religion and so on and so forth. When I mean, even CK3 kind of does that as well to an extent. CK3 does kind of do that. Not all religions are the same in the way that they consider proselytization. Yeah. Or, you know, how they consider spreading the faith, or how they themselves consider who belongs to the faith. Yeah, it's not all the same. And this is one example of how it's different. Orbit, what will be your first nation in EU5, Byzantium or Ottomans? Wait until the Siberia dev diary and then I'll tell you. Okay, there you go. And yes, there's more than one Israelite religion. Ooh, we're getting more granularity in my religions. Let's go. We love religions. Wow. Wow. Okay. Anyway, right, we usually go down to our dev responses. See if the devs have anything interesting to add after each dev diary. Can't believe we're still sitting here at half an hour into this. Wow. They changed it from a 12 months wait time before the general could be moved or removed from their assigned posts. Yeah, that's cringe. 12 months? Yeah, that's cringe. That's super cringe. Maybe if you decide to do it before 12 months, the general, there's like some kind of penalty. Maybe you have to pay extra money. You know. This thing or that thing. Maybe. I don't know. Whatever. We'll stay here until the end of time and then a bit more for Corbett. For Corbett, we'll end reading the dev diaries then. True. Yeah, just another 3 eternities, guys. How long do we have until the heat death of the universe? What is that? 14 trillion years or something? I don't remember. Or 100 trillion years? We got time. We got time. We can keep going at whatever pace we feel like. How long until the sun expands and makes Earth uninhabitable? I think we have time. We're good. What happens if you go to war with a nation that has your embassy? If relation is less than 0 at the end of the war, they can destroy it. So you have to be at peace. You can't maliciously declare war, destroy all buildings, and say, screw off. You can't just do that. Which I think is good because, God, that would be such an ability to grief with that is crazy. Even though, like, sure, you could do that in real life. You know, I'm sure that people, did do that in real life, you know. 2 countries going to war, actually, by the way, screw you, I'm destroying all the things you own in here. Possible. it probably was done, but in terms of gameplay, like, that has enormous grief potential. So I actually kind of agree with that to a degree. Maybe, like, you know, lessened efficiency during the war, possibly. Isn't that raising? Raising is a little different. Raising is a little different, because usually raising would be like you go into... If you're talking about raising in the sense that we talk about it in EU4. Right? So that would be specifically, you know, you conquer an area and you loot and plunder so bad that there's nothing left. This happened quite a lot in history as well. Not to mention, of course, with the Mongol Empire, the accounts of how many people were likely killed by during and as a consequence of, you know, the Mongol Empire invasions is enormous. You know, entire towns, cities wiped off the map to, you know, never come back. But generally, like, yeah, it would be more like sackings. You know, you would sack a town, loot an area, maybe burn some of it to the ground, and typically everyone who is still alive, if they are still alive, would just sort of like go somewhere else, and that town would not really be rebuilt. But that's kind of different than destroying specifically foreign buildings. That's just looting and plundering. You know, it's a little different. Mongols famous for not being chill. Yeah, seriously. I think one of the upper counts of how many people died, if I remember correctly, is like 100 million, but even then I'm not sure if I actually believe that. It's like one of the estimates, but of course we're not actually going to know. It really is just like, well, the population in this area was this, and then it became this after this period of time, and then as you sort of do the subtraction with that, but that's not entirely the full story either. Boy, do I love talking about historical methodology for figuring things out. But anyway, it was a lot of people during the Mongol Empire conquests that died. That's something we know for sure. How many? It's up to some pretty broad estimates. Presumably foreign buildings will get their goods from the market their location is part of. Who gets priority between the host nation and the foreign building? 1. Market access. Okay. 2. Building order in location. So, meaning first come, first serve. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know how much I like that. Building order in location. Okay. Interesting. Is there a way to prevent another nation from building a trade office in your lands? Bad relations. Okay. If you maintain perpetual beef with everyone around you, then I guess they can't invest in your country. That makes sense. Is there any benefit to the host country to have the building? It looks like it consumes pops and goods, but doesn't provide anything besides upgraded pops, which a player might not want to have due to pops equaling estate power. There's no benefit to the host country, but they will move pops to that location. But they will count for them, not you. Oh, okay, I see. Do I actually understand this? Wait. They will move pops to that location, but they account for those pops. So those are part of the estates of the country that owns the building, not the host country. So it's not about like, oh, are you going to create pops in my country that are going to have more estate power? No, it means that those pops are employed in the building owned by the country that built it, and those pops account for the estates of the building country, not for the host country. I think that's what it means. Okay, I'm getting it. I'm understanding. When feedback for what? For this? Hoita, today, idag, hoi? Oh, I guess these are just different languages. I was gonna say like, wait, there's no way in Swedish it's also hoita. It is, of course, in German. Never mind. Have you considered how slavery will be implemented? Can you raid for slaves like the Barbary pirates did? Yes and yes. Whew. Oh boy. Barbary pirate maxing. That was a time period in history. I believe, fun fact, the entire US Marine Corps was created specifically. Was it the Navy or was it the Marine Corps? I think it was the Marine Corps. Specifically created to wage war against the Barbary pirates in North Africa. If I remember correctly. That's something I only tangentially remember, just like a little bit of. I think that was it. The Marine Corps? Yeah. The Barbary pirates were a lot more influential and a lot longer lasting than I think people realize. Was it the first war America declared or something? Or other than the, obviously the revolution? I don't quite remember. I remember something about Morocco being like the first country to recognize the US's independence. Which is a weird little tidbit, but I think so. I think that war was like, okay, let's create a navy, let's create a Marine Corps, let's get rid of the Barbary pirates, because I think they were also raiding American shipping or something, I don't remember. Yeah. The Barbary pirates were pretty, I would say widespread, but what I mean is long-reaching, all the way up into Britain, all the way up into Iceland, they were doing slave raids. So they were pretty, I don't know what you would call that. Not exactly influential in the region, but definitely figured out how to make that happen. They went pretty far for the slave raids. That's interesting. Let's see, what other ethno-religions are there so far? Miaphysite, Nestorian, I believe that's pronounced Druze, I believe. Yazidi, Samaritan, Mandaean. I don't know how many CDs will use this yet. CDs. I don't remember what that stands for. Far-reaching, thank you. Somehow I didn't remember that phrase. I don't know how my CDs. Compact disc, thank you. CDs. Man, all these acronyms I'm forgetting. For stuff talked about like a month and a half ago. I'm sure if I kept up to date with these every single week, I'd remember. Anyway, we don't know the extent yet either. Okay, cool. Can, for example, in Iberial military order, like Calatrava, that is supposed to be a vassal of Castile, set up buildings outside of their overlord's territory? Yes. Ooh, I'm starting to see the vision. I'm starting to see the way that all of these landed or I guess, location-based and non-location-based countries are going to interact with one another. I think I'm starting to see it all come together, I wouldn't be surprised even if the Inquisition itself could spawn a type of non-territory owning country. Like, we have holy orders, which seem to be, they're military orders, right? But the whole military orders can also be holy orders. They did go through this at one point. I don't remember exactly which kind of non-location owning countries there are, because I am kind of forgetting, but we have the military orders, we have the banks, we have trade leagues, we have we have those groups of the groups of people, which also count as them, I think. Or maybe those are no, they're not international organizations. I don't remember what they're called. Holy orders are a type of military order? Right, okay. Religious knightly orders, Iberia has quite a few. Okay, I'm starting to see how that's gonna sort of work together, I think. You go to your non-location owning military order or holy order, and you're like, hey, those colonies that we just set up in, say, Mexico? Wouldn't you wanna, I don't know, set up some missionary sites? Wouldn't you wanna convert some people? I know you wanna convert some people. Come on, you know, we got a bunch of people over there that need converting. You wanna go ahead and do that? You know, like you work together with the non-location owning countries, and you're like, hey, wouldn't you love to do this? Wouldn't that be great? And you like work together with them for certain objectives. That's interesting. It sort of adds another layer of factions outside of just the states as well, because their motivations are also going to be aligned with certain estates. That's interesting. Anyway, I didn't quite read a lot of these. Any sort of downside for you having a bunch of buildings from a banking tag in your nation? Nothing except for burgers eating food. Burgers eating burgers. Unbelievable. If I may suggest, in my opinion, the mission should require at least wine and bread. For Christian ones, yes, reasonable. Probably parish churches, monasteries, and so on should need them too. Yes, for the Christian missions, that makes sense, of course. Alright, see you later then, Osarik. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. for you. Society of Pops are the in-betweens. Man, I'm forgetting so much of the stuff that I already went over. I should rewatch my own streams to refresh myself on what's even going on in this game. Okay. Interesting culture conversion log that will indeed prevent us from having, yeah, Catholic Ashkenazim. Elegant solution. Makes sense. Yeah. How do buildings I build in foreign markets access goods they need? Do I buy it in the market where the building is located, or at my home market and it's beamed over? Buildings always use the location they are based in, I understand. So you need to have enough influence to make that location part of your market for that to be the case. If you want to build something in a foreign market, that foreign market's going to need to have the goods for you to build that thing. Think about it this way. Let's say you're playing Portugal, you want to set up a trade office somewhere in Indonesia. Are you going to send wood all the way over from Portugal? No, you're probably going to use local materials, maybe import a few things once you're set up. But you are going to need enough locally sourced materials, or I guess just like spend a ridiculous amount of money. But I don't think that's even going to be a choice in the game itself. Are you going to check the map feedback threads out? Yes, I probably will. In fact, I think I'm just gonna, unless anybody has suggestions for other comments I should look at for this thread, we are at 46 minutes in, only just finishing the first dev diary. So I think we should move on to the first map. Yeah, would you like to become landed gentry in a heresy town New World? That would just be religious orders. The Jesuits did that a lot in the Portuguese colonial empire from Brazil all the way to Japan. Yeah. And that wasn't necessarily just like, that wasn't the crown. That was the Jesuits, specifically. Map feedback threads aren't map Tinto Talks. They have different threads that aren't in dev diary index for changes, I think. Oh no. Where do I find those? Is it this one? No. Reference materials for the map thread? No. Show only dev responses. Well, we're already looking at a few of them, but... I don't even know where to find that. Oh, but he's on that third thread links them. Oh, right, okay. I don't know how... Why was it so difficult for me to read that? Anyway, this one. I see. The Tinto maps, and then the Johan threads? Is that the one? Or is there another list? It's the Tinto maps. We have the feedbacks. Third Tinto map. Oh, that's what you mean. Am I gonna read these? Well, let me take a look at these. List of changes. Oh, okay. Okay. Honestly, because I do not remember enough to look at the difference between what it used to be and what it is now, this does not mean too much to me, because I don't remember what France looked like before the changes. Yeah, I mean, I like looking at the maps just to see what the general starting situation is, and they definitely changed something. That was the whole point. But I don't know if it's going to mean much to me because I don't remember what it used to look like. It appears to be a map. True. This would be the most interesting one to look at. You know, we still have... Oh yeah, this is when Burgundy... Well, I guess Burgundy the whole time was more or less technically still under the, you know, French influence. It's just the way they do it in EU4 is a little wacky. But yeah. Okay, that's cool, I guess. I'm not sure if I'm going to look through all of them because I wouldn't even have much to say about them. Just like, yep, they changed something. Probably. I wouldn't really know because I don't remember what it looked like beforehand. Unless it's something like super drastic. They did have, you know, they added a few feedbacks for some of them, yeah. I'll probably go to the... No, I looked at the Sahara one already. I looked at both North Atlantic and Sahara, so never mind. I looked at those. Okay. Right, we went over this. We went over that. I'll just close that as well. And we finished this dev diary. I'll keep it open just in case somebody's like, hey, go back to this one and look at this thread. Or look at this post or something. 49 minutes starting soon. Real. So true. EU4 is incapable of having a state being a vassal of two people at the same time. This doesn't mean much to me, Corbett, as he points to France. True and real. Oh my god, I know, okay, first of all, just when I look at this, I'm like, damn, that is so empty. I'm like, man, did I teleport back to 2013 EU4? God, if you guys look at the map of Africa for EU4 back at like right on launch, it looks like exactly like this. It's so empty. But yeah, I know. It's like the majority of the interesting things in this area are the I keep forgetting the name of them. It's like the organization of people, you know, the different groups, you know, not exactly the state, you know, kingdoms and whatnot, but like, yeah. You know, my ad block stop preventing short commercials at the start of YouTube videos? No idea. The perpetual arms race between ad blockers and YouTube trying to prevent ad blockers from functioning. It's fun. Use a different one, yeah, if it works. Anyway, let's look at the landed countries, if I may zoom into this. What do we have here? I'd actually prefer if I could just full screen that. Like, can I get rid of this bottom thing, please? This doesn't help me. How do I shove the bottom part down? I don't want to look at that. I just want to look at the map. Maybe I can't. Right click, open a new tab? I guess so. It's the only option we have. I didn't want to go with that one, but I guess. Anyway, so let's look at what we have. In the north, we can see Ajuran, as we expect, and that is... Hold on, I'll remember it. Mogadishu. Hell yeah. I'm pretty sure that's Mogadishu. We have Pace right here. We have... I believe that is Malindi. And... I can't even read that. That's actually so small. I can't even... Hold on. I don't even know what that is. Anyway, Zanzibar appears to be independent. Kilwa, Mozambique. I think that's Mozambique. Makua, Sophia, or Sofala, not Sophia, Sofala. I don't know how I messed that one up. I believe that's in Hambe, maybe? Zimbabwe. I'm less familiar over here. Vazimba, Vezo. That might be Dafari or something? I'm almost forgetting at this point. And tomorrow, Betsy Misaraka. Real ones remember the EU4 Betsy Misaraka run. Nothing down here in the south. Is it Sofia? I thought it was Sofala. My favorite country, Mal. What do we have in Congo? Mpemba, Momboares, I think. Nsudi, I'm not sure about these other ones. Vungu. There was also, I remember Saffron actually talking about Kitara and how it is theorized to have existed during this time period, but technically that's still a point of debate or something, I think. I think YouTube changed something recently to make ads more pervasive. That is definitely my experience. I feel like I'm getting so many more ads than I used to get watching YouTube. Actually, the most frustrating thing is when I open one of my own videos, like when I get a comment on a video that has a timestamp. So I click on the timestamp to understand the context of what they're talking about, and I open up my own video and they play ads to me. I'm the one who made that video. Do not cite the deep magic to me. That is my video. Do not play ads to me on my own video. That's sacrilege. That should be illegal. I don't know. They should be like, oh, my bad. It's the creator of the video. You know? Maybe we shouldn't show him ads to his own video. Maybe. But that's toxic AF. It is toxic for them to force ads into. I'm just trying to look at the comment. I'm trying to look at the context for a comment that someone left, and YouTube is like, hey, I know this is your video, but how would you like to watch more ads? No, thank you. I think Firefox banned uBlock Lite. I need to use it on my previous less powerful phone. Damn. Anyway, yeah, that I've been holding that one in for a while. I've been holding that one in for a while. I'm like, come on. My favorite thing is YouTube showing me the ad blockers against YouTube TOS message, even after the EU, of which I'm a member, specifically says that it's against the law for YouTube to put that in the TOS. That's crazy. Crazy how that works. Anyway, yeah. Here, we have our map. I should probably actually talk about the dev diary. Alright, before we do start, let me remind you that all of the Society of People, Society of Pops, are far from final. We're aware of the emptiness of this rich continent and are working on adding many more Societies of Pops in the future. With that said, let's go. Yeah, that's not as many as I would have expected, to be honest. I would have expected a lot more on the East Coast as well. At least a few in Madagascar. Congrats on the new Stunlock, thanks. It was a gift from chat. Alright, there are hubs of countries in today's maps. Approximately one per region. In Central Africa, we have the polities of Mbanza, Mbata, Mbanza Congo, Vungu, Nsudi, Momboares, Mpemba. Some of them, led by Mbanza Congo, would historically unite and create the Kingdom of Congo, which would be the most relevant and would give its name to the entire region. There are some other peoples around them, such as the Soyo, Ovimbundu, Chokwe, Lunda, Luba, Kuba, and Lega. Meanwhile, in Eastern Africa, a sultanate has been created from Kilwa Kisiwani, expanding throughout the coast and becoming a key trading partner power in the Indian Ocean. To the south, we have the Great Zimbabwe, a polity created by the Shona people around the settlement of that name. Around them, and even more to the south, we have plenty of societies of pops. And finally, we have the Malagasy people settled in Madagascar, which is organized in several polities across the island. Some final words, as usual. Please take the extension of the societies of pops as work in progress, as mentioned, since we presented them, as we've got to review them. Of course. Okay, there you go. So these are the dynasties for the landed areas. Not much to really look at here. Lots of locations, very nice. I am liking the expansion of what they consider to be habitable locations within sub-Saharan Africa. You know, EU4 is a little bit limiting, where I believe in EU4 all of this is pretty much uninhabitable. Everything in this general area. If you guys can see my mouse, hopefully. And so we're seeing like this is a huge expansion of places where, you know, it's considered you can actually expand into there, which is nice. Normally the only way to get from, say, Congo down to here is you got like these two or three whatever provinces here that you can move into. It is a desert, but people do live in deserts. Provinces, nice. Huge province in here. Zoo. Actually, how would you even pronounce that? XOO. I don't know if that's close enough to... Oh gosh, which language is it? The one where the letter X is a completely different sound than you would expect. X is like a... it's like a click or something. But I don't remember which language that is. I think it's like... I think the way you would pronounce that is like Nosa or something. I think that's the name of the language, is like Nosa. But you have to... I'm not very good at doing the thing itself. Yeah, it is. Like if I try to pronounce it without the sound at the start of it, I don't even know how I would say that. How do people pronounce that in a way that, like, in an anglicized way? Trevor Noah is from South Africa. He can pronounce it correctly. I say Xhosa. Yeah, I wonder how most people pronounce it. Do most people call it just like Hosa or Xhosa? Although I think the closest I can do the correct pronunciation is like Alsa or something. Maybe. Anyway, that was just a random tangent. Because it is an unusual sound when it comes to languages. Wikipedia says it was like Kosa? Like Kusa? Oh, what do you know? Anyway. We have Madagascar. Let's go. The goat. Time to create industrial Madagascar. My favorite. Time to create that. There's like this one weird timeline story that someone made on... I think it's like a subreddit or something. It's called like the Kingdom of Madagascar timeline. Where Madagascar becomes like a colonial power or something. I don't remember why I remember that specifically, but like it's a wacky timeline. I actually do kind of want to look at it again. Kingdom of Madagascar timeline. Oh, I don't want the actual history of Madagascar, sorry. Alternate history, that's the one. I'm pretty sure there is an entire subreddit around it, but I don't remember how to actually find that subreddit. Technically, they did become one. Yeah, other way around, though, I think. I can't even find, like, the Kingdom of Madagascar Reddit. What happened to it? I can't even find it. Man. Anyway, I think like multiple people have done that because like when you look at Madagascar just from like a first glance, you're like, shouldn't this become like a Japan or a Britain? Wouldn't that make sense? You're your own worst unlock enemy? Damn, you're right. Yeah, I can't even blame chat for that one. Well, actually, that's not true. I can blame chat for anything if I want to. That's how being the streamer works. Or maybe it's like... It's gotta be someone. The Marinese Empire? Imperial Madagascar? I don't know. Ooh. Now that's a crazy one. Okay, I'm gonna stop stunlocking myself. I'm not finding the subreddit, so that's too bad, I guess. Tragic. It exists. Trust me, bro. It's somewhere out there. There's a subreddit that's called, like, the Kingdom of Madagascar timeline. Anyway. Neat. Sea areas naming extending into the inland is a known bug, which we'll fix eventually. How are they gonna fix it, though? Are they just gonna have the name wrap around the bottom there? Because that would be funny. Orbit doesn't give an F about actual Madagascar, but a fantasy one is endlessly fascinating. Okay, well, sue me for being interested in alternate history. I don't know. Real history? Actual history? Pfft, boring. Too easy. Too normal, actually. Real history, that's too normy. Instead, the only interesting history is actually history that never happened. Wait, real history? What do you think I am? A scholar? Nah, I'm just some guy that likes to... I'm just some guy that likes to pretend he knows about real history while secretly only learning real history so that I can further refine and develop histories that never actually happened. Imagine learning history because you care about history. Real ones learn history to understand the historical influences that they can apply into their own made-up history. There's a subreddit about flat Earth with an ice wall around, and outside the wall there's Mordor and shit. Okay, but like that's cool, you know? Like, it's a little unhinged, but the more unhinged it is, the funnier it is. But imagine, wouldn't that be cool if that were real? Wouldn't that be like far more interesting than our own history? I'll sue you for that, lawyer up. Yes, Mr. Lawyer, a guy by the name of Corbett Gaming. And then they'll walk out right after that. Stunlock counter 10. Okay, we're moving on. Here's what you'd expect. Tropical, subtropical, continental, a bit of arid, a little bit of cold arid even, a little bit of oceanic as a treat down here, and a little, what is that? Savannah, maybe? I don't know. Sub-oceanic, maybe? I can't even read it. Anyways, we got... Oh wow, I didn't know there was an ocean in the middle here, that's crazy. The more you learn, the more you know, I guess. Not just an ocean, but we have a coastal ocean in the middle of South Africa. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Oh, there's even one, there's one in Madagascar too. A whole ocean here, that's wild. Plateau, that's pretty much what you'd expect. Jungle, yeah, that's gonna be fun for trying to build things. I don't know history, I create lore for alternate universe roleplays. So true. So based. Does anyone know the name of the song that's playing right now? I mean, I can give you the name, but I don't know how to say it. You want the name? Alrighty. Well, I'll drop it in chat. That's the name of the song. Good luck. Alrighty. Natural harbors. Yeah, I don't know what else to say here. Just, yeah, natural harbors. Translate it? No. I have no idea what it says, and I'm gonna keep it that way. Except I know that the first thing in that is mata, which I think means wait or something. I don't know. Try? No. So wait for a second, and Corbett's writing in Japanese. Someone asked for the name of the song that's playing, and that's the name of the song. Anyway, cultures. Ooh, that is a much more vibrant map. You know, I was actually kind of worried that EU5 was going to look like sad and unsaturated and dreary. Just like the time period. You know how like movies depict the Middle Ages as the most, you know, unsaturated, it's dark and gloomy and everything sucks kind of way. When in reality, the medieval ages kind of just look the exact same as today. You know, in a sense. Anyway. I was afraid that EU5 was going to be a lot more depressing looking. Tell us more about that song. Okay, no more stun locks. Nope, that's bait. That's bait. I know what you're trying to do. Cultures. We have a very detailed cultural diversity represented here, I think, especially in the Congolese region. Please do note that we still have to do some work regarding cultural minorities, which explains the monolithic nature of the image. And then we go down to religions and it's like, Also notice the placeholder map mode. It's like, nice cultures you got here. A fine tapestry, you know, engaging with the rich history of the region. Then you scroll down to religions and it's like, oh. There's not much to see here. Placeholder. As they mentioned. We can just move along. Oh yes, everyone was animist. What's the problem? The different... Actually, I don't know if that's like a real question. Or if it's like tongue-in-cheek. But assuming it's a real question, the problem would of course be that like they just want to have more granularity. Like we can say, oh no, it's sarcastic. Okay, never mind, we're on the same page, we're all good. I was gonna explain it like just in case, you know, it's hard to read sarcasm over text and all that. Well, yes, everyone was simply animist. Actually, did you know that people up here actually had the exact same religious practices as people over here? For sure. True, real. I was there, in fact, I can confirm. Raw materials, lumber, that makes a lot of sense. Still crossing my fingers one day we can chop down trees and jungles and then, you know, maybe it won't be lumber anymore. Time to deforest the Congo. Huge. If you think about it, if you deforest the Congo, then there will be no more. There won't be any more rubber trees for the Belgians to commit horrific atrocities over. So, winning strategy. Alrighty. Goods of the region, some common ones are heavily represented here: lumber, wild game, livestock, and fish. Into the more unique ones, there are plenty, ranging from the famous gold mines of Zimbabwe to gems, ivory, lead, marble, copper, iron, tin, salt. You may also notice that there are regional differences, which will also make for gameplay differences on the goods to be exploited and traded in each market. IRL, the Amazon got more deforested than the Congo rainforest to this day. Oh, I believe that, yeah. Animus just means you believe in soul, I think. Animus equals soul. Oh, okay, yeah, when we're referring to, like, the concept of animus, like, in Latin, I believe you're correct. Animus is where we also get the term animated from, I believe. The idea that something that moves sort of has a soul in that sense because it moves in that regard. And so, yeah, you could say that, but that's just like one part underlying a lot of different religions right? If you want to go with that broad of a definition, a lot of things are animist, but have enough, you know, differences that you wouldn't really lump them together, you know what I mean? Anyway, yeah, that's a lot of lumber. Lumber, livestock, you have a bit of wheat there. Actually, I do want to zoom into this a little bit. Let me open that in a new tab. Wild game, we've got wheat, amber, tons of lumber, gold, iron, stone, ivory, fruit, fish, copper, lots of stuff to be used here. A lot of ivory as well. We can sort of see the way that I guess the motivations for conquering some areas are going to arise through the types of goods that they have, but then again also when we're talking about this time period, any sort of influence just you know, from the Europeans historically in this area was more like coastal. So I wonder how that's going to work actually. Getting resources from the interior of Africa without conquering Africa to the coast to be traded. In theory, that is something that should happen. Coastal outpost to trade with the natives. That would make sense. I don't exactly remember. They probably did talk about that. You know, if you wanna put down an outpost and then, I don't know. I'd have to go back and revisit that to really remember. Animism is the belief that objects, places, and creatures all possess a distinct spiritual essence from Google. Yeah, so and with that kind of a definition, you could definitely sort of consider like Shinto to be animist. With the way that it treats kami, which can be a spirit within a location or an object, or it can be an actual being, a representation of a being. Yeah, you know, a lot of religions that we do not just consider animism in terms of like when we talk about EU4, EU5, right, do have aspects which themselves are animistic. There's sand as a resource. Maybe it's really nice sand. Okay, maybe it makes good glass, high quality, good silicon content. I don't know what makes good glass sand, but it's reasonable. Maybe not all sand is equal. Some sand is better than other sand. Animism is the belief in anime, so real. So true. Anyway, that is our resource map. Here we have our markets. Ooh, they are very divided. In the middle here, we have the Bungu Congo, Kilwa Kisiwani. I believe these are the names of the territories, of the locations that they're centered in. Sofala, and I'm having a bit of trouble reading that. Thaba Bosiu, I think? Yes, Thaba Bosiu. Quite consistent market spreads this week, as we've already fixed some of the issues mentioned. That's nice, that's good. We won't be showing the population distribution. Let's see. Oh, there was an issue connected to the one we mentioned some weeks ago. There have been pops disappearing in the region, very likely connected to the ones being added in others. Okay. But I can give you some numbers. Calculated around 6 million pops in Central Africa. That is like a considerable number. 4 million in Eastern Africa. 1.7 million in the Swahili coast, and the rest in the Southern Great Lakes. Okay. And 1.7 million in Southern Africa. Even if these numbers will be increased, in general terms, this division portrays decently the extent of the expansion of Bantu people as having more population to the north and less to the south. Okay, there you go. Next week there'll be 2 Tinto maps. Oh, we're eating good today. Let's go. Alrighty, any dev responses we should really look at? Isn't that about making concrete, though? Chat, when was modern concrete invented? Maybe not modern concrete. I don't know. You know, they had Roman concrete. I don't remember if we even figured out, again, how they made Roman concrete. I guess probably we did, but, you know, after Roman concrete, they kind of didn't figure that out, I don't think, for a while. 1860s? Yeah, I think at least the modern method of creating concrete, well, or like the beginning of the modern development of concrete, separate from the way that the Romans made their concrete, was a little after the time period of this time, I think. Roman concrete used volcanic ash and limestone. How do they get a consistent enough supply of volcanic ash? Well, I guess it's not going anywhere, so that's fair. Go down. I bet they made some incredible roads after Pompeii. 78 minutes, 2 dev diaries, and this will be a long stream. And even with what I consider to be fewer sunlocks than usual, in theory. Congo was a formable country. Formable countries confirmed, based. I mean, we all knew it was going to happen, but yeah. Ideally zoomable. Okay, ideally Zulu would be a formable country, although that's something we've yet to figure out how to do. Okay. I see. People Madagascar, 460,000. Okay, I'm less interested in the dev responses on the maps, because it's going to be a lot of, like, specifics about the maps themselves, and less so the game mechanics, and I'm a little more interested in the game mechanics. Of course, I'm interested in seeing the map. It's always nice seeing it, but the game mechanics, that's the bread and butter, right? So let's get a move on, maybe. To finally, the second actual Tinto Talk of today's stream. We're only an hour 20 in, folks. We got another 6 of these to go. Hours, I mean, not dev diaries. We have 8 dev diaries to go. Scientists rediscover the Roman concrete. Yeah, like they figured out how to make it, I guess. That's cool. Isn't one of those things that we... Like, there are some things that were made in the past that I think we don't quite understand how they made still. Isn't Greek fire one of those? Where we have, like, a pretty decent guess of how they might have made Greek fire, but we're not entirely sure, I think. Unless, I don't know, I missed something in the Greek fire community in the past few years. Anyway, nice little town, look at that. I'm gonna insert my own bias here and say that this looks a lot like, this looks like it would be a 17th century village in some place in Alberta. I don't know. The two towns that existed in the 1700s in Alberta, or in like BC or something. Because I'm like, oh look, there are mountains in the background, but it's pretty flat up until the mountains. I don't know, that's my bias speaking. Anyway, nice little painting. Today we delve into the most hated of all seasons, winter. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to judge him for that. If I ever go to the next Paradox Con and I see him here, I'm gonna be like, so you don't like winter? Okay. I see how it is. You know, I actually kind of like winter, but okay. The Lady Mother Immerel would like to know your location. Real. Only when there's no snow and only ice? No, because, like, winter I actually like because I'd rather it be too cold outside rather than too hot, because then I can just bundle up more. And when you go outside and you take a walk outside in winter, it's, like, beautiful, especially in the evening, as the sun glistens off the snow. and you're like, wow, this is the most beautiful walk I've ever been on in my life. And it's tranquil, and the snow acts as like sound dampening, so it's nice and quiet. You're going on your evening walk, you hear the crunch of the snow beneath your feet, you're bundled up, keeping yourself warm, and it's just beautiful outside. I kind of like winter, okay? I constantly fall and I travel everywhere with my bicycle. Okay, yeah, don't bike in the winter. That's probably not a good idea. Winter in East Africa is just a lot of rain. Yeah. Yeah, winter probably sucks in a lot of other places. It sucks to be you guys, I guess. like how's winter in Australia? It's like a little bit chilly, like 5 degrees out or something. Anyway, let's see. Luckily for us, we don't have to live with it for the entire year. Okay. Clearly somebody has never visited Gemradicurt. Climate and winter. So what impacts whether a location has winter or not? Well, primarily depends, yes. Depends on the climate, but also on the time of the year and the level of winter currently nearby. Okay. Of course, when there is winter, it is different for the northern and southern hemispheres. Each day, each location does its calculations for when it should be changing its winter level. There are 3 levels of winter. Technically it's 4, but no, winter is not really winter. True and fair. During the course of a season, a location could experience all types of winter: mild, normal, and severe. That's actually how it works as well in EU4, by the way. It just doesn't mean anything. So like, in the winter, technically supply limit is reduced, but no one cares in EU4 because that doesn't really affect that much. Sure, you get a little bit more attrition. Oh no, you reached the hard cap of attrition. It doesn't mean much in EU4. It is just annoying. Also, attrition for enemies, yes, but it barely means that much, to be honest. I don't think it increases the cap either. It just, you know, adds to the attrition. Anyway. What's common for all levels of winters that they affect attrition for your armies, so winters will always kill off some of your soldiers. True, real, and I don't know if I would say base, but true and real. Pops living in climates that regularly experience winters have a high demand for fur. Fur specifically, I guess so. But also I would think a higher demand for heating needs. For fuel, you would think. Food production is severely reduced when winter comes, while pups still eat normally. A mild winter is a reduction of 25%. Yeah, I guess they're not going to introduce like actual growing seasons. That's fair and perfectly fine. While severe winters basically reduce food production to 0, so unless there's a lot of food stored in a province, a severe winter may cause starvation in your locations. Neat. Constructions. One other drawback of winter is that normal and severe winters impact constructions. Weak. Real ones know that construction continues year-round here in Canada. Real ones know that they're gonna keep on working on building your house. Or whatever house. Wind, sun, rain, snow, doesn't matter. Makes the gameplay experience in a country like Sweden or Norway a bit more difficult, as you have to plan around the fact that you lose several months of the year at times. Interesting. Construction not only continues, it also never ends. Yeah. But then there's also the... It's two things, because they're gonna keep building your house, like, no matter what season it is, but also there's the joke about there are 3 seasons actually that exist in Canada. There's construction, there's winter, and then there's still winter. Those are the 3 seasons. But yeah, some things they just keep on building year round. Furries in provinces increase fur consumption. Okay. Anyway, currently stalled due to winter. Freezing seas. Oh yeah, I remember people talking about this actually. Narrows, inland seas, and lakes have the possibility of freezing over during winter. This can happen when a sea zone has had severe winter for over a week, and will then last until the winter is no longer severe in that location. A frozen sea zone can be traversed by armies, and this allows greater military control over the lands it reaches. However, it will cause navies to get stuck until it thaws. Be careful when the winter changes. It can thaw with catastrophic consequences if an army is on the ice. I feel like a game of EU5 is going to last twice the length of a full CK3 campaign at this point. Like, if we actually need to consider these factors on such a, I would say like a micro scale, like think about how long you typically pay attention to a given year in EU4. It's not that much attention, right? Like sure, you do things, of course, you do things based on your plans, but in terms of having to worry about the placement of your armies every single year, the placement of your navies every single year, and this level of I don't know if it wouldn't be granularity, but I mean it kind of is. How specific the things are when it comes to paying attention to specific weeks in a specific year is kind of crazy. It's not only going to be an ironic spreadsheet simulator anymore, in fact, it's going to need additional supplemental spreadsheets on the side, yeah. The strategic depth is going to require a lot more micromanagement, I think, which is going to extend the amount of time you pay attention to all the things that happen in a given year. And that combined with the extended length of the time period that we're covering is like, I'm almost thinking that they might add start dates, different start dates, the same way that CK3 does, because damn, that is a long game. That's gonna be a really long campaign, I think. I hope the pathing AI does not prioritize frozen sea zones. We'll get there when we get there, who knows. Gulf of Bothnia, sea zone, frozen over, severe winter, inland sea, Scandinavia, Arctic climate. When Storbelt or Storabelt and Lillebelt freezes, you don't need navies to reach Copenhagen. So real and Swedish build. You already know that warfare during winter is a bit more risky, but Project Caesar adds another element to it. Any location with the topography of mountain will be blocked for an army movement during normal and severe winters. This can help create natural borders and some interesting strategic gameplay. No more marching elephants through the Alps? Might have to refund. To me, EU5 is starting to seem like the kind of game that is impossible to get into without having played 10,000 hours in different Paradox strategy games. I can't even disagree with you. Yeah, I don't know. I can't deny that I kind of agree with that a little bit. You know, all these things kind of make sense to me because I have transferable knowledge from having played other Paradox games, which gives you a general understanding of enough things, trends, knowledge of historical events, and areas, and motivations, and all of these things, the general understanding that helps guide my now understanding of EU5. But I only learned those things from playing so much EU4 and being really into, you know, learning about history and stuff. Like, imagine the average person who has never played a grand strategy game, knows relatively little about history, trying to get into EU5. Seems like it's going to be a monumental task. But it worked for Hannibal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the climate back in the Hannibal days sort of allowed for passing the elephants through the Alps, if I remember correctly. Imagine this is your first strategy game. Yeah, you'd be cooked, to be honest. Yeah, there's a lot in here. I feel like to learn EU5, you're going to have to get the resident strategy game player in the chair next to you to sort of explain to you why all of these things matter and how you need to pay attention to all of them. "99% of the elephants die." Do you mean like crossing the Alps or in general? EU5 should have an easy mode where some complex mechanics are not part of the game. I don't know about that one. It's definitely going to have a difficulty slider. Not slider, but, you know, options. Which will give new players benefits to make the game more forgiving, and I think that's good. Crossing the Alps, 99% of Hannibal's elephants died. Okay, but it's funny to think that he crossed the Alps with the elephants. Unfortunately, it's funny, and therefore we don't care about the actual history. "99% means some survived." Exactly. Imagine if it's your first strategy game and you pick some insignificant minor because it's your country/city limit. Oh my god, yeah. Some dude from some poor guy in Germany thinking like, oh my god, a new strategy game. I've never played a grand strategy game before. Let me try playing my hometown. Oh, the poor fool. Unfortunate. The mechanics just need to be better explained. Yeah, I think most of this can be easily, okay, not easily, but it can be rectified through a good enough tutorial. Victoria 3, when I learned Victoria 3, I did it with the tutorial because I was learning it early access. I had no resources to ask people about, like, how do I even play this game? Because the day that I got it, I think, was the same day everyone else got it. So, we were all just sitting there trying to figure it out on our own, but that had a good enough tutorial for me to understand how to play Victoria 3, at least, you know, a little bit. If they have a good enough tutorial, then, you know, it makes things a little simpler. But boy, is it going to have to be a good one. Anyway, mountains are going to block things, tooltips are always helpful. True, the new tooltip system that they've implemented starting with CK3 has been revolutionary in helping people understand the game. Being able to just look up information about something within the game, just from hovering your mouse over it, that was genius. Whoever came up with that idea deserves like 3 raises. One for each game it's been implemented in. Which I think counts as CK3, Victoria 3, and Imperator Rome, that they added it in 2.0, I think. Unless I'm missing another game, which I don't think I am. Anyway, yeah, that's good. Good stuff. What else are we missing? Anything interesting to look at here? Some sort of upgrades for troops to survive the winter? Russian armies have better odds surviving winter than, let's say, some French armies that found their way to Russia for some weird reason. Not from winter per se, but lacking supplies in winter is far more devastating. Okay. Will there be Arctic sea zones that are always frozen over and theoretically traversable? No. That's fine. I don't really care that much. I wish it wasn't winters reducing food production, rather there being specific harvest times. Yeah, I think I did mention this briefly, that like it does make more sense because yes, performance calculations. But would it make sense? Well, maybe. This also should impact the pattern of military campaigns. What was the consideration here? The consideration was performance calculations, which is fair. Also, different food have different seasons. Oh, right, yes. Yeah, okay, that would introduce a really annoying kind of granularity when it comes to what food is being grown where, and, you know, which growing season you'd have to think about for that. Yeah, that would be super tedious, I think. Yeah, I think it's fine. The percentage-based food reduction, I don't really have a complaint about that. We got EU5 winter before the winds of winter? Okay, I don't know about that reference. Can we get monsoons as well? Maybe even the random hurricane? Plans for storms? Let's go. If two hostile armies meet at a frozen sea zone, do they fight? It's a normal fight. Depending on how long that fight is, it would be kind of funny if both armies just kind of completely die because the ice thaws. Who am I going to play first? Please no Byzantium or Brandenburg? I think I mentioned earlier I have to wait until the Siberia dev diary to know who I'm going to play. Climate has a maximum winter level? Okay, that's fair. I wonder if the army movement blocking won't be easy to forget because of how fast the game can go. Hourly ticks makes you feel this much more. Oh my god, the hourly ticks, man. I keep forgetting about the hourly ticks, and then I remember them, and I'm like, yeah, a year in EU5 is going to be like 30 minutes of gameplay, isn't it? Going to war, one war in EU5 is going to be you on the hour ticks. Just like watching a battle take place over the next 20 minutes. Probably not actually, but yeah. Will the little ice age be portrayed? Still talking about how we want that to be simulated. Oh yes, the little ice age. I love temporary food scarcity through random climate factors. I actually don't remember what caused Little Ice Age. I'm pretty sure it was some eruption somewhere. Why Siberia? Because it's funny. The other 3 seasons don't really have an impact? Okay. I've not noticed any armies killed by melting ice yet, so it's really, really rare. Okay, that's good. How, will we be able to see autumn on the map with different colors, etc.? I would like it nice. Winter spread. Okay, cool. We're just going to leave that at that. Let's move on to the next one, because we're 42 in, and we might want to move on a little. Does the Northwest Passage exist? In theory. Maybe. It's the Krakatoa eruption. Oh, what do you know? People definitely want too much for EU5 in some aspects. If you give examples, I might agree, but I don't know what you mean exactly. Anyway, welcome to Arabia. I already opened that. There we go. Arabia. Looking very Arabia. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much what you expect. Not super inhabitable in this area, although I'd be interested to see if there are some places down here that will eventually become traversable or colonizable. Today we'll be taking a look at Arabia. So let's start without further ado. Countries with colored wastelands. Oh, that's nice. So these are wastelands then. This is definitely a wasteland, I believe. Okay. 2 country maps, one without colored wastelands for clarity, one with them under spoiler button. There isn't a third one with the Societies of Pops, because Project Caesar has several layers to portray the simulation of a believable world. A couple of weeks ago, we presented the Society of Pops as a new type of country, but if you go back to Tinto Talks number 4, the government overview, Johan mentioned the different types of government, which now you know are for settled countries. One of them is tribal, which we think makes for a good representation of the most complex and organized tribal societies, which have some estate-like features, while keeping some other tribal features. Okay, reasonable. I do hope for a passage between Yemen and Oman. Yeah, even in EU4, there's like, you can go from Oman over to Yemen. The Northwest Passage won't let you go through it alive during that time period. Well, yeah, I mean, with the technology available, I mean, good luck with that. Many have tried. I think like 2 succeeded or something. Therefore, the way we've decided that fits better to portray the simulation of the Arabian Peninsula is having a divide between those countries that are monarchies and those that are tribal. An interesting feature of the latter is that their lands will be full of tribesmen pops, making the tribal estate the most important one to manage. As a final note, I'd like you to understand that this is our interpretation for the simulation of the game, although it might not be the only one. As it happened with the discussion about which European countries should be decentralized with several subjects and which shouldn't. The good news regarding this is that we will be open to feedback and making changes as usual, but also that the setup can easily be changed through the script of the game, thus making it completely moddable after the game is released. So there could potentially be mods making Inner Arabia covered by Societies of Pops instead of tribal settled countries if you don't like / agree with our interpretation or just prefer it to be different. Okay, so it looks... These are the dynasties, right? What I'm looking for is the... Okay, that's what I was looking for. The locations. So this area in the middle is just desert. There is no connection from Yemen into Oman. Big old desert. That's kind of it. More detailed location map? Oh, right, yeah, if you want to zoom in and stuff. Okay. Provinces. Huge province, which contains like 3 locations, I think. Or it contains these ones, that's what it is. It just gets to own the whole thing, that's fun. Areas. Arid. Exactly what you'd expect. Plateau, flatlands, hills, some mountains down there in Yemen. And then unpassable terrain. Desert with a little bit of sparse grasslands, couple of woods even. And natural harbors, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much what we'd expect from Arabia. Religions. Looking pretty familiar. Ibadi up here in Oman. Actually, I didn't expect Shiite to be along the coast here. Although I wonder if it's like that in EU4 as well. Maybe I just didn't pay attention. I don't know. Ibadi in Oman. Some Shiite down here. Some Shiite up here as well. Mostly going to be Sunni. We have yet to address the minorities, which were not ready for the Tinto maps, so we will show what that looks like on the map and review as well. By the way, we might do some work in the coming weeks regarding Islam, and one of the things that I think we may tweak is the coloring, as Ibadi is too similar to Shiite. I was going to make that observation. So I think that this might be a good opportunity to ask for your preferences about the coloring of the different branches of the Islamic faith. I mean, in EU4, Ibadi is blue, right? Or is it just the... Wait, no, it isn't blue. Just the symbol for it is blue. It's the star and crescent, but the star and crescent is blue, right? Am I forgetting the map color of Ibadi in EU4? Wait, what? Isn't it... Maybe it's just light green. Wait... Oh, it's even darker green. I'm so dumb. Man, that's embarrassing. Anyway, never mind. Should be a bluish green. I could definitely see a bluish green for Ibadi. It is purely vibes based. Also, yeah, they're talking about how natural harbors don't exist in Oman. Oman has a really interesting history because of how seafaring they actually were. The people in Oman. You know, the whole Sultanate of Zanzibar, I guess. Zanzibar? Yes. You know, Oman owning Zanzibar. Sure, that did happen a little bit later, but maybe there really aren't any natural harbors. Maybe they just said, screw it, we're building the harbors anyway. Yeah, you can still make the harbors, but I guess maybe they just weren't, you know, they just sort of had to brute force the harbors. They weren't exactly the best locations, but they built them anyway because they had a specific idea. Perhaps. Oman shouldn't be landlocked? It depends on the time period. Is Oman even landlocked? Well... yeah, Oman is not landlocked for sure. And no, yeah, we can still build harbors, they're just not natural harbors. So the natural harbors will give you a few bonuses. So they kind of give you an incentive to build the harbors in those locations. But that doesn't mean you can't build harbors in places that aren't natural harbors. You can still build them, you're just not going to get as many benefits. Yeah, you can just build the harbor anyway, it's just not going to be natural harbors. You should definitely give Oman their natural harbors. Muscat is a huge one to this day. But does that have to do with the geography, or does that have to do with the decision to build a harbor for economic reasons regardless of the actual geography? The harbor can be a huge one, but that doesn't necessarily mean it was, like, an ideal location. You know, it can be the best location, but that doesn't make it necessarily advantageous over any other area. Outside of course, you know, just being near a major city anyway. It does have to do with the geography? Okay, yeah, we can definitely... like, they are open to feedback in that case. I just wanted to clarify whether or not that was a result of them thinking, man, this place would be great for a harbor due to geography, or if there's just like a big city and they're like, yeah, we need a harbor for this city. More natural harbors in the Red Sea than the Persian Gulf? Yeah, I wonder if they have anything to say about the natural harbors further down. Cultural division's quite interesting, still divided into several Arabic-speaking people, and for those that might wonder, yes, Socotra has its own culture, Socotri. We still have to add some minorities here and there though, so we will take the opportunity to do it during the map review. Okay, religions of course, maybe they'll mention that. Let's talk about the goods that they have in Arabia. Dates, livestock, horses, and some wheat and sand make for a healthy economy if you're a tribal country, I guess. Jokes aside, the desertic lands of the northern and central Arabia have a more simple resource distribution, while Yemen and Oman, on the other hand, have quite rich resources such as pearls, alum, copper, dyes, silk, and coffee. Yes. Yemeni coffee. The whole... I mean, they even made a whole achievement around that in EU4. Time to play as Yemen and start coffee maxing. Play as Yemen, Colonize Brazil. Maintain monopoly over coffee. Too many mechanics already, but a way to develop a harbor into a natural one would be neat. It would be neat. It would be difficult. And depending on how you want to abstract that. Because you'd have to do some pretty intense landscaping to turn something into a natural harbor. And when you build the harbor, you're already gonna do some landscaping. I don't know. Maybe. I think I like the idea of being able to deforest or reforest areas, maybe, depending on, you know, the climate that makes it available for that, but I don't know, that would be interesting. You can't make something natural if it isn't natural before, though. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like, what would it actually mean to turn something into a natural harbor? Intensive landscaping. Probably very expensive. But how would that necessarily be an advantage over just spending that money on building a harbor? You know, I'm wondering, even if they added that, would it in theory be so expensive that it's not even worth using, and therefore maybe not even worth caring about? Although, I mean, yeah, the Dutch did start their land reclamation projects in the 14th century. It is possible, but that doesn't that kind of do the opposite? I mean, it makes it less of a harbor, wouldn't it? You know, you're gaining more land, you're draining the area. It almost feels like the opposite of making our natural harbors. I don't know. Maybe. Natural harbor just means something like a fjord or a peninsula that protects the harbor, and the Arabian coast is pretty straight, yeah. Building long stretches of land to break waves is probably a possibility. Yeah, possibility, maybe. Expensive as hell. It definitely would be expensive. Yeah, and a natural harbor is about the landform. Yeah, like the fjords are really nice as natural harbors because having all those islands breaks up the flow of water, therefore making it much easier and safer for ships to move in and out of that area. That's what makes it a natural harbor. Yeah, anyway. They might still change it. They definitely mentioned like, oh, it's not final. Which is like, yeah, it's not final. Sure. We'll see what they end up doing with that. Anyway. Markets. Ooh, many markets in Arabia. Al-Hajr, Al-Hassa, Mecca, Adan, Hormuz. I think that's Isfahan. Population, yeah, not a ton of people living in the interior of Arabia at this point. Quite a few down here in Yemen. But if we really want to go and take a look at this, really zoom in, I think I'm seeing up here a population of, is that 46,000? Up in this area, nearly 41,000. 41,000. 306,000, I have a feeling that is a combination of multiple places. Let me check. Because it is kind of country-based, right? I have to scroll way up. There we go. So let's take a look. 306,000 people in here. Okay. Oops. So in this area, same as this area. Interesting. It's interesting actually how close these two areas are. 306,000 here, but only 41,000 here. They're pretty close to each other. Riyadh, capital of modern day Saudi Arabia. Oh, okay. So are there like oases in here? I guess I didn't really take too much of a look at that climate. Sorry, what's it called? Riyadh? I wonder if that's the same name in this. Riyadh. Maybe it's in here. Al-Hajr in there. So what's the actual climate in that area? Just out of curiosity, because I want to know how they're gonna do oases. Still desert, of course. Vegetation, flatland. Maybe it has like a local modifier for oases. There used to be more water? Okay. Anyway, I think that's pretty much all we're gonna cover for the map itself. You passed it? It's arid? Well, yeah, I passed it after I saw that it was arid, and it didn't seem to be, you know, anything of note. No, it didn't seem to be any different than non-oases areas. But I imagine if there's like an oasis in an area that is particularly important, then it'll probably be like a regional modifier instead of something that deals with the climate or the vegetation. It's probably going to be something very local, I imagine. That's all for this week. For the next one, I have good news. We have finished the feedback review of Anatolia, therefore I'll post it on Monday. Maybe I'll go ahead and take a look. We'll see how long it takes for me to get through these. Another Tinto map, because they said we'd have 2 of them. Oh, hey, Mono. Riyadh would be Hajar or something at this time? Okay. Let's see what we have here. Persia. Or Iranshar. Or actually, I don't know if Iranshar refers specifically to a political entity that we call Persia or the geographical area, but Persia. Look at the beautiful Armenia. There it is. Injuids, the Sultanate of Chobanids, Jalayirids. Which one of these is a gem? Political entity, I think? Ilkhanate time, let's go. Oh yeah, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold up. How recently were the Mongol conquests at the start of 1337? I know the Yuan dynasty exists. I know they're about to experience the Turban Rebellion, implying, of course, that at the very least Genghis Khan is dead by this point because, you know, it would be one of his sons that creates the Yuan dynasty. Decades prior? Okay, so the Ilkhanate is kind of, dead, right? You'll see next map? Okay. I would have to presume that none of these are actually the Ilkhanate. Tamerlane? No color changing Fars, it's so over. Alright, today we'll be looking at Persia and the Caucasus. These are regions that encompass several modern-day countries and regions, but for the sake of simplicity, we decided to name this dev diary this. Let's start without further ado. We took a look at this. I think we get a little bit more of a view with this map, but it's nothing crazy. We see a little bit more up into the Caucasus, so that's cool. 1337 is way after Genghis Khan? Absolutely, yes. I know at least that much. My knowledge of exactly when the Mongol conquests happened is a little fuzzy, you know. He died like a century before? Okay. Yeah, because of course we know that the Yuan dynasty exists, and we know that the Turban Rebellion is about to happen, and you know the Turban Rebellion happened, you know, quite a bit after the establishing of Yuan as a dynasty in China. And the fracturing of the empire, of course. We know that the Golden Horde is in the north. We know that the Yuan dynasty exists. We know that this is definitely after the fracturing of the Mongol Empire, and quite significantly after that as well. Anyway. The region is quite interesting in 1337, as there are plenty of countries to play with. The Ilkhanate is still alive, but in name only. The real power being hosted by the Jalayirids, who are the overlords of some of their neighbors, the Chobanids and the Eretnids. Other countries, such as Gorgan, the Kartids, and Muzaffarids, are also struggling to get the hegemony over the region. Meanwhile, the strongest power in the Caucasus is the Kingdom of Georgia, although the region is quite fragmented among different polities. So the Ilkhanate does exist at this point. At this point, even his grandson Kublai Khan is dead as well. Okay. Corbett, how brutal do you think picking Armenia would be for the first playthrough? I actually have no idea what the history of Armenia is, but I figure it's not going to be a fun time. Well, it will be fun in the sense of difficulty, if that's your thing, and it is my thing, so maybe it would be fun. As a first playthrough, though, maybe not. Maybe not. Iranian HRE. So this isn't the Ilkhanate, is it? I thought this was just... Oh no, this must be something to do with the Ilkhanate. I mean, the PNG is called ilkhanate.png, so... Oh, you guys can't see that. When I hover over the image, it tells me the name of the file, and it's literally called ilkhanate.png, so... Speaking of the Ilkhanate, might as well wonder why it's not a unified tag. Well, it's because we consider that it is clearly in decadence, having lost any grasp of authority over the provinces. So, the best way of portraying it is through an international organization. What we can see in this map mode is that there are two pretenders to get the power. The Jalayirids, in the southwest, kind of, sort of in the middle of the whole thing, and then in the northwestern flank, Gorgan. The Jalayirids and Gorgan, with the other countries still being formally part of it. I won't talk more today about how it works and its features. Of course, this is a map dev diary, not an actual mechanic one. But I'll just say that there are two clear fates for the Ilkhanate, being dissolved, as historically happened, or being restored in full power as a unified country. HRE Persia is real, let's go. Not much to say about the dynasties, they're akin to the country names in most cases, of course. Okay, so, Gorgan has the... it has the Borgizhin dynasty, of course, the heirs of Genghis Khan. I might have to play as those guys then. We can see that this dynasty is the same as the Golden Horde, same as the... there was another name for this horde that I completely forget. Is it the White Horde? We have the Golden Horde, we have they're the different hordes, the different names, and Chagatai Grey Horde, maybe? Like, in a formal sense, called Chagatai. The Blue and White Horde. Me, when I make it obvious how little I know about the history of Mongol successor states, let's go. Blue and White Horde. Yeah. One of those. What year is this map? 1337. Now you get the full picture of their rule over the Ilkhanate being challenged by the Jalayirids. Okay, so up here, Gorgan is having its authority as the heirs of Genghis Khan being challenged by the Jalayirids. From what I'm seeing, the last Ilkhanate was more or less dead in 1335 and disintegrated completely in 1357. Not if I have anything to say about it. I'm gonna intervene. Locations, some of them looking a little funky. A little stretchy as they go through the territories here. Here we have the Caucasus. This is gonna be like a pain to navigate. I'm looking at all these mountain ranges and it's like, damn, that's gonna be so painful to actually get from one location to another. It's like traversing a maze. Here we go. This is down here to the bottom left is Persia, so this is more Central Asia kind of. The it's somehow escaping my mind. Central Asia, but the more specific term that I'm forgetting. Call it Transoxiana, why not? Sure. You know, that area. The Ilkhanate has an extremely ugly flag, so restoring them isn't worth it. Real. Terrain. Nice. This isn't terrain. You've lied to me. This is climate. Oh, never mind. He's talking about all of it. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, arid. This is terrain. And this is vegetation. Nice. We love deserts. Harbors. Harbors? Hold on. This is so much. This is so real. They were so real for this. I didn't even notice it at first. So based. Traversable, oh god, which one is this? Errol? No. Maybe. How am I forgetting the name of it? Caspian, thank you. I'm thinking of maybe this one. That no longer exists in the modern day, if I remember correctly. This is the Caspian. Navigable Caspian Sea, they were so real for that one. So based. Why build there? Because it's funny. They're so real for that. Okay, next. You might have noticed that there are ports in the Caspian Sea because, well, it's considered a sea in our game, so there can be ships and navies over it. They're so real for that. Like, it might be some of the most pointless things you could do, but yes, give me the options that are pointless, it makes it funnier. That's the one tile sea in EU4, isn't it? I don't even think it's 2 tiles, I think it is 1 tile. It's not navigable, so they don't even have to add tiles to it. Quite a lot of cultural division through the region. The Caucasus is, well, the Caucasus. Divided among lots of different people. Then we have the Iraqi and Kurdish in Iraq, Persian and a number of other cultures in Iran, Baloch, or Baloch? I always assumed it was Baluchistan. Maybe it's Balochistan. Maybe the CH makes the, like the sound. You know what I mean? Like in Loch. Afghan in Afghanistan and Khorasani, Turkmen, Khorezm? I don't know how to pronounce that. Khorizm, maybe. Hazara and Tajiks, among others, in Khorasan and Transoxiana. Naval war in the Caspian Sea. Rivers are not navigable. Yeah, that's another thing to make note of. There are no navigable rivers, I believe. Religions. Please give me some random... I want 2 pops in one place to be Zoroastrian. Please, I beg of you. Even if it's historically inaccurate, just like, it would be so funny, please. I don't actually know what the historical religious makeup of the region would look like, but please, just like one. Just like 1 pop in one place, I beg. 1 Zoroastrian. Orthodox is the main religion in Georgia, Miaphysitism in Armenia, and with other confessions spread here and there throughout the Caucasus. Kabzaism, and 3 pagan confessions. Ooh. Okay. Karachay-Balkar, Vainakh, and Lesgin. Interesting. Oh, I'm sorry, so let me reread that. With other confessions spread here and there, and 3 pagan confessions. I don't know what they mean by, quote, pagan confessions. Do they mean like pagan faiths, or do they mean a form of Christianity? Because they were just talking about Christianity. So I don't know if they mean like different kinds of Christianity, or if those are just like completely different religions. Anyway, Iraq divided among Sunni to the north and Shiism to the south. Iran is in an interesting situation, having a Sunni majority, but with some important Shiite pockets here and there. And Zoroastrianism, of course. It was not trivial to properly portray them, as we don't have good data for the 14th century, so what we did was some calculations between sources that tell that there was still a majority as late as the 11th century, and the religion becoming severely reduced by the 16th century. Therefore, we decided to go with 20% of the population as a general rule of thumb. However, we're quite open to feedback. So based. I was asking for 1 or 2 pops at least. 20% so based. Pagan syncretism? Maybe. Let's see, we have the raw materials, basically what you'd expect in Persia. Raw materials, of course, not refined materials. I'm expecting a lot of things that you can use to help create silks and, well, silk, of course, is actually a raw resource. That's literally silkworms. But in the case of, like, you know, what you would use that for, you can refine a lot of this stuff into rugs and fabrics, and I am assuming that's going to be one of the major manufactured exports of this region, is going to be creating, like, the very famous, you know, the Persian carpets and then all that stuff. That was very lucrative. Opium, maybe? Possibly. Although I don't think that's actually a trade good when I think about it. I don't think it is. Seeing a lot of wool, seeing a lot of cotton, seeing a lot of silk. How is wine a raw material? I don't know, maybe they didn't want to include, maybe they didn't want to include as a separate process turning grapes into wine. I don't know. It's like, well, it's like asking kind of how silk would function, because silk to actually be useful does need to be refined into like a usable kind of silk, I guess. Man, I don't know. People keep mentioning the sand as a good meme, and okay, I get it, the sand is funny. I get it, the sand as a natural resource is funny, but like, I'm pretty sure we talked about it a few times, that sand can have different qualities in different places that makes it better or worse for different things. I think it's valid. I think it's fine that sand is a natural resource. I don't actually have an issue with it. Okay? Like, I think it's okay. I think it's fine. Like, some areas just have stone. You know, like, wow. Really? You need stone from a specific place that you can't get somewhere else? I mean, kind of. Not all sand makes glass. Not all stone is good from different places. Not all of it's great building material. You know, it's used for different things. Probably gonna be a manufactory or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. Full of rich resources. Let's go. Couple of bugs in the map mode you might spot. Hold on. In my unreleased, further than early access game, wow, that's a lot of wine in that desert. Literally unplayable. Gonna refund on launch. Unbelievable. In my incomplete early access, early pre-alpha access game that nobody can actually play except for internal testing, bugs. Unplayable. Markets. Esfahan, the main one, or Tabriz is also kind of a big one. Baghdad. Nishapur, I think that's how that's pronounced, maybe. Zaranj. Nice. That's Astrakhan, I believe. Population. See, funny thing about this. Wasn't there a city? Hold on, let me find it. Didn't there used to be a pretty important city right up there? I'm gonna miss it. Hold on, it's like... I'll find it. Maybe. Samarkand, that's the one. Where's Samarkand? Is it in Merv? It's not on the map? Never mind. Never mind. I was gonna make a joke about Mongol conquests. That's not what I want. Never mind. I was gonna talk about how the accounts of what happened to Samarkand were like crazy, but anyway. Northeast of Merv? Close enough. Anyway, I was gonna mention like, a few centuries ago this population would have been a lot larger. We got Samarkand in today's Tinto maps, let's go. Oh yeah, we have the Central Asia one today, don't we? I actually streamed on the perfect day of the week. Okay, we got some more population outlines. This stuff is interesting, but a little less useful, I guess. It's nice to know, nice to look at, and nice to immediately forget when I start the game. Total population of the region is around 9 million, taking into account all the different areas we're showing today. That is divided into about 4.5 million in Iran, 2 million in Iraq, 1.5 million in the Caucasus, and around 1.5 million in Transoxiana. Nice. I think we're going to, unless there's something super interesting, my reaction to this post. Okay, unless there's something super interesting in the dev responses, we might just skip over these ones. We'll go over like the top 5 or 6. Oh wait, hold on a second. This one seems like it might be an interesting read. As a Zoroastrian enthusiast, have you added special mechanics to Zoroastrianism? It wasn't listed between the already done ones. Also, how easy/difficult is it to convert to Zoroastrianism as an Iranian faction? More/less than in EU4. It will have its own... What mechanics? Am I missing some of the Zoroastrian lore that's necessary to understand this? Hold on. I feel like I'm missing something kind of important here. Oh. Yep. What do you know? I think I missed something. Remember CK3? I never played Zoroastrian in CK3. I am now simply looking at a concept described on Wikipedia as... How would you pronounce that? Quedoda, I think. It was a high act of worship in Zoroastrianism, and there were punishments for not performing it. Pardon me? A type of consanguine marriage to have been historically practiced in Zoroastrianism before the Muslim conquest of Persia. Recorded as having been inspired by Zoroastrian cosmogony and considered pious, it was a high act of worship in Zoroastrianism, and there were punishments for not performing it. Right then, Okay, that is new information that has entered my cortex. Alrighty. Is this CK4? The more you know. Hey, we say what you will about the average Corbett stream, but you can't say we don't learn new things here. I think it's a mechanic in CK3 to do this. Fascinating. Interesting. Okay, so that's the reference here, I guess. Alrighty. We've allocated time for it in this autumn to winter. Okay, nice. Crimea and the area of the Golden Horde will have their own Tinto maps, step Tinto maps based. Is this area? Okay, I don't know much about this. Pink stripes in Iran and the religious map mode are a Nestorian minority. The corresponding cultural minority is Syriac. Okay. Are Assyrians present as a cultural minority? No. What is the bluish culture north of Turkmen? No guy. That makes sense. Oh, he watched Rosenkreuz's video. Interesting. I actually don't even know if I watched the Rosenkreuz video. Oh, he brings up the Gunströms. Okay, no, I'll get to that later. It's like getting flashbacks of Nam every time I see Gunströms and Steel. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Anyway. It's like that Spider-Man meme. No matter where I go, I see his face. I just see Gunströms and Steel. It's everywhere, man. No matter where I go, it's there, waiting for me. Tormenting me. You should watch it on stream, the documentary or the video. I could do both. Actually, I feel like I could actually do a Guns, Germs, and Steel documentary watching video or stream, because the documentary has been up on YouTube for like 11 years and they never took it down. So I have a feeling they don't actually care about enforcing copyright on it. That's what I think is the case, so maybe I would be allowed to watch it, I don't know. Anyway. These are, I mean, we kind of went through the most important ones, I think. Will there be a mechanic that allows any large empire to turn into an international organization if it reaches a certain amount of decadence? We don't have that as of now. It would be interesting, though. It would be pretty interesting. I kind of like the possibility, maybe. Anyway, yeah, that's pretty much the whole Persia and the Caucasus. We're making good time, chat. It's only been 2.5 hours, and we are almost halfway. No, I think we are. 4, 5. We have 6 more Tinto Talks to go through. We're making good time today. Have I done the perfect circle achievement in CK3? I have not. And I think I know exactly what that achievement would imply, but I have not done that achievement. My greatest shame as a person who's ever played CK3. Anyway. Yep, there's that. Let's move on. Yippee! That looks like a development map mode. At first I thought it was going to be like a plague map mode, because I'm like, okay, it's spreading, and so the darker areas are like the, you know, the plague has consumed, and then I checked over here, and it's like, okay, maybe that's not it. Maybe it's just development. Whatever you'd call that. Let's actually look at that map mode. Big? Dude, you can see the exact border outline. That's crazy. Is this like a population heat map, maybe? No, that wouldn't make sense. You're not gonna have, you know, this kind of a population map mode for China and have equivalents in Italy. I don't think so. Maybe I should read, and then my questions will be answered. Prosperity and devastation. Oh, okay, yeah, that's close enough, actually. Like they said, the map isn't completed. Okay. In today's Tinto Talks, we will delve into a few different and not entirely related topics, but they are important for what we need to talk about, as they will be referenced a fair bit in future Tinto Talks. Prosperity and devastation is a single value in a location ranging from -100 to +100, where positive is prosperity and negative is devastation. Prosperity represents how prosperous and resourceful a location is. A prosperous location increases development over time. Oh, okay. Prosperity will slowly rise unless different negative circumstances reduce it. If it goes negative, it will cause devastation. There is no direct way for the player to increase prosperity, but having a peaceful country will have it increase slowly over time. I mean, they say no direct way, but I'm looking at what appears to be laws that are themselves actually increasing the monthly prosperity. I guess there's no direct way, as in you can't just like add +5 prosperity, but you can directly add modifiers which increase the rate of prosperity growth. Look what the Mongols did to poor Persia. True. This was after the Islamic Golden Age, I think. When was the Islamic Golden Age? Hold on. I'm forgetting my history. Islamic Golden Age. From the 8th century to the 13th century. Oh, and why exactly? Curious end date for that. I wonder what could have happened which would have caused the end of the Islamic Golden Age. I wonder if anything in that exact time period would have ended the Golden Age. The period is traditionally said to have ended with the collapse of the Abbasid Caliphate due to the Mongol invasions and the siege of Baghdad. Wow, that's crazy. Wild how that works. Yeah, I wonder what happened to that Golden Age. What happened to Persia? Yeah, that's real unfortunate. Like, the prosperity is so bad, it's actually worse than this, like, remote region of China. Like, damn. Surprised, actually, that China has seemed to rebound so drastically. Or maybe they're just not done worrying about it. I don't know. Maybe they're not done going over that. Hold on, I have to cough real quick. Alrighty. It has a rather huge impact on a location over time, reducing how much food and raw materials it produces and the population over time. If you have high devastation in any location in a province, the Age of Renaissance has an advance. Advance that enables a cabinet action where you can focus on recovering devastation in a province until it has recovered fully. Ideally, you do not want any sort of conflict or war happening on your own lands. Oh, you think? Not ideal. Okay, so you're telling me that occupation, being occupied for a long period of time actually matters? No way. You're telling me you can't simply bounce back from a couple of temporary modifiers? Like you can in EU4? You mean to tell me that long-term occupation and devastation has a has a lasting impact on the population and productivity of a province beyond waiting like 20 months? Who could have guessed? The Mongols threw so many books in the river near Baghdad that the water turned black with ink? Damn. Oh yeah. Development. One concept that has been in many of our previous grand strategy games is development. It has been used for various things, but in Project Caesar, development represents how cultivated the land is and how much it is used by the pops living there. The higher the development, the more people can live there, and the more it can be exploited. So development is looking closer to, kind of like in CK3, where it is a little more dynamic based on things that happen. You know, the places that you build in, the things that you build, the things that happen to those locations can dynamically affect the development. Although I think it's going to be even more drastic in EU5. Whereas in CK3 you get the magical button that increases development over time. But, I mean, maybe we'll have that here too. I don't know. Oh, never mind. It is a value that the player mostly only has indirect control over. Oh, okay, but you can have your cabinet working on improving development in an entire province, so it is kind of like CK3. Development helps a fair bit in improving the quality of a location, but all of those values here are still constantly being balanced. So 17, development in Kalar. Maximum RGO size, which is resource gathering operations. That's a lot. 3.4 thousand. Okay. Build buildings cost minus 4.25%. Migration attraction increase. Distance cost to capital. Population capacity. Supply limit. Blockade force required. Institution growth. Market attraction. Stockpile capacity. Life expectancy. Didn't expect that one. Pun intended. Construction speed, interesting. The woods probably have some other advantage. I imagine they would allow for more, like, resource gathering operations. Life expectancy only affects the characters, not pops. That would make sense. Not just books, but scrolls as well. Oh, roads, let's go! We've had roads in many of our former games. In this game, we'll also have roads. I've wanted a road system in EU4 for so long. Especially when you get to areas that are like really tedious to cross through. The closer you get to Siberia and how it takes actual months to get from place to place. Like, sure, it would be weirdly dumb and ahistorical to be able to put like roads that are that large in an area so sparsely populated, but I want roads, okay? I want to see the veins of my empire. I want to see the routes used for commerce and stuff. It looks cool on a map. You ever play Imperator Rome? And you have that one Atlas map mode where you can see all the roads in your empire and you're like, hell yeah. All of the roads really do lead to Rome. I love roads. I love transportation logistics. I love economy. We love spreadsheets. Alrighty, a road is basically a connection between two land locations that reduces the proximity calculation from 40 down to 20. Most settled nations start with the capacity to build gravel roads, but there are 3 advances in later ages that will introduce new types of roads that can be built. Those roads will reduce proximity further and increase movement speed for armies, so based. Now this may sound like it could have a lot of micromanagement if we had used the ways railroads were built in Victoria 2, or how roads were built in Imperator, but we have a few easier ways to build or upgrade road networks. Yeah, the way that they did it in Imperator wasn't the worst, but you did have to command an army to move along a specific path, And along that path, they would construct roads, and it was a little bit micromanagement, a little micromanage-y in a sense. The way that you would have to, like, you know, plot out the entire way that you want your army to build the roads. I mean, it wasn't the worst thing ever. I wonder what their interpretation would be of how you would make that easier, but with a similar effect. Let's read, actually. Here we have Kalmar selected. Do you have Kalmar selected? Am I missing something? This is Kalmar, right? But these are clearly highlighted, so let me keep reading. We're looking to build a road to Eder, which is technically in Norway at the start of the game. Okay, so this is the plan that they want to build a road. Okay, I see. You can always build a road into the location of any country that has a positive opinion of you, so road networks can and will be connected for trade. You can build a road into the location. Okay, I see. So it's not like a province has a road. A road is specifically something that connects to locations, not provinces specifically, locations. It's not like a location has a road, it is that two locations have a road connecting them. For people having trouble visualizing this, I guess it would be like literally the way that cities are connected by roads, right? Roads connect areas between cities, or let's say highways, to make it easier, I suppose. Like, less so in the city itself, more so between the cities. And it's similar like that for locations. It's not like a location itself has one, I believe. Unless I'm just reading into this completely wrong. The green locations are locations you can afford to build a road from Kalmar to at the moment. Okay. Striped locations are locations with a road network. A road network meaning it has connections between provinces, I guess. White outlined locations are the proposed path. Road building is one of the most important and fun parts of the control growing gameplay loop. Okay. Obsessively constructing a road system so my supply lines aren't shit is my favorite part of Way 4. I love logistics. This is literally like... that's pretty much just the entirety of the Factorio gameplay loop. Boy, do I love logistics. I love optimizing the transportation of goods from one location to another. My favorite. Alright, piracy and privateers. Privacy for short. To clarify here, a privateer is a pirate sponsored by a specific country, of course. The ability to sponsor privateers has several different ways to unlock. First of all, every nation has access to an advance in the age of absolutism called a letter of marque that reduces the cost for privateers while also making them sturdier. There are also unique advances in the age of discovery for some countries that allow them to hire privateers, while if you pick the diplomatic focus in the age of Renaissance, you have the possibility to recruit privateers that early. I know what you mean, I'm literally playing Transport Fever 2 right now, let's go. There was also a game that I don't remember what it's called, maybe like Rail Empire or something, that I played like a year ago. It's literally just you building railways between places to balance logistics. My favorite. Maybe that was a game I played in 2022, actually. That was so long ago, I don't even remember. I did play it in 2022, and it was called Railway Empire. Huge. Anyway. Almost all good EU4 mods have roads, counter-argument, and Binar. Although even then, they have like unique road mechanics, so that's not even true. You can rebuild the Golden Highway in Anbanar. So, true. That's how you know if a mod is good, if it has roads. That's why he said almost. But even then, it's still kind of applicable. Dwaravar Road? Yeah, you can rebuild the railway, that's true. Fair. Sponsoring a privateer can be done in an area and it costs around 250 sailors per privateer and 10 sailors each month they are active. A pirate or a privateer in an area, depending on its current strength, can reduce the maritime presence of all non-friendly countries in all sea zones in that area. This hurts relations and will give them a way to get a CB on you, though. So how do you fight privateers? Well, you have a fleet of ships in any location in that sea area, and they will actively reduce the capacity of those pirates. Galleys are a bit better than heavy ships at hunting pirates, but light ships are by far the best at dealing with pirates, where a single light ship is about 10 times as effective as a heavy ship at the start of the game. See, that's interesting, because that is actually the opposite of EU4, where it's based on the number of guns from the combined number of ships. And so in EU4, heavies provide the most guns per force limit and thus are the most effective for hunting pirates. So it's like a complete swap. It's not about the number of guns, it's about the type of ship that's more effective. Which I think does kind of make more sense in a way. Because also, if you think about it, heavy ships are just kind of slower. So if you want to hunt pirates, which typically use smaller vessels, you're also going to want smaller, more maneuverable vessels. I think. There is a situation in the later half of the 16th century where piracy will start to grow in certain areas of the map. You don't say. Pirates also have a chance to spawn from locations with pirate covens. These are buildings that peasants will build in coastal locations where control is very low. Oh, those peasants trying to claw back some wealth from the nobility. What? Imagine being a peasant and not just simply accepting your lot in life. What? We're gonna have to do something about that. Remind the peasants what their worth is. This privilege, when granted to the burghers, will help your privateers be more cost-effective. Privateer contracts plus 10%, I'm assuming that is loyalty or something, plus 25% power, I think? Reduced cost of hiring privateers, reduced maintenance. It's like cop cars? Yeah, in a way. If I were hunting pirates, I would sail ships that looked like unescorted trade convoys, but instead of cargo, I'd have a bunch of cannons below deck. Oh, I'm sure that's something they did do. I mean, think of even the way that pirates would go about doing their thing in the time. They would disguise themselves as trade vessels before becoming close enough to the ship that they were planning to attack, and then raising their pirate flag. You know, they also engaged in that kind of deception. They weren't just out there in the open flaunting the fact that they were pirates. They were, of course, also disguising themselves as trade vessels to be able to get in close enough to other cargo ships. And then boom, we're pirates, by the way. Hand over all of your merchandise or we will kill you. So yeah, fun stuff. I'm sure any kind of fleets that were in the business of hunting pirates would employ a similar tactic. You know, like a direct countermeasure. Most pirates disguise themselves as One Piece characters? Yeah, that's true. Pirates literally had spare flags of different countries? Yup. You don't want to, if you're a pirate, you don't want to go around flaunting that fact. You want to keep it hidden until the exact last possible moment. You know, I'm not even sure about the thing where it's like, oh, raise the Jolly Roger, let them know we're pirates. I don't even know about that, even, you know. I think it would be far more likely that pirates using other countries' flag as a disguise would probably just, like, engage in sort of like what seemed to be a trade discussion with another ship, come alongside it, not even tell them that they're pirates, right? And then maybe once they're close enough, you know, say they're ready to actually get on board to the other ship for negotiations or something, then reveal the fact that they're pirates, right? Privateers were actually regulated in Europe to do what you described with the Jolly Roger. See, there you go. There you go. They were allowed to hide it, but when they actually attacked, they legally had to raise the sail. See, that's the other thing, right? Is that pirates and privateers also had different rules of engagement. You know, pirates, there definitely was a type of code, in a sense, but I don't think that would have required the same thing with the, you know, raise the Jolly Roger once you signal your intent to attack, or, you know, not always attack. It was often the case that they would just go up to some ship with the Jolly Roger and just say, hey, by the way, if you don't hand over everything, we will attack you. You don't even necessarily need to attack the ship. But, you know, it depended on what they felt like doing at that time, I guess. Imagine two pirates meeting this in the way that you just described Spider-Man meme. I'm sure that happened as well. You know? I'm sure that happened more than a couple of times. Anyway, interesting. So we have the privateer contract. So privateers are something you're going to actively hire, instead of just using your navy and turning them into privateers like we do in EU4, which I kind of like. You know, privateers were essentially just state-sanctioned piracy. You know, it wasn't exactly like they were, you know, leasing out the official navy to do the piracy, although maybe they did sometimes. But I think it was far more likely they would find pirates that were already well-known, already, you know, raiding ships, and decide to pay them specifically to avoid ships from their country, and specifically to attack ships of a different country. Sort of subsidized protection from piracy, and a little bit of implicit, hey, by the way, please go attack those other guys. I think that was more often the case than, you know, using some part of the actual navy to become privateers. Busting out the Jolly Roger as you approached a trade vessel was a scare tactic, a type of psychological warfare. Yeah, okay, that's reasonable. That makes sense. Anyway, anything else for us to look at in terms of dev responses? Let's take a look. What an interesting new development, haha, of the new game. Okay, yeah, we love puns, let's go. Can we have the option of removing built roads? Could be added, but removing roads is rather time-consuming in real life. Yeah, that's true. You know, I feel like it would just be... It wouldn't make very much sense to remove roads once they're built. They really don't have a downside, other than... Sorry. Other than just kind of giving an enemy army a direction to invade in. I guess? You know, like, oh, by the way, this road leads to the capital, and I guess that's useful in terms of not getting lost. And maybe you would want to take the road out at that point, but it would take so long, it's really not even worth it. A lot of money, a lot of time, and the benefit is kind of marginal in that sense. Number 183, second page, talks about the level 4 roads being railroads. So based. Do we even have a confirmation for when the end date is, or are we still in the dark about that? We know the start date, of course, and I imagine the end date is still going to be 1821, but maybe it'll be 1836. Wouldn't that be nice? A nice, clean continuity into Victoria 3. Dealing with pirate coves in the Caribbean and Indian Ocean will be pretty immersive and fun, I can imagine. I wonder if these will lead to playable nations like in EU4, like pirate republics. If we fix support for navy-based countries, they would be great fun for that. Ooh, right, they mentioned that. It's like 1820 to 1834. Interesting. Why would I not just build a road in every province? Time and gold is one huge region. Yup, consider opportunity cost. Every time you build something, you are spending that money on building that instead of something else, which could be more helpful. That itself should be a motivating factor. You know, that's like saying, why don't I buy, I don't know, a rotisserie chicken for dinner every day? And it's like, well, you could do that, but wouldn't you like to, you know, maybe have something else for dinner? You know, by having rotisserie chicken, you're intentionally not having something else, spending that money on something else that you might want to have instead. Like, you could do that. Maybe you wouldn't want to, though. It's weird seeing the Baltics being so developed compared to some other parts of Europe. It's just some bug? Oh, okay. It's so over, Baltic bros. No development. Development is literally a bug, not a feature. Tragic. Does development mainly influence rural industries then, or does it have any impact on urban industries? Is it always better to focus development on large rural locations rather than small urban ones? I prefer the important places to have high development. I'm assuming that would mean cities then, right? Yeah, devastation has a negative impact, we know about that. Maybe if it gives some economic buff? Right, let's go to that other one that somebody mentioned on the second page. Number 183. Is the last of the 4 road types railroad, a really late game tech that would allow an ambitious technocrat to sink a disproportionate amount of ducats into an uneconomic vanity project? Yes. We love vanity projects. I love wasting money on impractical things. Let's go. You know, railroads at this point in time, you know, the 1820s, 1830s, you know, they were helpful for sure. Let's not deny that, but perhaps not the best developed technology at that point. Oh, also, what is this? Could peasants also build hideouts in locations with low control? They already send money to rebels. I don't think we've talked about rebellion mechanics yet, so... Okay. The more trade you have going through an area, the higher the piracy? No. What does he mean by no? Does he mean... Wouldn't whatever controls the pirate system, wouldn't they want to target areas with high wealth? Actually, let me think about that. Would a higher concentration of wealth actually create more piracy? I kind of don't think so. I think piracy certainly flourishes more in places that have higher value trade in the area. But I think the piracy itself would be a result of lack of control more than the absolute value of money flowing in. You know, I don't think the English Channel itself would have more piracy necessarily just because a lot of money flows into it. Yeah, no, that's fair, I think, actually. A 1,000 ducat building that gives you plus 20 prestige when built, but takes minus 50 prestige if you ever dismantle it. Let's go, vanity projects. It would if the defenses for those areas did not increase with said wealth. Yes. Well, Possibly. Then you have to get into, well, what factors motivate piracy? People who are already kind of poor, areas that cannot effectively combat piracy. There is definitely more pirate incentive in areas that are richer. But I think there's also a threshold of how impoverished a population is before resulting to piracy. Like, even if there's more money to make, if the population is kind of getting along fine and they don't need to resort to piracy, then they might not resort to piracy just because they don't really need to, regardless of the control. Certainly there would be people who have enough motivation like, oh, this could be lucrative. There are a lot of factors in that. I don't know. More pirate incentive equals more surveillance. More surveillance equals less pirate incentive. The golden age of piracy was largely focused around the Caribbean. Yes, because a vast amount of money was, like literal gold and silver was coming from Peru and Mexico, traveling through the Caribbean, which had significantly less control, which allowed for piracy to be so rampant. Which allowed it to flourish. So maybe there should be a higher piracy incentive? I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. Yeah, we'll just see how it plays out. Is there a reason to remove the roads? Not if you want to keep the land. Fair. Okay, let's just move on to the next one, maybe. Sugar was very profitable and grown in the Caribbean and used to make rum. True. Even the Spaniards who were conducting that transportation worked with those pirates from time to time. Embezzlement was a real problem there. Oh, I imagine. I'm sure. Also, the English sent a lot of pirates to the Caribbean. They did. They did do that. The English did do a little trolling when it comes to privateering in the Caribbean. Like, the amount of influence that the English had in encouraging piracy in the Caribbean was kind of absurd for the low level of actual control that the English had in the region. They're like, yeah, just go ruin our rivals, please, thank you. But of course, with not privacy, I keep saying that because I mix up my words. When it comes to privateering, also a certain amount of the money that the privateers would plunder would go back to the crown, wouldn't it? It's not like they would get paid simply to pirate something. It's like it was a deal where it was like, okay, by the way, we're not going to arrest you either. Please don't attack our merchant ships. We will pay you some amount as a flat rate in case you were unsuccessful. And then if you are successful, just like give us a portion of the money. I think. But then it backfired? Well, I mean, if you're a privateer sent by England to go pirate stuff that's predominantly out of the way of the English trade routes, then you don't really have much of an obligation, because even if you betray the contract you made with the Crown of England, it's not like they exactly have any more control than the Spanish do in that area. You know, how exactly are they going to enforce that contract when the Spanish can't even protect their own ships, and they have the most control in that area? So yeah. Privateers would commandeer foreign ships, which they would sell at auction. The state gave the privateers a cut of what it sold for. Interesting. Anyway, we're on this whole thing about development and privateering. But hey, it's 3 hours in, and chat, we only have 5 more Tinto things to go through. 3 maps and 2 talks. We're making good time. Stun lock counter 15. We're making good enough time. We can have a couple of stun locks as a treat. Isn't that literally the backstory of Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies? I gotta admit, I did not really watch any of them. Only because when they came out, I was pretty young, and so the only one that I actually watched was, what's the name of that? Dead Man's something. Dead Men Tell No Tales? Is that the name of the movie? It's the one with the, ghost skeleton pirates or something. I don't know. I remember being like 10 and watching that movie. Yeah, maybe I'll watch them. Dead Men Tell No Tales is the second one, I think. Okay. I might have watched one that came out after that. Dead Man's Chest? Are those two different movies or are they same ones? Dead Man's Chest. Oh, they are different movies. Okay, those are completely different movies. So Dead Man's Chest is the 2006 one. That's the one. No, Black Pearl. The Curse of the Black Pearl. That's the one that I watched when I was younger. I remember now because of like the plot twist with the, you know, with supernatural stuff. The Curse of the Black Pearl is the one with like the spoilers. It's a 20-year-old movie. It's the one where the guy can become immortal or something with like the thing, I think. Unless that's not the plot, and then it would be really funny. Hold on, let me see. Yes, it is the one dealing with immortal pirates. Yeah, okay, never mind. That's the first one, so I guess I watched the first one then. And I remember in 2017 watching Dead Men Tell No Tales. I think I watched that in theaters, actually, so... maybe I've seen two of them. Anyway, enough of that stunlock, because I seem to get into way too many of those. Davy Jones is probably the best CGI Hollywood has ever produced. Yeah, and that one was like... that's like 2003 CGI. They actually did really good recreation of that CGI. So, in the most recent Kingdom Hearts game, they had a Pirates of the Caribbean theme world. And they did remarkable work in terms of the quality for that. Like, it's actually crazy. I'm not gonna get into that tangent too, though. But yeah, they did incredible work somehow for that as well, especially with Davy Jones. Like, it almost looks the exact same as the movie. It's actually incredible. Anyway, that aside, let's talk about India. What do we have here? A very large political entity in the middle of it all. Who is this? I don't know. The Delhi Sultanate? I have no idea. The octopus face guy? Yes. Me when I see green map color, must be Delhi Sultanate. It is Delhi, let's go. You can tell because the map color is green, and that's the exact map color that Delhi would have. There's no room for negotiation. Let's go, it is the Sultanate of Delhi. Alright, a whole subcontinent in one dev diary? Preposterous. Let me forward before I start sharing with you some beautiful maps. Some of you may wonder why we decided to make the entire Indian subcontinent in just one dev diary instead of spreading it a bit. That's me, that was the one that I just mentioned. There are two reasons for that. The first is the political situation. The Sultanate of Delhi is at its zenith. Under Muhammad bin Tughlaq, you will soon see that it rules over more than half of the region, approximately. so splitting that polity into several dev diaries would have felt weird. Fair. The other is that we felt that a more cohesive approach made sense in this region, as it is so diverse compared to the others that the way we approached it, both for its setup and content, was from the generic to the particular. Therefore, we think that it will also help us more when we tackle the review of the region. Okay. Speaking of that, don't worry much about the time available to prepare suggestions. You may already know that we have a backlog of several regions and therefore weeks before we hit the Indian review, so you will have plenty of time to research and prepare them. In any case, as it is a massive task, we know it firsthand, we'll let you know a bit in advance when we plan to start the in-depth review of it so you have time to wrap it up. Okay. Still not Vinland? I know, Ross said, I know. We'll have our Eastern America and Maritimes dev diary soon enough. Do they keep the colors of countries consistent across all their games? Is the UK/British Isles always red? Yes, but I think that's because there's just a sort of association. At least with like the major countries, there is a sort of association between countries and what colors they would represent on a map. I don't actually know where this tradition started, but like, can you picture in your head France being any color other than blue? Is blue not the color that you would implicitly associate with France in your mind? For whatever reason, it's just the case where I'm like, oh yes, France, the blue country. I'm like, that's, yeah. Yeah. France should be white. As like a, is that like a World War II surrender joke, or is there like a real reason for that? Yellow for France? Preposterous. No. Scotland got stuck with yellow though? Okay, but what would Scotland be otherwise? I could see blue for Scotland actually. I could reasonably see blue. But like England, that's red. Like, we're talking so red, we're talking red coats, you know? That's the red we're talking about. For England. Can you imagine England on a map and you're using the red coats, but the country itself isn't red? Disgusting. Throw the whole thing out. That doesn't make any sense. Royal French flag was white for a time? That's true, it was. Golden HRE, I could hear you out on that. That makes sense. It's just like some countries just have an association with a particular color or shade. Like when you think of Japan, what are the colors you think when you associate with Japan? Red, pink, white maybe? That all makes sense. Green for Russia, but red for Soviets. So real. I think either red or orange. We'll have to agree to disagree for the orange. For Japan. But yeah, I think they kind of keep some of the major ones consistent. Except for Victoria II Prussia. I really don't know what they were cooking with that one. Spain, yellow or gold. Sort of like goldeny yellow for sure. You know, we call that the golden century. Spain's association with their obsession with extracting gold really brings that home, reinforces the idea of all that. Portugal has a couple of different ones. You could definitely see green or blue or red even, but a little, I don't know, red for Portugal, that's a little weird. Maybe it's just me. Green or blue, that's acceptable. Austria, what would it be other than white? Red maybe? No, that's gross. We can look at some old atlases actually. Like let's look at 18th century map of Europe and see what they thought. Because they also color-coded things as far back as then. So what did they associate for an 18th century map of Europe? Oh my god, they put Britain as blue. Never mind, do not trust the people of the past, they were insane. Blue for Britain? You'd have to be crazy. No. I'm sorry, no. I'm seeing blue for England, red for Scotland, yellow for Ireland. These people were insane. Absolutely insane. Nope, nonsensical. Red for Spain, you're insane. No. I'm seeing all these maps. Green for France? Okay, never mind. I do not trust the people of the past. They were crazy. Netherlands should always be orange, so real. I can see red for Spain in addition to yellow. See if that's ruined me. Egypt should be gold, Ethiopia blue, real. Should just average out the colors on their modern flags. No, because then you're gonna get some kind of like weird, you know, desaturated mess of a color. I don't know. Look at Kuch on the map close to Sind. Why is it an island? Is that an island in real life? That can't be. Why it look like that? Is that actually an island? Has that always been an island? And EU4 has gaslit me into thinking it's not an island? I'm checking right now. I'm literally looking at Google Maps. That's not an island, unless it's been changed over time. Oh, you know what? It could have been. It could have been changed over time. I think there was an earthquake that wrecked that area. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, Corbett, Poland, red or white? Pink. There's no other acceptable answer. Oh, right, yes, and then people are going to mention that there was a land bridge in here until like the 15th century. That we'll probably get to that. Okay, so the Sultanate of Delhi is at its zenith under Muhammad bin Tughlaq, extending through the Indo-Gangetic Plain, referencing the Ganges, I imagine, including Bengal and to the south throughout the Deccan. There we have its toughest contender, Vijayanagar, a country that is a bulwark of Hinduism. Other important countries around it are Orissa and Sindh, but much smaller countries generally surround Delhi. You might wonder how it would be possible to stop Delhi from completely controlling the region then. For this, two things are affecting its capability to achieve it. The first is the base game mechanics. Ruling over so many different cultures and religions with low control will be hard. The second is a situation that involves the fall of the Sultanate. If Delhi wants to succeed, it will have to fight back against rebellions, which involves the potential independence of the Bengalese countries, or newborn ones such as the Bahmanis, and the multiple Indian states around it which are ready to take over it. Big. Locations, 20 billion locations, with another 30 billion on the way. Very nice. I was about to say, it actually doesn't seem like that many locations, and then I realized I didn't quite get the full scope. Because zoomed out like this, you don't quite see all of the names, and then you zoom in and you're like, yeah, that's a lot actually. Provinces, areas, born. Okay. Terrain, subtropical, arid, tropical, more arid. Really, arid in here, I didn't know that. Bit of tropical down there. Arctic, of course, the Tibetan Plateau, generally not super fun to live in, I imagine. They changed how the map looks. Oh, yeah, hold on a second. Wait a minute. The ocean... The ocean in some of these map modes looks a little different, am I crazy? Like, when we go down to this one in particular, like, that almost looks like algae. You look at this map mode. The little pockets of green in the ocean. This looks a little funny. The Deccan Plateau is pretty dry. There's a forum thread where people want at least 400 more locations but are trying to get to 1,000 plus. All in due time, I'm sure they're going to increase the number of locations as the game gets expanded upon. They did that for EU4 and I think, wow, okay, I need to drink more water apparently. They did that for EU4 and they might do that again. I don't know. I feel like they're trying to avoid the problems that came from, like, progressively adding more and more provinces throughout the development of the game. Because every time you add more provinces, you need to change a lot. Like, when you add a province that connects to other ones in the province map as it is represented in actual data, you need to add in all of the adjacencies, and I imagine you have to do that manually. You're gonna have to add in... Well, also the province IDs get messed up, but that's not actually that big of a deal. I figure adding provinces in after more and more development happens, the more tedious it becomes. You know, the more has to go into that maybe? I don't know. Maybe they'll add more stuff after release, but it seems to me like they're trying really hard to just nail down an exact number of locations and then not change it. I think they're really trying to not change the map after the first iteration. After the first release iteration, of course. I also recall in some EU4 devlogs they talked about regional development creep becoming an issue as well. Yeah, there was a certain point where they said, yeah, we're just not going to add more provinces anymore, and I think it was something like, it's a huge pain. And so they just want to add, like, some tags in some locations, revise some starting positions, but they don't really want to add more stuff. I think they stopped doing that around Origins, actually. Where they figured, like, we're done changing the province setup, like, no more of that. As long as we don't have square memel, I think the map needs to be updated, true. Development is massive in northern India. Of course, this follows the Ganges River, I believe. One of the, if I remember correctly, one of the birthplaces of agriculture. I wonder if we actually get to see... Okay, I need to scroll down to find the terrain map. I would like to see the river itself, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do that, because we haven't been shown the close-up of any of these maps. We don't know what the game board looks like when we're zoomed in, but I would like to see the river. Harbors. Yep. Makes sense. I say as I have no knowledge of any of the geographical features of the region. Yep, makes sense. Cultures, 50 billion. Huge. They have the Wu Tsang culture. You're telling me I can't play as Wu and then release a vassal in China as Wu and then cause chaos? Religions, Hindu. And animist. I would almost support dividing Hindu into some sects, maybe, into a couple of different kinds. Maybe a little bit. But we'll see what they have to talk about it. See what they have to say. India is the birthplace of numerous religions, and that needs to be reflected in the religious map mode. The main religion is Hinduism, but don't be deceived by its homogeneous look, as it will be quite deep feature-wise. There's some yellow stripes in that Hindu? There are. I'm not sure what they are. Judging by, I think, this location, isn't that Zoroastrian? I don't quite remember. Or maybe it's Jain. Ooh, it is Jain. Okay, there you go. So we have Buddhism, which is at its low point after some centuries of prosecutions. Mahayana is a majority in Sindh. That's interesting. I didn't know about that history. Although that's not completely exact, as an earlier form of Buddhism was practiced here. We're also not 100% convinced about it being a majority, as some sources and accounts set the Islamization of the region to be completed under the Ghaznavids in the 11th and 12th century, while others delayed until the 14th century. Okay. See, that's the wonderful thing about the development, is I'm sure it is such a pain to get accurate figures on most places. It's basically just gonna be like, especially the more niche the region is, the less generally there is scholarship on those regions. Not to say, like, specifically India doesn't have a lot of scholarship about it, but I'm talking broadly, like when you get to like Siberia, you know, Siberia in the 14th century, you're looking at that and you're kind of just shrugging a little bit, you know. You can only really represent as far as the best sources we have on a given area specifically. And then, of course, there are going to be disagreements between the sources that you read, and you just have to look at that and be like, damn, okay, let's just go with one of them. You know, you can't just sit here and deliberate back and forth. You gotta go with at least one of them at some point. So they decided to follow the later approach, but they're very open to feedback in this specific matter. Another form of Buddhism is Theravada, which is the most practiced religion in Ceylon. Yes, Ceylon, the region that I am very aware of. Oh. Hold on. Ceylon, a different name for Ceylon, maybe? Sri Lanka? That seems to be like a follow-through, a linguistic thread, if you will. And yes, that does seem to be the case. Theravada in Sri Lanka. Yeah, maybe anglicized as Ceylon. Or, never mind, not anglicized. Lucicized? Lucifanized, maybe? Lucifized? Anyway, yeah. Some interesting minorities present. Not verb. Yes, verb, but different one. Some interesting minorities present in the region are Jains, Nestorians, Jews, and several animist confessions, of which we've already split Satsanafi, the traditional religion of the Thai people, not Thai as in Thailand, I think, but Thai as in a different area. I guess that's up here. And Sanamahism. Sanamahism. Or is that the Sanamahism? I have to zoom in on that. Hold on. This is the sun. Hold on. Need to find that word again. Sanamahism is this one. Up here. And then the other one, Satsana Phi, is this one. And they're still working on deliberating on how to divide the animist religions. Historian mentioned, let's go. I think the north-south pink stripes is the Sanamahism. Yes, that appears to be it. Okay. Oh, although it's not strictly part of the region, the light blue stripes to the north is the Bun religion. Oh, I see. Okay. Raw materials. I don't even know if I can go through all this. That's an enormous number of locations. I'm sure there will be more to follow as well. And then we have all of the markets, which would make sense. It seems Sri Lanka is going to be a battleground between these two markets to see who can dominate the island and then push the other one out. That'll be interesting. Also, Maldives playthrough 1. Several market centers in India that we think portray well the situation. 1337. Kabul, yes, it's in Afghanistan, but it's one for the area in Kashmir. Okay. Delhi, Kambat, Calicut, Varanasi, and Chittagong. This is an interesting little section over here. A little bit gross. Market border gore, lovely. Oh yeah, the population should be like enormous. Yeah, that's 41 million people in Delhi. Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. Bengal, of course, going to have an enormous population in the region. You know, one of the birthplaces of agriculture. Although I guess that's not strictly a prerequisite for having an enormous population. Although in the two cases where it does kind of play out, then yeah, India, of course, along the wait, is that even the Indus River? Wait a second, am I getting the Indus and Ganges rivers mixed up, or are they the same one? Two different names for the same thing, maybe? Or am I crazy? Indus is a different river. The Ganges is a different river. There are two big rivers. Ah, I see. And the surrounding areas are really nice farmland. I see. Oh, and Kutch actually was an island. That in modern day isn't, I suppose. Different rivers. The more you know. Anyway, yeah, massive population, fully expected. Big farming area, lots of farmlands over there. Similar situation in China, lots of available farmland. Huge rivers with lots of tributaries. You know, kind of makes it easier to support a large population. And this is northwest and northwest coast. Yeah, down to the side down here. And the Ganges, I believe, doesn't even connect to the Indus. There's a little area in here that I think is a little bit less productive for farmland. And then the Ganges is sort of like over here. In that goes into the delta in Bengal. I believe. The Indus River civilizations were the earlier ones, yes. I do remember... Like, the words Indus River civilization are burned into memory, but I don't actually know where the Indus River was until, like, now, so. Yeah, those would be these ones then, I guess. Okay. India has a big population, to be precise, around 95 million pops. Oh boy. Delhi is the second largest country in the world in population with 41 million pops, which makes it a behemoth with very serious governance challenges, I can imagine. No way you didn't know this? I didn't know the exact location of the Indus River. I kind of thought it was the one... Well, in my mind, I thought like, yeah, there's a river that goes from here all the way down into the Indus... Sorry, that's not the Indus. Into the Bengal Delta. I was thinking like, oh yeah, big river that goes all the way across down here. It actually doesn't. The Indus River is the one that goes along here. And then the Ganges River is like this one. They're not even connected, actually. I thought they were like connected along this one large strip, but there's actually just like, yeah, they're separate rivers. Anyway, yeah. I'm also showing this week the progress we're making with the coloring of the population map mode. The stripes on several locations mark that they are overpopulated. Oh, okay. As they have more pops living on them than the pop capacity available, something that may be reviewed as balancing very densely populated regions such as India or China is very challenging. Yeah, I mean, when you start introducing pops and you're using that historical accuracy, you're gonna run into the issue of, oh right, India and China have had like a ridiculous amount of population for hundreds of years. Fun balancing. Orbit can't tell Indian rivers apart, stream over unsubscribed. Honestly, fair. Fake historian, actually. So fake, in fact, my degree isn't even in history. Actual fake history enjoyer. Alright, chat, is there anything worth looking at in the dev responses? Anything I should go over in particular? Okay, fixed the Baltics development. Market map is wrong. You used the Persian one, not the Indian. Oh, okay, I guess they just... Yeah, they uploaded the wrong map. Bengali locations map. There's so many, man. Huge. Also the Bengali RGO maps. Okay. Also been added. Oh, I've been added about today's dev diary, right? He mentioned the Zoroastrian religion. Oh yeah, because there should be some Zoroastrian. There definitely should be. So where exactly do we see that in the religious map mode? You know, I made a guess, but we know that the yellow stripes are Jains. Maybe they're not a sizable enough minority. So you said they mentioned Zoroastrians? Do you know which post that was? How are you going to represent the differences between Mahayana Buddhism practiced in India and Southeast Asia from the Chinese tradition of Mahayana Buddhism? We not only have a plan, but those mechanics to make for internal differentiation are already implemented in the game, as Hinduism and Buddhism are more advanced in their mechanics currently compared to Islam. Nothing in detail yet though, okay, better discuss it in the Tinto maps for China in a few weeks. Okay. Will the game discourage countries from conquering and keeping the difficult places, like the Himalayas or the Gondi regions in central/east India, like how the borders of Delhi at the start basically ignore those areas? Turns an impact for the control you can exert. Okay, proximity. Oh. Yeah, okay. Hills, forest. Interesting. The Assamese moved from North Bengal to current Assam during the period, that's why. Number 127, thank you. Let me go find that, 127. Oh, map? Hello, map posted. Oh, colored wasteland map, right, they already showed us that. Map mentioned? Formable cultures. Too early to answer this. Okay. Each country has a primary culture which can be different to that of its ruler. Fascinating. Fascinating. A primary culture. Do I want to get into the primary culture stunlock? Maybe. What does it mean for a country to have a primary culture in this time period? Is it the court? Is it the general culture of the aristocracy, those that hold the power? Is it the most populous culture? That wouldn't exactly make sense, especially the way that primary cultures functioned in EU4. You know, you could have I mean, take for example Athens at the start of EU4. Culture is, ooh, am I thinking Italian or French? For Athens. I think for Athens it's Italian, right? But, you know, of course they rule over Greek lands, Byzantine Greek. The primary culture is, I mean, it's either French or it's Italian. I forget which one it is for Athens. So in that case, you're like, oh, so clearly it's the administration, it's the rulers and the court and all that stuff. But if the ruler is a different culture, I guess that just makes them different than the administration. Wasn't Athens a crusader state? Yes, but it is the example I use of it is not. The primary culture is not necessarily, at least as it is defined in EU4, not the majority. Court/culture/language, sorry, culture/language of the majority of the ruling caste, i.e., or rather the caste's nationality in quotations, as of course back then there was no such thing as nationality, but of course, how they would sort of identify in a sense. I would also like the idea of emerging cultures. We don't really have that in EU4, but I think it would be interesting. Anyway, yeah, they're not going to talk about it yet, but each country has a primary culture which can be different. I don't know, we'll see what ends up, you know, happening with that. There's a bunch of examples of rulers from other cultures being placed on thrones. Absolutely. Absolutely, yes. Especially when we're talking about, like, succession in Europe. You know, when we talk about literally the whole William the Conqueror thing. That guy was Norman, invaded England, became, you know, sort of in a way ushered in the English culture through bringing in the French nobility. That blending of England, or of Anglo-Saxon and French, that sort of created English in a sense. Yeah, I was about to bring up the Norman conquest of England. Yes, of course. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, when we talk about the Habsburg Empire, Spanish, yeah, the Netherlands, Spanish Netherlands, but also Habsburgs ruling over Spain. Yes, a lot of examples of that for sure. Not to mention, you know, the elephant in the room, the Mongol Empire. You know, rule, but I guess that's more like it's kind of different in a way, because it's still just like one part of the country that is the administrative core ruling over other parts that are still part of the same empire. Not quite the same technically speaking, but yeah. Yeah, never mind. Mongol Empire might not be one that makes sense as an example. Anywho, let's see. I didn't even go to the actual Zoroastrian post, didn't I? I stunlocked myself in a second stunlock. Are the Parsi Zoroastrians represented as minorities? Yes, based. That's the entire reason we were even here, to be honest. Shouldn't ivory exist in Asia too? It's not needed. There's a building that can exploit any of them for economic benefits with different production methods. Okay. Apparently somebody's having a very heated debate about Assamese culture. Good for them, I guess. I did want to check this, though. Where is sugarcane? India was a huge sugarcane producer that had refined sugar crystallization methods since ancient times. Or is sugarcane considered a spice? That's sugar, and there's plenty, and India is the region of the world with the most sugar. Oh, okay, so it's not called sugarcane, but it is sugar. See, that's the whole thing, also similar to the grapes versus wine. Like, you know, would you want to make grapes an actual RGO, or would you want it to, or rather resource for RGO, or would you want it to make it wine? They went with wine. I think it's fine to go with sugar, even though technically sugar is a refined process, and the raw resource itself is the sugar cane, or fruit, or any other different ways that you would crystallize sugar. Yeah, why are we even discussing it? It's not like it should be a major part of the region game to this day, plagued by a myriad of culture clashes. I'm getting a call that I will not answer. I'm gonna let it expire because I don't want to just like close it. Not home, busy at the moment. That's crazy. Anyway. They call it wine, the picture is grapes, they call it sugar, the image is the cane. Yeah, no, nobody really cares that much. You can make sugar from beets, true. You can make sugar really from anything that naturally has sugar in it. You can probably make apple sugar if you were really motivated to. Actually, out of curiosity, can you make apple sugar? Apple sugar, a natural sweetener made from apples. Yeah, you can make apple sugar. You can make sugar from anything that naturally contains sugar. You just need to have the right process and enough motivation. Anyway, I think we got everything we wanted to see out of this Tinto maps. We're almost 4 hours in, but fortunately, we only have 4 more of these things to go. So, given our current rate, that's only gonna be like another 2 hours, chat. Or 2.5, maybe 3 hours. We're making good time comparatively. I actually don't think we are. I might even be going slower than last time. Anyways, everyone's favorite, sieges. Look at all these people. No cell phones. Just living in the moment. If I had to guess, this looks to me... What battle would this be? Oh god, I wouldn't know the battle, but judging from the architecture and the types of weapons, this definitely looks like a scimitar, if I'm using the correct word. Scimitar. That is a scimitar, I believe. And then we have... This gives me... This gives me Iraq vibes. The architecture. Am I crazy? Siege of Constantinople. It does have the 3 walls though, doesn't it? Hold on, wait a second, I see artillery, never mind, I see cannons. Ignore everything. This is probably the Ottoman siege of Constantinople. No, you're right. You're right, actually. I was about to say, you know, maybe it's the Theodosian walls. I am seeing the 3 layers, you're right. And I'm about to say, wait a second, I see a cannon. This is probably the Ottomans. Never mind. I don't know why this style of architecture in my head, I'm like, yeah, this is definitely like... When I look at that architecture, I'm like, Babylon. It is not. It is clearly not. That looks like the gun of Urban. Maybe. That can't be right. It's not in 7 different pieces. Didn't the gun, like, fracture on the 3rd use or something? Or what was it? Who... Didn't Urban die from his own cannon or something? Because on, like, the 3rd time, it had massive cracks in the cannon after using it, and then they used it a 4th time and it just straight up exploded. Isn't that what happened with the big gun that they had? The Dardanelles gun, cast in 1464, based on the Orban bombard that was used by Ottoman besiegers. Oh, that's a recreation technically. I want to see the gun though. I mean, they don't have the gun because now it's in pieces, but he died in an explosion of one of his guns during the siege. Ironic. Orban, along with an entire crew, was probably killed during the siege when one of his cannons exploded, which was not an unusual occurrence during that time. You don't say. Nice. Although that cannon looks a little bit different than the one... I mean, this one in the bottom left here. This looks a lot more like the cannon, but on a much smaller scale. Actually, is it even that much smaller? It doesn't look that much smaller, to be honest. It looks about the same in terms of construction. Looks about right. This one, though, I'm not quite sure what this one is. It looks like a little bit like a later form of artillery. On wheels, it seems. It does look like the Theodosian walls, though. Anyway, I should just, like, read the dev diary, and maybe they'll mention something about that. He basically started the whole thing for the nuclear bomb when you think about it. I don't know, who developed the first incendiary grenade? Not even incendiary, but who invented the first, like, explosion? Whoever thought to himself, hey, what if I mix a bunch of chemicals in this clay pot and then threw it at someone and it exploded? That's the real person that started the whole nuclear arms race. What if I mix sulfur and alcohol in this bottle and then I just throw it? Would that work? Is it sulfur and alcohol, or am I crazy? Isn't that one way you can do that? Not to be tried at home. This is not advice. Do not do this. But I just want to check. Or am I crazy? Does it actually do nothing? Well, some people are saying that Greek fire may have been made of sulfur and alcohol in a sense. Or at least sulfur for sure, but maybe. Medieval hand grenade reveals ancient explosive technology. Sulfur for sure. It's gotta be. Well, that's how you make gunpowder with sulfur, so it's gotta be. Let's see. Saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. What do you know? Anyway, Blame the Chinese alchemists. They discovered everything except the elixir of immortality. Yeah, some random court alchemist in China up in his house, mixing random things together, creating gunpowder, and unknowingly, you know, planting the seeds of the greatest revolution in military history. Alrighty. So this, is this gonna be the controversial one? 25th of September, we're getting pretty recent actually, okay. This time, the time of the week when we give you new information about the, super secret game, totally not EU5. Today we'll talk about how Conquest works in integrating new locations. Okay. With Conquest, we're talking about how you take territory through warfare. For how actual military campaigns work, I recommend reading Tinto Talks 22, 23, and 24. To start a war, many feel that you need a casus belli for it, for which we will refer to as a CB for the rest of this talk. If you lack a CB and start a war, you will gain some aggressive expansion and lose some stability. Classic. Now, while this may not be something you may always want, it is a more lenient way to recover instead of spending precious paper mana like in EU4. Okay. However, there are multiple ways to get a CB in this game. Now, Project Caesar does not have a fabricate claim button that magically creates a CB, aw. Interesting. Maybe Conquest is going to be a bit more reserved. A lot less rampant than it is in EU4. EU4 Conquest is like crazy how much it's like, go ahead, take everything. You know, it's like, I have a claim for, I don't know, Artois or something. Yeah, let me just take like 17 more provinces in the same piece. Actually, I don't even know how the peace system works. Maybe it works the same way. Anyway, okay, so we don't have the fabricate claim button. Nor do we have a system of claims. Curious. But you have several different options to get a CB. First of all, there's the super old school way of getting one from an event. Okay. This may not cater to everyone's playstyle as it is way too random, yeah. But if it was good enough for your parents back in 2001, it's good enough for, okay. 2001, what was that? EU2 or something? EU1 maybe? Secondly, we have the option of calling a parliament and asking them to come up with a valid reason for war against a nearby country. Me with my courtiers scheming like, alright guys, I really want to take that gold mine, but I can't just walk in and say that I should have it. So, you're gonna have to help me lie here. You're gonna have to help me fabricate something. Not even a claim, just like pretend that they, you know, made some transgression against you and you're like, come on, we have to fabricate something. Literally delegating war justification to your subjects. Like, come on, we have to have a reason to invade this guy, just like make something up. Say that he stole a bucket. I've heard that's been very effective in the past. Alright, secondly, we have the option of, already I talked about that, didn't I? It's powerful. But unless you have a high crown power, you may need to negotiate with your estates for their backing. And parliaments cannot be called every month either. Democracy's not even invented yet. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, parliaments at this point were like nobles. They aren't like career politicians. Democracy. Isn't that cringe thing that the ancient Greeks were doing? All my homies love feudalism and centralization of the state towards absolute power of the monarch. That's the real way to do things. Finally, we have the way of creating a CB when there is more or less legitimate way to one. Okay. First of all, creating a CB on a country requires you to have a spy network in the target country, similar to claim fabrication in EU4, but you also need to have some sort of reason to create the type of CB that you want. If you, let's say, play Denmark and want to take back Skåne from Sweden, as you have cores on it, then you can create a Conquer core CB on them. Or if they have used privateers and sea zones where you have a maritime presence, you can create another CB on them. There are 50 plus different CBs you can create depending on circumstances, including everything from flower wars for countries of the Nawat religion, dissolving the Tatar yoke for the tributaries under that international organization, or simply humiliating rivals. Isn't there still beef in Italy regarding that stupid bucket? I have no idea. Democracy, isn't that the thing that Plato said was bad? So real. So true. "31 allies and subjects for Bohemia." What? What? Okay. Just remember, no CB is best CB. Real. I don't need a reason to take something. I want it. Is that not reason enough? What if I want that thing and the other guy can't stop me? I should be allowed to have it. That's how it works. Whether you decide that a small border adjustment is needed or you wish to wage a total war, you need to pick which war goal you wish to pursue. Different CBs will allow you to pick different war goals, and the war goal you pick impacts the cost of conquest as well. A Conquer CB will make taking land cheaper, while a Humiliation CB will make taking land more expensive. Well, hey, at the very least, it's not gonna lock it out like it does in EU4. The number of times when I was learning to play EU4 that I would accidentally declare a humiliation war, and then fight the war, and then arrive at the peace screen and be like, damn. An embarrassing number of times. A war goal for a province requires you to occupy that entire province, while a naval superiority war goal will give you a bonus score for blockading the army and defeating their navy if possible. So you're telling me I don't need to occupy an entire country to win a naval superiority war? Quite the divergence from EU4. If your war goal is fulfilled, then the war score from it ticks up to a maximum of 25, and the total impact from battles in this game can be worth up to 50. That's, hold on, is it 40 in EU4 right now, or is it 50? There is also a cap in EU4, it might be 50. I know in CK3 it's 50, but that's not even true. For some wars it's not. Like, I'm pretty sure for crusades it isn't. If you're being crusaded and you're defending, you can get way above 50 war score for winning battles. Okay, the total impact from battles can be over 50, while occupations and blockades have no cap and can reach over 100 war score if possible. Really? No cap? For real, on God? I'm sorry. In Project Caesar, therefore, not every war is necessarily a total war like in some previous games we have made. If the war goal is not fulfilled, it is only possible to get 100% war score if the winning side controls all of the losing side's locations, and the losing side controls no towns or cities. Damn. Okay. This means that if you have your war goal taken care of, winning some important battles and occupying some land, you will be able to force a reasonable peace on someone. I'm so confused by this menu that I'm looking at. What is this UI? I actually don't understand what this is. Hold on. So it's a war goal. So multiple war goals? And there's a progress bar towards it? Wait, what? Control of the war goal. Grant us taking war score. Is this progress towards enforcement? Progress bar is taking war score? Maybe. Impacts of the current war goal. Target. Conquer cost. But there's some progress bar. Oh, maybe this is... Oh, this is you fabricating the war goal, I think. I think that's what this is. Maybe. Or it's control over the war goal? I don't know. I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at. Integration. So what do you do then when you have signed a peace and gotten some new land for your country? First of all, it's not as simple as a location being a core or not, as Project Caesar introduces a new system of integration for locations. Okay. There are 4 states of integration. First of all, the conquered locations, which have high separatism, lower control, and make pops unlikely to convert or assimilate. This is the state of any location you conquer that is not a core of yours. When a location becomes integrated, separatism drops to 1/5 of the previous levels, and control has a higher maximum. When a location becomes a core, the minimum control is higher, and your primary and accepted cultures grow more, while minorities become stagnant. We also have the colonized status, which is after you have colonized a location and it is not yet a core. A colonized location has lower maximum control. Okay. What is separatism then? Well, it is the reduction of satisfaction for pops that are not of the primary culture. This is very likely to make the locations very unproductive for quite some time. A location becomes a core automatically if it is integrated or colonial, and at least 50% of the pops are of the primary or accepted cultures of that country. So core has to do with how culturally assimilated a province is. Okay. Or if it's not assimilated, then if that culture is accepted. That seems pretty reasonable. Yeah, okay. Sure. So how do you integrate a location then? Well, this is the challenge in Project Caesar, as you do not have any magic paper mana to spend on it. Darn. But instead you need to use one of the members of your cabinet to integrate it. At the start of the game, a cabinet member can integrate an entire province at once. But in the age of absolutism, you have an advance. Still sounds weird to say that. You have an advance that will let you integrate an entire area at once. This integration is not instant, but depends on many factors, like the status and the population living in the locations affected. But on average, integrating a province may take between 25 and 50 years. Oh boy, that is a lot different than EU4's, I think, default coring time is 3 years. I love me some anti-blobbing mechanics, beautiful. Interesting. So you need to actively integrate a location. But a location becomes core. Wait, are cores and integration different? No. Well, they are, but they're part of the same system. You go from conquered to integrated to core. So for something to become a... Sorry, let me look at this again. How do you integrate a location? You get someone in your cabinet to integrate it. For something to become a core, though... No, sorry. A location becomes a core automatically if it is integrated or colonial and at least 50%. Okay, I see. So the process of turning something into an integrated province is manual. You set someone to that task to integrate something. It will not become a core until the culture requirements take place. I see. Core equals integrated plus 50% primary accepted culture. Yes. That makes sense. That is completely reasonable, I think. So integrating is an active thing, but coring is something that's going to be passive over a long period of time. Even then, I mean, a province being integrated over 25 to 50 years, that is also somewhat of a passive thing, but it's going to take a long time. Oh boy. Okay, so yeah, that changes everything, really. That affects how much you can conquer, really, because to turn something into a core, to make something integrated from a conquered area into integrated, you need to spend significant length of time, even for one province. How many cabinet members do we have? I think it may be a cabinet action for a particular cabinet. If I remember how cabinets work, you have different kinds of cabinets that do different things. And so this is probably a cabinet action for a particular part of your cabinet. So the answer in that case would be 1. As far as it is relevant to this. You have other members of your cabinet, but I don't think they can all do this. Think CK3. You have your council, or whatever it's called, I don't remember off the top of my head. But each member does a different thing, I think. Sounds like an extreme buff for humanist ideas. Yeah, I was about to say, assuming ideas exist. Oh yeah, I never finished actually going through this, did I? Oh no, I kind of did. Okay. Francian cultural influence versus Franc-Comtois cultural tradition. Province governors. By blood. Curious. And what are all these factors? It's like teasers for other Tinto Talks or something. Okay, cool. Alrighty, chat, do you know of anything important in the dev responses that I should really cover? What about turning integration into colonization? Yeah, so I think they mentioned this. Let me see if I can find it again. We also have the colonized status, which is after you have colonized a location and it is not yet a core. A colonized location has lower maximum control. After you colonize a location that's not yet a core, but I assume that means that a colonized location is similar to an integrated location? Can you turn a colonized location into an integrated location? I don't know. Hold on, no, I don't think you can. These seem to be mutually exclusive just from what I'm looking at here. A location becomes core if it is integrated or colonial. And at least 50% are of the primary or accepted cultures. Oh, sorry. It was a joke about depopulating. Okay, never mind. I misread the intention behind that, or the joke behind that comment entirely. So, anyway, right. One province per 25 to 50 years sounds really slow. It also incentivizes you to conquer your culture early game for the instant cores. Yes, but remember also exactly how granulated the cultures are. So you're right, it encourages you to conquer your culture. But when we look at, for example, what we would consider French culture, it's split into like 30 different French cultures. So conquering your culture might look like getting one province. Just existing in one province might be your entire culture, and the rest around you might be similar cultures, cultures you might accept even. So yeah. Some interesting ones on page 1. On page 2 are 91, 98, and 104. Thank you very much. Let's start with this one then. A Conquer CB will make land cheaper. Well, okay. So it's possible to take land with the Humiliation CB. Yes, perfect. When it comes to lenient way to recovery, does that mean it is also cheaper to truce break a nation you lost to, unlike an EU4? No. Okay. No more automatic CBs, except for events, which are explicitly automatic, but they are RNG based. So yes, you need to take a manual action, except for... Oh, sorry, no, even if it is something like Reconquest. That's interesting, different dynamic completely. In EU4, you have cores, you get the Reconquest CB. Now, you're looking at, you have cores, okay, now you need to justify taking your cores back. Interesting. Will we still get free cores on things? No. I like that. You know, completely different game. I don't think that cores in this sense have the appropriate analog to how we consider cores in EU4, so I think having automatic cores would make no sense, especially given the culture requirements. The implication would be like, oh, if you can have an instant core, you would have to instantly change the demographics of a place. The meaning behind a core is completely different. It's about the culture. You know, you can have, like, cores in EU4 are essentially integrated locations in EU5. Same name, different thing, exactly. Maybe you can instantly integrate a place. That would have a similar effect, but a core, not quite. Because that now explicitly refers to a culturally similar location that is over 50% of your main or a primary culture or an accepted culture. What happens when you annex a subject of yours? How do those territories start out on the scale? This depends on the region or the level of integration the subject had, the culture of the locations, and the type of subject. That makes sense. You know, a core for a subject might not be a core for you. It depends on the cultures you accept. You know, if you are, let's say you're playing as the Ottomans, and you have an islet in Egypt, which I imagine will probably be a thing, and I need to drink more water. In that case, if you integrate Egypt, even if Egypt has cores on Egyptian culture lands, it doesn't mean that you, as the Ottomans, are going to inherit those cores, because those are not of your culture. They might be integrated, maybe. But cored? Probably not. You will not be able to conquer the entirety of Western Europe in 50 years and have a cord. It's so over, France bros. Big blue blob enjoyers. It's so over for us. Pop system gives us far more granularity. Okay, hold on. In EU4, it feels so weird when playing as, for example, Karabakh, and conquer Armenian Coptic provinces, which are your primary culture and religion, from Karakoyunlu. That said provinces then get huge amounts of separatism to restore Armenia. Yeah, that for sure. There are some certainly weird things that take place in EU4 that the pop system does help with. You will be able to force peace at 100 war score even though you occupy maybe 25% of the country and have won most of the battles and the war goal under control for some time. I like how, like, notably he's not mentioning the peace system in this dev diary because, one, it's going to be in the next one, and second, there is that, you know, back of the mind knowledge that if he reveals anything about the actual peace system, which I'm sure they probably figured would be a little bit controversial maybe, then that's, you know, that would be kind of annoying to deal with while everyone waits for the next week. I think also P.E. Liaz mentioned 91, 98, and 104, so let's go to 91. If I lose an integrated or core province to rebels or in a war, do I need to integrate it again after recapturing it? Integrated, yes. Your integration level will slowly tick down every month. I kind of like that, especially in contrast to one of the systems that I am the most annoyed with is the Victoria 3 integration system. Oh boy. The way that you can integrate a province for 20 years and then have a rebellion that immediately destroys your whole progress. All of it, just straight out the window from some kind of a separatist movement that attempts to fight you. All of it, completely gone. 20 years of progress into the bin. And I hate that in Victoria 3. I hate when I'm like, okay, I get that this is gonna take a while to integrate. It's not my culture, doesn't have the same heritage, whatever. Sure, it takes 21 years or something. You get 10 years into it, and then, you know, the population rises up, secessionist movement. Now it's like those 10 years never happened. It's gonna be another 20 years now. I hate that. And I think having an integration level that ticks down is so much better than just hard resetting your progress. I like that a lot better. CB on an entire area would be worse for you though. Okay, I didn't need to do that without reading it first. That's actually not one that we care that much about. Let's go to 98. Do pops, which are part of accepted culture, get converted over time? No. Accepted cultures never convert, as accepted cultures are part of your nation. Mixed opinion on that. You know, intuitively, I would think an accepted culture would sort of be the way... I mean, it kind of works in the exact opposite to how it works in Victoria 3. First, you need to accept a culture in Victoria 3, and then those pops begin assimilating. And now in EU5, it's like, no, it's the opposite. As soon as you accept a culture, now it doesn't assimilate pops of that culture. Like, literal opposite mechanics to Victoria 3, which is interesting. At least in how they consider cultures to be accepted. I mean, to be fair, in Victoria 3, technically they aren't accepted as much as they are not discriminated against cultures, which are sort of different in a sense. Wonder if there will be some actions to get your pops to move somewhere to accelerate coring like the US with Texas. Quite possibly. Likely, I would say. Some sort of like, okay, especially with colonization, right? When you're like, hey, by the way, there's a bunch of land out here that we're in the process of like sending people over to. You can probably create incentives for migration attraction. That would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? Like, one of the big real life analogs for that would be, I'm just going to use the best example I have, the most knowledge I have, is that to encourage people to move to the prairies in Canada, because of the whole, the British versus American rivalry to secure dominion over as much of North America as possible, they needed people to move out to the prairies. So they gave incentives to have people move over there. They're like, listen, we're going to give you, I think it was like, we're going to give you some money and literally free land. All you have to do is live out there. We will help you and we will give you free land to farm. Just please move over there. And so you can really give incentives. Like, that's a historical example. But you can probably have policies to be like, we kind of want people to move to a specific area. So I think that's going to be something you can do. The last one we have is 104. Here we go. Given that integrating a province can take 50 years, can we pause it, have the cabinet member do something more urgent, and then return to it? Or would he have to start from the beginning? It can be paused. Lovely. I believe this is in contrast to, say, in CK3, if you want to promote local culture. In CK3, that's something you can get your steward to do. But I think it takes a really long time, like 20 years, and if you interrupt your steward, get them to do something else, I'm pretty sure your progress is completely reset. I think, if I remember correctly. Same with religious conversion, I'm pretty sure it completely resets, which is kind of annoying. Is this the yapping convention? Yes, but unfortunately you're at the tail end of the convention. We only have 3 more dev diaries to yap about. So, another 2 hours probably. 2 short hours. The US would give people free land to move out west as well, part of what led to the integration of Texas and California. Yeah, that was the whole thing. It's like, these rivalries to assert claims in certain areas encouraged governments to set up incentives for people to move to specific areas. And of course, the British American race to the west coast to gobble up as much territory as possible. You saw a lot of that. The British were like, God, please move to the prairies, I'm begging you, we will give you literally free land. And the US was like the exact same, like, please move out west, we'll give you free land, please. Sometimes the government didn't have to do anything, it was the gold rushes, that's true. Yeah, they had the California gold rush. One of the funnier examples, because of how much it, busted after it was done, had the boom and the bust, was Yukon. The gold rush was the boom, and then as soon as it was done, it was just like, get out of there. Like, so many people left Yukon after the gold rush, it was really funny. But in California, I guess they stayed because it was a nice enough place. Yukon, though, not the nicest of places. BC did have a gold rush as well, that's true. Yukon, what I hear from the stories of the Yukon gold rush was that, like, the price of milk was so expensive, but it didn't matter because people were so incredibly rich. Like, the equivalent would be a glass of milk costing $6. Apparently that was like the equivalent price for something like that. $6 in today's money for a glass of milk. But people paid it because they were so rich from the gold. It was really funny. Klondike Gold Rush, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Center, Dawson City, that's crazy. There's a joke among me and my friends that one day we're just gonna, like, pack it up and move to Dawson City. That was like a long-standing joke between me and my friends. I had no idea that Dawson City was actually, like, the center of the Klondike gold rush. It's really funny. There's actually a huge history of secondary industries making out with the real money from those rushes because the gold mining itself costs so much to fund and get started. Makes sense, yeah. The entire saying of, in a gold rush, sell jeans and shovels, not gold, has a history to it. Or, I guess, sell milk. Apparently they were making huge money off that. I mean, also consider how remote Dawson City was for the Klondike Gold Rush. Pretty far away from most major population centers at that point. But hey, didn't matter. Where there's gold, people want to set up shop, and they're gonna bring stuff with them. Anyway. That was the whole tangent about, you can probably have some sort of mechanic where you can encourage people to move somewhere. You also have to keep in mind the psychology of a person that tries to make big money very quickly. Probably not the most long-term thinkers. Oh, absolutely. The amount of gambling that took place in gold rush cities is comical. The levels, the scale of the bets, because so many people were virtually rich. But in their minds, they're like, I can make even more money. Just if I had more gold. So many people gambled all of their fortunes away, which is also very funny. But in their minds, they're like, oh, I'm rich, you know, I'm striking it rich, I'm making gold, bringing in that precious metal. So in their minds, they're like, oh, I'm so rich, it doesn't even matter if I gamble a little bit. It doesn't even matter if I spend $6 on a glass of milk, I have so much money, I'm so rich. And that's the exact kind of mindset that led to like a lot of the gold rush prospectors just straight up going broke after the first few years. Kind of funny stuff, in a way. Anyway, we've gotten through 8 Tinto Talks. We have 3 left to go through. Not Tinto Talks, Tinto Maps and Talks. Next, we have another map to go through. The Steppe. And Russia. Beautiful. That's huge. I never actually expected the Golden Horde to be that big at its peak. Oh, and it is under its power peak. What do you know? Okay. Eurasian steppe time. Plus the Urals. Let's go. Can't wait to play Perm. Number 1 playthrough when we start. Not really. Okay, so let's take a look at this map. Let's make that full screen. Get a nice view of it. Beautiful. Very big. Chagatai Horde. Golden Horde. Perm in the north. Grand Republic of Novgorod, my beloved. Why is someone in Twitch chat? What do you mean, why is someone in Twitch chat? Wait, is my chat picking up the Twitch chat as well? And I never even noticed? Hold on. Is that even... I saw a message pop up that wasn't here, and yeah, that's what it is. Wait, what? I just went over to my Twitch channel and I don't see anything. Huh? I'm gonna keep my Twitch chat. Yeah, it's Mr. Overheat. Well, now it is, but... Does it pop up on my actual thing? It does. Why does the Twitch chat port over to... Okay. Kinda wish it didn't do that. Extraordinary Sunlock. That's one that I feel like I have to actually address. How does that even work? That's crazy. Thanks for the Twitch follow, I guess. Oh yeah, also, I don't even know if you guys know this, but you can like spam my own emotes, my own chat. Oh my god, I'm not even logged into Twitch. They logged me out. Sacrilege. Oh, and I'd have to get my code for the... Okay, I'm not doing all that. I wasn't even logged into my own chat. That's crazy. Okay, anyway. Now I can actually check my own. Anyway, did you guys know that you can actually spam my emotes? And then if you put them in my Twitch chat, they pop up on my stream? Isn't that crazy? Fun little fact. Anyway. So, Golden Horde, looking very golden. As we would expect. Masterful distraction, even the mods conspire against them. Stunlock number 27 of today. Alright. A glorious golden horde. It is at its power peak, under the reign of Uzbek Khan. Uzbek? Like Uzbek? Like Uzbekistan? That's crazy. So it's a much more menacing presence for its neighbors. However, it has some internal issues that need to be managed, as you'll notice in some of the maps, and in the future when we talk about the content for hordes. The Golden Horde also has its own international organization, the Tatar Yoke, as shown in previous Tinto maps. I just saw someone go, "Do not trust the history that he recites," and was thrown off when I saw nothing and checked Twitch to see if you were cross-streaming. Insane stuff. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to deal with that because that's kind of weird. I sort of wished it wouldn't, you know, create the cross messages between chats. Huh, okay. I don't even know if I can fix that, but I'll figure it out. Or actually, in reality, I'm gonna say I'll figure it out, and then I'm gonna end today's stream and it's gonna leave my head and never come back. In fact, in the next 5 minutes, I'm not going to remember it. Now we're getting the intermod stun locks. Let's go. We've already corrected the Ruthenian countries that are under the Horde's yoke, although we still have to correct the Russian principalities, which will be done in the corresponding Tinto Maps review. We are also aware that we need to improve a bit of the coloring of the international organization to mark not only the Golden Horde as the overlord of these countries, oh yeah, you wouldn't even be able to tell, but also that Muscovy holds the title of the Grand Principality of Vladimir, which makes it the enforcer of the yoke. These fixes are also planned to be done in a few weeks. Societies of Pops. Oh my god, this is like... I can't even tell what I'm looking at with this. What area is this? Which region? Why can't I figure out which region this is? It's like I'm looking at an Anbanar map. I'm like, what? The Urals? Oh, yes, it's this area. You can see that those are okay, so it's everything up here. This country to this side is Perm. Right, okay. And this is Central Asia, I think? No. No, this is the same thing over here, just zoomed in, never mind. A bit up to the north, we have some societies of pops. This means that the territory of Western Siberia will not be empty land, but will be populated by these people, which can be interacted with. Okay. 15 billion locations. I kind of like this version that they're using to outline locations. I don't know why, but I feel like I haven't seen this kind of map before. This kind of background texture. I don't know. Oh, I think because usually they just make these areas completely black instead of having the map texture in the background. I think that's what it's been. Okay. Tons of locations today. You might notice that the density location, or the location density, is in a progression from west to east, from the most densely settled areas to the less settled ones. You may also notice that we followed a design of settler corridors in Western Siberia. Did somebody mention Siberia? Let's go. Setting those parts of the land that were habitable, usually on river valleys. I see. Here we have the north with Arkhangelsk. That's one area that I recognize immediately. Also the Kola Peninsula as well. Cool. Very Arctic, naturally. Continental in the more southern regions until you get to the to Central Asia, which is more cold, arid. I left, ate dinner, came back, and this is still going 1.5 hours later. What did I miss? I think like 3 or 4 of the dev diaries. We have this one and then 2 more to go through. If we think about it, we're making excellent time. Anyway, pretty much what you'd expect. Time for some deforestation. I love the lumber industry. Beautiful. Only 4. I like to be thorough. The terrain is interesting here, as there are only 2 main ecological areas. The first is the steppes, flatlands with sparse and grasslands vegetation, with either cold, arid, or continental climates, and then we have the Siberian Arctic forests, which are completely different. On a note, the Urals were set as hills, as they're quite settleable area, but we'll probably make a review with your feedback and add some mountains in there. I see. Whole region is not very developed. You might notice the difference with India from last week's Tinto maps. Yeah, you don't say. Not a whole lot of development going on here yet, until I have something to say about it. Harbors, nice. Not a whole lot to see in terms of, you know, up here. I imagine in fact that the only place that you can build ports are really gonna be like here, here, and right here. Nothing else up here because frankly, it's kind of just like permanently frozen up there, isn't it? You're really gonna build ports up here? Good luck. Not in that day and age. Natural harbors, yep. Cultures, many, but also not as many as I expected there to be. Although we planned to work on the religious and cultural minorities of the region during the summer, we ended up not having enough time to add them. Okay, yeah, that kind of follows with what I was saying. I'm like, sure, there are quite a few different minorities in here and here, but it looks like surprisingly homogenous in this general area, and I feel like it wouldn't be. And then they mentioned, like, yeah, they need to do a review of the region still, so that makes sense. They do have the ice mechanics for shipping, right? They have the ice mechanics for armies and navies. I'm not sure about shipping. Maybe. So what we'll be doing today is showing the rough outline of cultural spheres, and then we'll add the minorities during the review of the region. In that sense, feedback is very well received, of course. With that said, the only note that needs to be made in terms of the cultural design is that we divided the Tatar cultural group into some differentiated regional cultures, being Crimean, Mishari, Kazani, and Astrakani. We're also aware that some of the cultures, such as Mari and Chuvash, might be a bit displaced as noted in the Russian Tinto maps, so we'll review and correct that with your feedback. Nice. Okay. Interesting stuff to see here. Shamanist religion, finally. We still have the animist curse in here. Where we still have a bit of regular animist, but I can forgive it if it's like a little bit, you know. I don't know if maybe they want to change this into its own religion, but they're just keeping it as a placeholder. That could be. Regarding religions, the matter is a bit worse, as the big Sunni blob is just because the main religion of the Golden Horde is Islam after the conversion of Uzbek Khan, but that's obviously incorrect. Yeah, I don't think it would have been enough time passing since the conversion of Uzbek Khan to actually convert the population. That I don't think that would work very much. Also, as we have been able to forecast development time on how pagan divisions will be during this autumn. Oh, that's gonna be over the coming months. Nice. I'm very interested to see, like, since the very beginning, I've been interested to see exactly what they're going to do with the multiple religions that they've already shown us, but not really shown us, in North America. Like, 7 or 8 different religions they have in North America, and I really want to see, you know, I want to see. That's kind of it. I want to see what they're doing with that. You know, it's like I saw that like 9 months ago, or whenever the first few dev diaries came out, and I'm like, God, please, I need to see this. I want to know what the whole thing they're cooking there is. Look at the Caucasus mountains religion. It is very striped. Oh, that is its own religion up here. I'm not even sure what that is. Kabzeist? And whatever this is, I can't quite read it. Okay. Also, right, development. We will make a comprehensive review of the region as well to get a good distribution of shamanist, paganism, Tangrism, and Sunni Islam. Raw materials. I feel like we don't really need to go into detail about these, as I'm probably just going to forget about them. There are 2 colors of shamanist, Russian in Norway/Finland. Yes, okay, so... Oh. Yes, and that is because the name of this religion is not shamanist. Well, I mean, it is, but it's specifically called Sami shamanist, I believe. But we're only seeing the word shamanist. I believe it is... its full name is Sami shamanist. Has gold make a comeback, or made a comeback in the Urals? Let's take a look. It does appear to be there. 4 gold provinces. I'm looking at this from the perspective of, like... I'm so Vic 3 pilled recently that my brain is like, copper? Coal? Iron? Not copper, but more like the iron and the coal. I'm like, let's go, industrialization. Gold, iron, coal. Perfect province. Perfect state in Victoria 3. If you can actually deliver those resources to places where people live. More resources. Bit of coal there, bit of coal there. Lots of coal, actually. Some iron. Horses, lots of horses. Nice. The steppes have plenty of livestock and horses, quite logically, although there are regions with some other goods. And up to the north, the main materials are lumber and fur. Apart from that, I want to mention the mineral hub in the Ural Mountains with plenty of copper, iron, gold, lead, and coal. That makes it a very mid and late game interesting spot, and playing as Muscovy/Russia, I'll tell you that you definitely want to expand into that region, as it will fulfill some of your material needs by that time. Let's go, early industrialization, my favorite. What's interesting about the markets that we're seeing here is that they actually have quite little influence. Mostly because I assume there just like aren't a lot of centralized states which would use markets. The Organization of Peoples, or whatever they're called. I keep forgetting the actual term. But those non-landed organizations don't really use markets, I don't think. Big region with lots of markets, although you may notice that what we changed... the coloring of the locations that have 0% market access. There you go. And I appreciate that because, you know, it looks a little better. I think they just made it like pitch black when you had no market access. But I think this looks nicer. Okay, very nice. 6.2 million people live in the Golden Horde. The whole population of the region is around 6.5 to 7 million. 6.3 million are part of the Golden Horde. As I said, it is a menacing country. True. Okay. Anything interesting we should look at in terms of the dev responses? Russia actually having an incentive to go east that isn't just getting to China now with how the ecosystem will work in this game? Exactly. Thank you very much, P.E. Liaz. Let me know also, is it like Pelias or is it P.E. Liaz? Just to make sure I'm not messing it up consistently. First page, 26, 36, 64, 79. Second page, not much really, maybe 83. Okay, thank you very much. Let's go over that then. Number 26. Our Crimean Goths. Let's go. P. Liaz, roughly. Okay. Or is it Liaz? Could be either one from the way I'm reading it. Which country would form Russia besides Novgorod? Well, I think they want you to play Muscovy to form Russia. I'm sure there's going to be something for Muscovy that makes it easier. Hold on, just before we go over these. Historically, it was Muscovy, right? And Muscovy is also the Grand Principality. So if we look into this map, we see Muscovy here, right? This was given the title of Grand Principality or Grand Prince or something, which meant that they were in charge of extracting the tribute from the other Russian principalities to give to the Golden Horde. So Muscovy sort of had historical importance in the area, and with the Golden Horde's collapse, it sort of maintained that importance and consolidated the Russian principalities. Then, of course, annexed Novgorod, and the rest is history. He's losing the Stunlock speedrun, I know. Right, what was I looking for? Number 36 would be next. Will the Golden Horde split into the Western and Eastern Blue and White Hordes if it gets too weak? The Golden Horde can split, but not necessarily into the Blue and White Hordes. Okay. Just call him P. Go with P. Liaz. I'll go with that. All of the other Russian princes are still viable candidates for forming Russia, though, just like in EU4, probably. Yes. And I would say even more so in this case, because I think the balance is going to be less in Muscovy's favor, specifically. Even though they are the Grand Prince. Yes, I know I'm getting stunlocked again. Let me have this stunlock, okay? Let me have at least this one. Where's the population map mode? Here we go. So Muscovy is the 792,000 people. We see the other Russian principalities, 756, 683, 757, and these other ones I'm sure can probably consolidate to become stronger. I don't think it's necessarily going to be guaranteed that Muscovy will succeed, but they might have some sort of other incentive system to make Muscovy more likely to succeed. Maybe. A new lore video dropped, true. Then we have number 64. What are the majority and minority cultures in Theodoro? Majority Gothic, minority Pontic. Interesting. Please elaborate further. I will not. And then 79. Zoomed in political and cultural map mode of the Crimean Peninsula. Okay, Theodoro, Genoa, random wall here. Very cool. I don't exactly know what the purpose of this is. I don't think it blocks literally any movement. You can still go from here to here, and you can still go from here to here. I don't think it does anything, but it's a nice... In fact, I actually appreciate it more because it doesn't affect gameplay, but they decided to add it anyway. I appreciate the detail even more because of that. Anyway, there you go. You got a little bit of Pontic minority with the Gothic majority. You know what else would be kind of interesting? If the thickness of the lines indicated the size of the majority or the minority. I think that would be interesting. Though maybe a little bit hard to actually model. Instead of leaving a trail of candies into a droppable box, you could probably trap Corbett in a room for 3 days by showing him dev diaries and giving him a mic. If I wanted to, I could have saved up every single dev diary and then just gone through all of them for 3 days. So you're actually not even wrong. Like, I would happily sit in my room for 3 days, covering every single dev diary. I pretty much did do that, just split up over a couple of months. Alright, I think there was one more post left. Maybe 83, let's go take a look at that. Tangential questions, my favorite. There's a limit of 3 to 10 locations per province. Is there such a limit for provinces per area and for provinces per region? Not really at the moment, okay. Are there even regions in this game? Yes, over areas we have regions, subcontinents, and continents. Geographical boxes which are used for different gameplay purposes. Okay. I wonder what they mean by gameplay purposes, because sometimes I look back at the way trade companies function in EU4 and sometimes I get sad thinking about them. Because the trade companies you can make within the same continent but different subcontinents, but you still can't charter companies if you're in the same continent. Which I don't like. I feel like it's kind of an arbitrary limiting factor. Right, from this perspective, it would have been impossible for Genoa to purchase their historical trading post that was just outside of Constantinople through EU4 mechanics. And of course it's different because in EU4 you're chartering an entire, like, huge area of land just because of the size of the provinces. But you know, it was often the case that, you know, even Europeans would purchase trade ports in Europe. Genoa is a big example of that, of course. especially with Constantinople, the one that they have set outside there. I don't know if it was purchased, maybe it was negotiated for, or some other case, but my main point is, like, that always felt like an arbitrary setback, or limitation, rather, that I really hope is not carried over into EU5. Hopefully, but we'll see. Gameplay purposes could potentially mean mission fulfillment requirements or formable requirements. Totally fair. Yeah. It's just the one thing that my mind went to is like, yeah, you can't charter trade companies in the same continent, but you can make trade companies in the same continent, as long as it's a different subcontinent. Which aspect of Project Caesar annoys you the most till now? I wouldn't really know, because right now I'm trying my best to just look at it from the perspective of the game is not out yet. I don't actually have a good sense for how these mechanics interact with one another. I think I'm only going to be able to figure out which thing annoys me the most through playing the game. I don't really have a great answer for that at the moment. It could be any number of things that I wouldn't really know until I play. Wasn't something brought up earlier about territoryless nations or something, about holy orders? I can imagine trade charters being something similar. Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. Well, you're right about that, actually. That's a really good point. About, like, take, for example, the way that typically British companies would function in their, well, frankly, in their conquests, right? It was less so that the crown itself was involved in many of the British overseas conquests, and instead, many companies got explicit permission from the crown, and sometimes monopolies, to set up business interests in areas which would also, in many cases, involve warfare. And I imagine there might be some non-territory or non-location based countries which are those kinds of companies. You know, kind of like a banking country, which does exist already. You know, they already mentioned that. Anyway, I would say the 3D models are the worst received announcement from the broader community so far. Oh, I don't even think I've seen those. Is that like, is that one of the things I'm gonna see? Maybe? Oh yeah, we have the Tinto Talk coming up next, so I wonder how many DLCs they have planned already. It's really hard to tell, because the more mechanics we see them announcing in EU5, I'm like, they could have made a DLC for this, but they decided not to, which one I think is respectable, right? Credit where it's due. I am very glad that the base game seems like it's going to be so fleshed out from the very beginning that it's not going to feel the same as, say, EU4 probably felt at its beginning. I like that they are shifting their DLC focus much closer to the idea of let's make content for specific countries, and I think that's what they're going to do with these. Maybe a few more mechanics, but it seems like so much of the vision for what they want the mechanics to be is kind of solidified to the point where they're like, okay, we can't release this game by omitting some of these features that they consider crucial, which happens to be like a lot, it seems. So in terms of, you know, how many DLCs have they planned already? Well, think of how many, you know, major countries that people would be interested in playing. That's probably what they have planned. You know, I would fully expect, okay, drop a DLC for, say, France. Maybe France and England, 100 Years War DLC, boom, easy. Drop one for the HRE, probably something for some specific countries, boom, easy. Russia, Persia. I'm imagining they're probably gonna do a similar thing to what we have with the current EU4 DLCs. Less so on mechanics, more so on country flavor. And I would be perfectly fine with that. I prefer it. if there's going to be DLC, and we know there's going to be DLC, because obviously there will be, hopefully it's going to be, you know, the kind where you don't lock automatic colonization behind a DLC. Just for example. Like El Dorado does that. If you don't have El Dorado, or I think Conquest of Paradise, you can't even do automatic exploration in EU4, which is incredibly tedious if you don't have that DLC. The characters dev diary showed the UI, and characters do have a similar models to Vic 3 characters, albeit in a portrait. Oh, that's what you mean. Those 3D characters. I thought, you know, in my mind when you said 3D models, I was thinking like the soldier models on the map. Because, you know, EU4 brain still. I completely forgot that they even made 3D characters for rulers and characters in general. Somehow that was purged from my mind, I don't know. Right, that was kind of controversial though. A lot of people are like, eh. Vic 3 models. Also because the Vic 3 models themselves are still pretty janky. But I don't mind them so much, it's such like a minimal thing. People were concerned, it's like, oh, but you're putting so much effort into the models instead of the game. Like, let's be honest, no they are not. They are almost definitely not putting that much into the 3D models because they already made this system years ago. I'm pretty sure they made this system with like Imperator or something, and then they just iterated onto it multiple times. I'm pretty sure that's what it's been. I don't think they're putting that much work into the actual 3D models compared to the rest of the game. In other words, the 3D models are not diminishing the quality of the game itself, if I had to guess. Anyway. Let's see. We went over all the ones that we wanted to cover, right? Maybe number 83. We did go over 83? We did. Oh, I didn't actually go over all of 83, did I? Oh, shoot. Okay, location sizes have a range of a third to 3 times the size of locations neighbors. Does apply? Only check that the location level, okay. Oh boy, 1, 2, 2, 3. Okay. But there are 5 questions. I don't know which one is answering. So 1 to 1, 2 to 2, the other 2, 2 part 2, to 3, I'm guessing. This one, 3 goes to 4, but what's the 5th question? Maybe it's just a statement. In an earlier dev diary, Johan said that areas have 25 to 75 locations. Is that a hard limit? It's probably not a hard limit. It's probably not that deep. You know, I don't think it's that important. The last line has a question. Oh, they just didn't number it, I suppose. Yeah, well, that is it fair game to suggest areas with, okay. It's always fair to suggest, okay, gotcha. Yeah, never mind. You're right. Okay, I'm gonna quickly use the washroom before we get into these last 2 ones, because I actually drank a lot over the course of today's stream. Non-alcoholic beverages, for clarification. I will be right back. we live. Yeah, sorry about that. Had a short conversation I got caught up in for a quick minute there. Still blocked by biology. No, I was performing maintenance on my code. AI after all. Will they add a toilet mechanic in EU5? Yes. Hey, Arathian. Did you read the EU5 dev diary where they explain why they added dragons in... I'm sorry, I'm more stunned by the fact that you put dragons in dungeon instead of Dungeons and Dragons exploration. You got stun locked off camera, I literally did. Actual off-camera stun lock. Alright. Well, we're back just in time to continue on with our Tinto Talks. Ready for, finally, the first one of August, and then we have the one that just came out today, fresh off the press. Isn't that crazy? Whew. Have you heard about the diners and dentistry expansion? Yes. Okay. So what are we looking at here? I am seeing what I think is... Hold on. Let me think about this. It's gotta be Central Asian, of course it is. Mongol heavy archer cavalry. I was wondering if it were Mongol or if it were like Persian. But I guess that is definitely more. The armor, I think, is more Mongol, isn't it? Anyway. Not Persian, the armor is Mongol, yeah, okay. Right. Time for the Tinto Talk. The peace deal one. Alright, peace system. Let's see. If you have played other grand strategy games for Paradox, some of this may not be news to you, though. Peace offers. Could be Mongols in Persia. True. Possible. To end a war, you need to negotiate a peace with either the leader on the other side, or if you are the leader on your side, you can negotiate a separate peace with a single independent country on the other side. So just like EU4 in that respect. One thing that is important to notice is that if you declare war for a war goal to conquer a certain province, then you cannot take any other land unless you take the war goal. To be able to take land, you also need to have control over the province capital. No objections so far. That's fine. This system is because of the granularity of provinces. This is introduced, or rather it is something that was introduced in Imperator Rome. I have no issue with this, that's totally fine. A peace offer will consist of a set of treaties that can have a total value of up to 100 peace cost. So like EU4. Of course, the other side would have to agree, and they are very likely not to accept anything where the peace cost is higher than the current war score. Here's an example. Harold from Duchy of Innovrokwav. I think, I'm assuming that is Polish. In Novrakov, maybe. Peace offer from Kingdom of Bohemia. Bohemia grants military access. Bohemia gains, not grants. I guess I just can't read today. Bohemia gains military access in Novrakov. In Novroslav? There's no way that's how it's actually pronounced, right? In Novroslav? I thought the L with the dash through it made a W sound. C is TS sound in Polish? I'm so confused. Wait. In Novroslav. In Novroslav. But what about the W? In Novroslav? Okay, whatever. This is a weird stun lock. I didn't have to do this. Okay, whatever. Actually, it's in Novroslav. Nice. Okay. Military access. War reparations. Gives ducats, looking very similar to EU4. Peace treaty can be a transfer of a location, province, or area. Oh. I'm sorry? That changes things. That's like how in Imperator you can take individual territories, or you can take whole areas. Which is kind of nice, actually. It can also be to force another country to stop sending privateers, or transferring gold to you, or dismantling fortifications in a location. Wow. Interesting. Humiliating them, or any other of the dozens upon dozens of possible peace treaties in Project Caesar. The cost of each treaty depends on many factors, whether it's a part of the war goal or not, the population, the type of treaty, and so on. Peace cost is 2 due to the base of 1. Gostinin is a big part of Płotsk. Did I get that one right, maybe? Płotsk? Huge increase for that. Not war goal, so that increases the cost. Same culture, same religion reduces the cost. Belligerent, I don't know what that is. Lack of control. Okay, so that's kind of similar to how in EU4, this is something that people might not actually know that much, but the higher autonomy you have in a province in EU4, the cheaper it actually is to take that province in a war goal. Fun fact, autonomy does directly affect the war score cost. Which is why territories are cheaper to take. Because they have like 90% autonomy. But usually people don't think about it too much because it's like, well, they just look at the number for the war score cost, they're like, sounds good, bro. Give Corbett a week in this chat and he'll be speaking Polish. Yeah, I'll have perfect pronunciation. Alien, I will not be saying anything that I don't know the meaning of. It's too dangerous. Too easy to get clipped. It's beer. I don't trust it. That's why colonies are so cheap. I think colonies are a different thing. You jest, but you have the best Polish pronunciation of any streamer I've heard. Have you watched a man by the name of Slevik? Actually, that actually brings up a funny point, is that I never actually asked him how to pronounce his name, and I always just say Slowick, but like, it's probably not that. It's probably never been that. It was probably meant to be like Schwevik or something, but I'm sorry, bro, I just have no idea. And now it's too awkward to ask. How do you spell it? Z-L-E-W-W-I-K. But I don't know if the L is because he didn't want to put the full character, but it was intended to be a dash in it. I don't know. Isn't Slavic Polish? He is. And is it one or is it two W's? How do I forget this? Literally fake friend. No, but it's two K's, not two W's, my bad. I knew there was two of something. It was the K's, not the W. And that was just like kinda awkward if I ask him right now, so yeah. We've known each other for too long for me to ask at this point. Anyway. Please say it? Okay, fine. Pivo. Wouldn't that be it? Clipped, sent, I have no idea what I actually just said. I have too much trust in you. Too much trust in chat. It was probably like a swear or something, and I'm probably just gonna get cancelled by Polish Twitter, I don't know. Alright, settle down. Let's move on. Wow, did you just say that word? Cancelled, yeah, I know. Aggressive expansion is one of the drawbacks of strengthening your own country ahead of others. Taking territory is one of the easiest ways to increase it. While taking land impacts your country a fair bit, it also impacts the opinions of other countries near the source of the aggression a fair bit. Or of the aggressive expansion a fair bit. If you get your aggressive expansion high enough, countries, not counties, with a low enough opinion of you may join a coalition. Oh, that's crazy, what do you know? A coalition is an international organization oriented around severely reducing the power of a single country. We can probably live with this AE though. True, it's only 73. Those are rookie numbers, gotta get those numbers up. War enthusiasm. When it comes to how willing a nation is to fight, much comes down to their war enthusiasm. If this is high, then the AI is unlikely to accept a peace that is not favorable to them. This is determined by the state of the country, with war exhaustion, control of capital, and military strength as big factors. For the leader of a side in the war, the overall military balance is a huge factor as well. Enthusiasm for war is 100% due to the base, war exhaustion brings it down, military balance can change it. I guess the type of CB can reduce it. Prague is not occupied, length of war not very long I guess, Bohemia is making gains and their military strength increases it, okay. Ooh, that is hefty. Hefty dislikes on that. I'm gonna have to look at the arguments for why. War participation. Most of the time, you bring allies to help you out in a war, but they expect to be rewarded for the part that they pull. The war participation is how much a country has contributed to the progress of the war. This is primarily done through battles, blockades, and sieges. You may sometimes have to convince your allies to join an offensive war that you are starting, and thus you can promise them part of the spoils of war. If the part that they gain from signing a peace is less than their participation, they will get upset. Stay tuned, as next week we'll talk about the conflicts in the world that do not involve declarations of war and negotiations of peace. Oof. So it seems this one's a little bit unpopular. Okay then. So what do people have issues with? I'm seeing a lot of people, 272 X's, respectfully disagrees. What are the arguments? Main issues with the Tinto Talk, from what I've seen, are bilateral peace treaties, 100 war score. With control and other mechanics, there should already be problems with being too greedy. Okay. AE and coalition. Coalitions should be more dynamic and should consist of shorter lasting alliances against countries that are threatening, meaning larger and expansionist. Okay. War leaders being the only ones that can decide the treaty. Here's some interesting and less repetitive. First page 33. Oh boy, we have a lot to get through, don't we? Let's start with bilateral. The alternative to a bilateral system would be that all, or I guess the most powerful, participating parties being able to separately negotiate with one another, or negotiating sometimes together, yeah, okay, when I think about a system that wouldn't be bilateral, the first thing that comes to mind is the complexity. When you move from the bilateral system, which is what we're familiar with, and I think every single Paradox game to date has this sort of bilateral system. Well, I mean, kind of. I mean, in Victoria 3, the major parties that have stakes all need to agree on a certain piece. That's how it works in Victoria 3, so it's less bilateral in Victoria 3. But the first thing that comes to mind is the complexity, and how the AI with that level of complexity would be capable of negotiating. Remember, Victoria 3, not so much negotiating, because you cannot push for more than you have already claimed to push for in Victoria 3. You already set the possible outcomes in stone from the beginning. EU5 is going to have a similar system to EU4, where you can push for more. You can push for more beyond what you have declared the war for. This introduces a level of complexity into the system that isn't present in Victoria 3, which allows Victoria 3 to have its system. And, I think one of the biggest issues, and I feel like we're going to see this when I actually go through their responses, I think one of the biggest issues is going to be the actual complexity in creating an AI that can sufficiently use that system. It's not enough to be like, we don't want bilateral, introduce something different. Actually doing that increases the considerations and complexity that you have to make for that AI significantly. The last thing you want is a non-bilateral system that's handled poorly. A bilateral system done well would be better than a non-bilateral system done poorly. And I have a hunch that they're going to mention that specifically in this, because I think it would be too complex to be able to support something like, let's say you have two major sides, like let's mention the way that the sides kind of work in concept for a non-bilateral system. Let's say that you have just the strongest powers are the negotiating powers. Like the top three, let's say. Let's say that you are Britain, Spain, and France versus Prussia, Italy, and Austria, right? Everyone has different goals for what they want out of the war. You would have to be able to create a system of sort of deadlocking or negotiating with your allies, the AI negotiating with each other on their intentions for a specific thing. You would also need to be able to make it so that, like, some countries in the war would be able to peace out some others independently, but still be in the war against other people while you're at war with the person that was previously peaced out. Which might have sounded complicated, but let me explain. If you're playing Britain, you're on the side with France and Spain. Say France and Spain talk with Italy. They get Italy to stop being at war with France and Spain for whatever concessions, but Britain still at war with Italy. That makes a bit of an interesting system that I don't think anybody wants. I don't even know how they would handle that. Especially when it comes to battles that everyone's involved in. You know, let's say France and Spain still at war with Austria, go to engage Austria. You as Britain come in, you help them, but Italy comes in. Who is Italy going to fight? Are they going to fight you, Britain, independently in the same battle? How would that work? That's going to be a bit complicated. The alternative is, yes, somebody mentioned the HOI-4 system. The Peace Conference HOI-4 system. Now, setting aside how notoriously messed up 90% of HOI-4 peace deals are, which I think people would really get annoyed at with the EU4 because the scale of EU4, typically speaking, involves a lot of, you know, long-term, multiple peace deals. Meanwhile, HOI-4 is focused on, like, okay, here's your one or two, maybe three gigantic, enormous major wars. And so there's a lot more room for stuff to be absolutely messed up by the end of it, because usually after the wars in HOI-4, you as a player are basically out of energy and don't want to keep playing anyway. So they can, like, mess up some of the final states, and it gets really weird. Also because of what HOI-4 allows for in their system. They could introduce that, but yes, that would definitely be another level of added complexity that they could decide to add on later, but I don't think is worth getting into right now. Maybe. So with 25 participants on each side, we would have 625 instances of 1v1 wars. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think if you had the ability for multiple countries to independently negotiate their portion or their participation against each other in a given war, it opens up a level of complexity that's really hard to balance. Or to make a system that would still feel good for the player. You know, that the player still has enough agency in the peace deal. I assume we're going to go through the responses. I assume we're going to probably get something that outlines a pretty similar idea. I think they're going to mention, like, it's just really complex to do that, which is why we're not going to do that. Too complicated for little benefit. Yeah, pretty much. Not impossible, definitely doable, but maybe not worth sinking the resources into making it work. So let's go through these. We have, as Elia's mentioned, 33, which is this one. Are you planning to reuse the current favor system from EU4 for calling in allies? A similar system? Yes. Okay. We have 46. I kind of feel like them being the same religion ought to be a negative factor for war score cost in AE, not a positive one. Wasn't that one of the factors causing wars between Christians to be really granular and border changes and all? I see what they mean. I'd argue the peace cost could be lower but AE higher. Yes, I would also argue that. You know, these transgressions are against are against fellow Christians, so in that respect, maybe, you know, the Christians are going to be more upset for you invading other Christians. I think that should also be the same way. the religion of the country, or of the locations you're taking, other countries that have that as their state religion should be more angry. They should be angrier at you for that. I think you could make that more universal. What are the effects of AE on your own country, like stability and imperator? Nothing, okay. Oh, sorry. No, it moves some societal values over time, reduces your diplomatic reputation, reduces your cultural influence, and makes your spies worse. So aggressive expansion has a lot more impact. You know, maybe it isn't just a number in EU5. Maybe. Sorry, what was the next one we had to go to as well? Let's see. 67, which was literally the one we just looked at. 70, which is this one. Oh, here you go. That's a nice, more comprehensive map of Europe. Generally. Towns and city map mode for Europe. Okay. And we're looking at 77. I have no doubt that there are historical wars that were declared for one goal, only for a peace deal to happen where something else is agreed upon. No doubt, often done as a compromise or when the goal changes. Yes, but it also removed a fair bit of griefing and exploits. Okay. Fair enough, I suppose. Remember, we are primarily, especially with peace deals, we're like, this is such an important gameplay thing that it's like, history, it would be nice to throw history in wherever possible, but this is such an important core mechanic, I'm definitely gonna argue for gameplay first on this one. What else do we have next? 81. Okay. Oh boy, alrighty. Looks about as frustrating as the EU4 system, frankly. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really experience the same frustration that people are expressing this. I actually kind of like the EU4 system. Especially when I compare it to like the Victoria 3 system or the Stellaris system. I kind of uphold EU4's peace deal system as my most preferred one. Yeah, because it gives you a bit of negotiation outside of what your declared intentions are. You know, Victoria 3, you have to declare all of your intentions for this war. Stellaris, maybe they changed that system. Same thing, kind of. You have to add on, okay, I want to take this and this and this and this, and then you declare the war, and you succeed, you take exactly what you said you were going to take. CK3, same thing. You take exactly what you said you were going to take. I like EU4 system to have that negotiation. And so, I would almost say, like, I kind of agree with it being the best system. Unless somebody, you know, has... I'm willing to hear out the arguments for any of the other systems being better than the EU4 system, but the way that I have experienced it so far... I kind of have to agree so far. You know, with it, I don't know, kind of is the best system they made for a grand strategy game, but I'm willing to hear out other opinions on that. Same AE effect as it always was with no level of nuance. Maybe they want to expand coalitions, maybe? Anyway. Cool Navarro video, really enjoyed it. Thank you very much, oh wait. I appreciate that. Kind of... Okay, I'm gonna go down a slight rabbit hole. Oh, there's nothing else here. It just says... It's just the 100-point cap, still the same AE effect. I would really like to hear out, like, what would be their alternative? What would they prefer instead? A dynamic cap that allows you to take more and more and more until you can fully annex the other country? I mean, that would be interesting to have no cap on war score, just like... It would allow you to take over entire regions, and then if the aggressive expansion and consequences of absorbing that territory are fleshed out enough, then there in theory should not be any reason why you cannot fully annex any country. It's just, you know, if the systems are good enough, then you're going to have so many problems from doing that it will not be worth it anyway. I could see that as an argument, where the main issue should not be the arbitrary limit on the war score, but instead, your limit should be how much you could feasibly incorporate or hold on to. You know, a lot of countries have gone into excessive overextension and then simply collapsed after that. You know, imagine a country like, I guess like the Mongol Empire, took significant territory over and over and over repeatedly, but collapsed after that. A similar system like that would not be terrible, but again, difficult to balance. Here's an argument, okay. I especially dislike the 100 points war score limit. It is too gamey. What's stopping me from annexing as much land as I want after fully destroying the enemy? There's already a massive penalty for doing this in AE, lack of control, not integrated provinces, no reason to further arbitrarily restrict it. Reasonable. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Okay, so when they're talking about what they're frustrated with in the EU4 system is specifically the cap, they do express being upset with the AE effect, but I could definitely see, like, what if you removed a cap? Sure, maybe that would be alright. You can claim additional territory in Stellaris after declaring. Okay. It costs extra influence if it's an offensive war, and you can't do so if it's already claimed by an ally. I see. Okay, that's definitely reasonable. Maybe they could toy around with that. See if they can come up with a system that allows you to take as much as you want, but if the systems in place are robust enough, then that itself should keep you from wanting to take, say, all of France in a peace deal. The fact that you know if you take all of France, like, you're cooked. You know that France is becoming free at the earliest possible opportunity. Right? You know for a fact you're not going to be able to hold on to all of that, but maybe you should still be allowed to hold on to all of that, or at least attempt to take it. Sure, maybe it'll send your country into ruin, maybe it'll collapse you, maybe a coalition annihilates you, maybe you become Napoleon, and then end up the same way Napoleon did. Maybe you should be allowed to, in the most literal sense, play as Napoleon. Conquer a whole bunch, and then just collapse. Maybe that should be allowed. Sure. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. I would like to see the expected outcomes. Like, what can we expect something like that to actually look like in practice? Are the systems robust enough for that? Would be my other question. We talk about, like, well, should you be allowed to do it? Okay, sure. Assuming you're allowed to do it, what systems are in place to keep you from annexing all of Europe within the first 50 years? What systems are in place? Are they actually robust enough to keep you from being able to have all of that territory with a single peace deal? Maybe. Possibly. So yeah, that's valid argument. Let's move on to 106 maybe. Why does this one look different? What? Oh, because it's not a response, it's its own thing. Okay. So why is there no bilateral pieces? Oh, sorry, did I use the word bilateral when I was referring to a non-bilateral piece? Was I using that term wrong literally the entire time? Oops. For games with peace negotiations, about 20% of all AI development tends to go to understanding situation of war and negotiating peace. It is a super complicated thing to work on to make sure that 1, the AI is able to play the game and keep somewhat of a, keep pace, okay? And 2, not frustrate the player to make him quit. Making it support treaties going multiple ways for a piece would not just double the complexity, but instead of n, it becomes n by n. Yep. I had a feeling that that was going to be the argument, is the complexity. I mean, yeah. Absolutely. It would be a very difficult thing to actually implement. As much as it would be a great idea, it would be really fun and interesting, in theory. The implementation is what goes into how well of a system it'll actually be, and I think implementing it would maybe take more time than it's worth. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the system would be so great, so perfect, that it's absolutely worth adding that complexity. But I think if that's the case, it is better to sink the time, the investment, into a system you know is going to work well enough while keeping the possibility in the back of your head. Because that would be like completely uncharted territory. These kind of bilateral pieces. I know a few minutes have passed now, but your example with England, France, Spain versus Prussia, Austria, and Italy reminded me a lot of the War of the League of Cambrai. That was a train wreck of shifting alliances. Yeah. I mean, yeah. "30 Years War seemed like an IRL instance of global war where war score was limited to 100% while everyone was death warring." Oh right, you did also mention the escalation. I think you might actually be onto something that they mention at the end of this dev diary. If I might try to find that. Next week we'll talk about conflicts that do not involve declarations of war and negotiations of peace. Maybe not the exact same system that you're proposing with escalation. But in some way, resolving disputes without war. In early Tinto Talk, there were mentions of small war. Okay. Well, yeah, because a lot of the time, wars at this time period were often not death wars. They weren't total wars. You know, you have your enemies trying to take, like, one town from your massive kingdom, and you're like, can I be bothered to rally the entire army just to fight over this one town that I frankly don't care that much about? See, like, yeah, that's the kind of thing. Should every war be a death war, total mobilization? Probably not. I think that's also something that they're trying to do with Victoria 3. Smaller wars where you're not going total mobilization on them. Then again, that requires another escalation mechanic. Anyways, I think I missed a couple of comments about the idea for a beyond 100% war score system. They could maybe add a system where if a country would take maybe under 150 or 200 war score, you could get an annexation CB for 100 war score, which you can use instead of a conquest. Maybe? Like, you know, we have the subjugation CB in EU4, which would allow you to do something kind of similar. Okay, what other points of interest are there in this thread? 106, 109. Did I go to 81? I think I did. 106 and 109. We talked about 106, 109. Do I misremember something, or wasn't there going to be something slightly new to AE and coalition system? Just that coalitions use the new international organization system. Okay. Second page, 131. May have been talked about last week, but if you must take the war goal in a CB war, doesn't that really mean no CB really is best CB? No limitations of what you can take? There will really need to be a strong disincentive to avoid the same total war from EU4. Without a war goal, it's much harder to enforce a peace, though. I guess. Okay. So that's specifically what makes no CB not the best CB. Also, like, yeah, they mentioned it wouldn't be as punishing for a no CB, but this would be part of the incentive. What else do we have? 131, 133. Example, Ottoman-Hungarian conflict. It was mostly raiding with large-scale campaigns in between, before, and after the Battle of Mohacs. Assuming that's how it's pronounced. Good pronunciation, let's go. Okay, so 133. It's almost everything like an EU4, so I have some questions. Peace deals are one way, like in EU4, or can both sides earn something like in VIC3? No, to allow for free selection. It's one way only. Okay. About last week's screenshot of the first crusade for Lithuania. Why is the leader Poland? Oh, I didn't even look at that, so maybe higher rank becomes the leader. Okay. 73 is pretty high AE, which is the minimum for coalitions to trigger, is 50, just like the regular. Just like EU4, okay. What do we have next? $130. Did I go over 131? Yes, 133. Then we have 134, 137. We get some more information on how things impact AE. Russia defeating some Turkic polity should be very upsetting among these Central Asian Khanates, but perhaps only mildly concerning among their European neighbors. AE and opinion impact from it is separate. Oh, okay. That is an interesting development. Then we have 137. How will battles be seen on screen like two soldiers fighting each other like EU4? Something more, let's go. Alrighty, we have 141, 155. And we have a list of all the different types of peace treaties that are in the game so far. Some are code-generated like gold, sacrificing nobles, pardon me, taking locations, making subjects, and releasing countries. Many are 100% from script like these. Abandoned colonies, so based. Abandoned piracy, nice. Block foreign buildings. Cancel debt. Oh, okay, so maybe the system is not ideal, but the peace deals are looking kind of insane. Dismantle forts, dissolve league, execute ruler, based. Force, renounce, Ilkhan claim. Those are beautiful. It's gonna be 4 soldiers fighting each other. 5 if we're lucky. Okay, let's move on to, that was 141, right? So we have 155. Please have the option to satisfy allies directly in a peace deal with money. Then it would also be more interesting for players to join the wars of AI allies. I don't want provinces, I want money from you for my war effort. Ooh, like a monetary promise. That would be nice. That would be really nice, actually, yeah. Like, okay, you want me to join the war? Then help me subsidize the war effort at minimum. And on top of that, you know, maybe some money would be nice. If I don't want provinces, then, you know, some kind of other compensation would be pretty cool. Like how in Vic 3 you can join for exchange, or in exchange for a bankroll. That's nice. Anyway, we're almost 6 hours in, let's keep going. What else? 231. If I'm your win condition, then pay my maintenance. Yeah. That would be cool. Is it even technically possible in this system to have the Ottoman conquest of Egypt and the Levant in a single war? Is that going to have to come through a magical post-war effect or bespoke war goal that lets them accomplish that? If you want to do it that way, then you'd use a peace treaty. However, currently at the start of the game, Egypt has low control, and the entire Levant in Syria is less than 50 war score. The challenge here is not how do I get lots of territory, but how do I handle lots of territory. That is actually kind of a fair counterbalance, or it's a fair counterpoint, I guess. We're talking about, oh, we're gonna be so limited by 100 war score. And then here comes Johan with, oh, by the way, 100 war score is probably more than enough to annex territory that's within your means to handle. You know, he's pulling out the trap card, the unexpected move, and he's like, oh, by the way, that 100 war score involves the entirety of Qing. Like, oh, by the way, you can annex all of China with that 100 war score. Like, okay, that's not what I expected. That was kind of out of left field with that one. If land is cheaper to take, then having less currency to take it with kind of balances out. It does make it... Yeah, actually, no, I like this. If provinces, or if territories, locations, whatever, if they are cheaper to take, then that actually encourages small-scale skirmishes. If you think about it. If it doesn't take very much war score to take some land, then something like a small-scale clash, instead of full mobilization, like EU4, every war is full mobilization. But if you can win one small battle, take like 3 locations, and then peace out, and it, you know, that's how it is, I might kind of be okay with that. The only problem, of course, is that to a degree, if the player decides to fully mobilize and the AI is not prepared to fully mobilize, then the player can consistently take an enormous amount of territory. Yeah. The issue with having restrained smaller scale conflicts is making sure that the player adheres to those smaller conflicts. If the AI limits itself, and the player is aware that the AI might limit itself, and takes advantage of that to mobilize and take a lot of territory, then small-scale skirmishes as a concept don't exist. Like, it'll never actually happen between a player and an AI. Maybe two AIs will sort of, you know, will tell themselves, like, it's not worth it, whatever, who cares. Maybe war score is more control dependent, maybe. Maybe. I'm gonna say again, it just sort of depends on how it plays out in the end. What else do we have left? Maybe 161, 164. Is there anything that could block or disqualify a fortification from becoming dismantled? You can edit that script however you like, okay. 184, okay. How will truces work? Could a longer truce be something we might be able to negotiate for in a peace deal? It currently depends on the war score. Yeah, I'm gonna sort of agree with the commenter here, Arbelis. I think being able to negotiate a longer truce, independent of the actual amount taken, is something I would like to see. Well, it kind of depends. It kind of depends. The way that I play EU4, I actually want the shortest peace deal imaginable. Because I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take as much as I can, but I want to take as much as I can as quickly as I can. I don't want to wait 15 years. I'm gonna piece this guy out for full war score, and then I'm gonna declare war on his buddy to reset the truce. That's the way that I end up playing EU4, so I don't know if that's gonna have like an equivalent in EU5. Assuming you want to have a longer truce with somebody, though, I think you should have that option. Wasn't historically every truce eternal? Wink wink? Yeah. I guess it sort of depends. These types of sudden escalation / hurried mobilization of the defender happened quite a lot. I guess I would have to say that the transition from levies to standing armies is going to have to be handled well. If they want to have small-scale conflicts versus larger conflicts. Like, and I'm talking like conscription. You know, I'm not talking about let's just have a large army manpower pool. I'm talking like you create the administration necessary for conscription by the end of the game. So that you can have a relatively small-ish standing army. I say relatively, because like you don't want to have a small standing army. But you know, the ability to conscript in order to mobilize and escalate like that, that's kind of important. Maybe if there's a way to mothball your armies, you can currently mothball forts or navies. Where you pay reduced maintenance but have to activate them for use. I think there should be a system that makes it clearer and clearer to both sides that war is going to happen. If you want an escalation mechanic, you can't just have, oh, by the way, sudden declaration of war. You need to have, like, souring relations, a type of demand and a type of rejection. Maybe a mix between the EU4 and Victoria 3 systems, where you have the initial demand. That demand either gets rejected or accepted after a certain amount of time, and depending on how that is handled, further escalation. I don't think it should be peace and then war. I think there should be a period of escalation, maybe. But they are mentioning next week they're going to have something about that, so we'll see. What else am I missing here? Maybe 164, which is the one we just looked at. And then 231. Let's go take a look at that one. So is it technically possible in the system to have the auto... Okay, never mind. We already went over that, didn't we? We went over, I think, everything in this dev diary, everything that was useful, including the dev responses. Now we're on to the last thing for today, which came out today, actually. I used that image for today's thumbnail, so I was zoomed in. but also total wars, like 100 years, 30 years, or Great Northern Wars. Yeah. Alrighty, Chagatai and Tibet, everyone's favorite regions. As you can see, I am not Pavia. What? Bring him back. Oh, well-deserved vacation? Okay, never mind. He can be out for a while, that's okay. My name is Roger, and after being for many years an avid Paradox fan in general, and of the EU franchise in particular... Why would you mention that in particular? What do you mean the EU franchise in particular? What are you talking about? It's, This isn't even EU5, man. This is Project Caesar. What are you talking about? I joined Tinto in 2021 and have been working on Project Caesar ever since. That is why you haven't seen me around in the community, although some of you may remember me from my appearances in other events, like in the Grandest LAN, or some Twitch streams. Well, now that the boring part is out of the way, let's focus on the fun part, the map. I'll be showcasing Khorasan, Xinjiang, and Tibet. There is some overlap with previous Tinto maps, but that will make the stitching out of the different pieces even easier. Oh my god, look at the... Are those all Chinese tributaries? All of them? Okay, so this is without the wastelands. It looks so much better with the wastelands. Nice. Chagatai starts in a strong position with even the remnants of the old kingdom of Kocho as its vassal. However, the internal situation of it is not that stable, with a lot of religious struggles, as you will see in the religion map. Oh, that's it, okay. Besides, there is a certain 1-year-old baby around that may cause some problems in the future? Okay. In the south, Tibet is under the control of the Sakya Monastery, with the many Tibetan estates under its umbrella, while the Sakya itself bows to the authority of the Yuan dynasty of China. Societies of Pops. Unfortunately, there are no societies of Pops to show, albeit there are some in bordering regions that will be better showcased in future Tinto maps. Again, Dynasty Borjigin or Borjigin, yes. Obviously, most relevant is the Borjigin Dynasty, descendants of Genghis Khan. Although it seems that the name is too shy, it doesn't want to appear on the map. Yeah, it's too busy in the most important part that it rules over all of China. Locations, very complicated with the way that they're, creating these passes through the mountains and stuff. I like the attention to detail, though. I prefer this over, like, just being blocky and stuff. When we have the provinces, a little more blocky, that's fine. Areas, there you go. I don't think there's really too much to look at, except, hold on, the one city. That would have been in Samarkand. Where is this? Samarkand. In... Here? Is that Samarkand? I can barely read that. I think that's Samarkand. Curious to see the population of Samarkand these days. Given the accounts of what the Mongols did to it. Yep, harsh conditions, Arctic climate, and all the Tibetan plateau, of course. Not much development to go on in these parts, although we will probably have to make some adjustments, as right now the contrast, especially in the area of Gansu, might be a bit too harsh, okay? Cultures, many. I believe this would not be fully complete yet. Maybe. I think all these cultures had technically already been shown in previous maps. Yeah, pretty much, but that's fine. Most varied area is the Himalayas, while the more expansive and less populated ones are more extended. Okay. Religions. Quite the tapestry. Chagatai starts in a very interesting position in terms of religion, with Tengri, Muslim, and Buddhist faiths mixed in with it, with also some Hindu and Nestorians. The starting ruler is actually Nestorian? Okay. So they are sure to have some religious conflicts one way or another. On the other hand, Tibet has a stronger presence of both Buddhism and Bön. One thing I want to say here is that we're studying options on breaking up the big Mahayana block that we currently have, so understand the Mahayana presented here is a work in progress. Oh, it's Timur. The certain 1-year-old in the area that they're talking about. That wouldn't be the first Timur though, would it? No, it would be. It definitely would be. Never mind. Yeah, no, that would be. So I'm thinking like, well, EU4 is 1444, but the Timurids already exist. Which means yes. The rise of the Timurids. In fact, I mean, the start of EU4 is the decline of the Timurids. They're supposed to decline at this point, or at the point of EU4. So, yeah, that would make sense. Closer look at the Himalayas. Nice. A beautiful mess of colors. Talked about the religions, raw materials. I don't think we necessarily want to go over this too much. The resource-rich areas are in and around the mountains, while the harsh conditions of the Tibetan plateau and the deserts allow for less. Sand, let's go. Markets, almost unreadable, as it should be. UI with the market centers on, that's a little bit nicer, but still practically illegible. I have no idea what's going on in the majority of this map. That's cool. Population 105,000. Chagatai has the most population with 14 million, while Tibet follows with 298,000. That's not gonna make it easy to play Tibet. But where there's a will, there's a way. Okay, hold on. Before I get there. Alright, many parts of the Tibetan plateau that show zero population but are not impossible terrain or corridors. That just means that these locations can be colonized, but their harsh conditions will not make that easy. Okay, that's fair. I'll figure out a way to grow some crops in Tibet. It might not be easy, but I'll figure it out. And then this? I am so ready. You have no idea how ready I am for this. Next week, Mongolia and Manchuria together with Eastern Siberia. We are so back, Siberia bros. That's what I've been waiting for the entire time. Time to look for my first country to play. Alright, I don't know if we really have that much to go over in terms of dev responses. These ones typically don't have like a ton to really learn about. Usually people kind of discussing the finer points of specific locations. Thank you, Pelias, for the help though, because there are some interesting things. First page, number 47. What is the Enclave in Chagatai? Sorry, I'm yawning right now because it's been 6 hours. Kingdom of Mangalai, vassal of Chagatai, okay. Not even the Changpa have a Society of Pops. We discussed it and decided not to, but it might be something that's in review, okay. I feel like there definitely should be a corridor between Simar and Bairab, and Dorsotong and Dogai, right, okay. Again, talking about specifics. I'm not really one for the specifics in these areas. We have 52 is, yes, they're a vassal. 55. Is Tibet supposed to also represent the Mongolian Bureau of Buddhist and Tibetan Affairs? Tibet represents the rule under the Sakya sect, not the Bureau of Buddhist and Tibetan Affairs, but they start off as vassals of Yuan to represent that, I see. Okay. I knew article enjoyers are eating well, let's go. Shukchi maxing. Alright, let's see. We have 59, which we... Oh, we didn't read this one, actually. Uzbek culture for the culture of Kipchak Uzbek Khanate, but Uyghur culture for the Karluks that became modern Uyghurs? The Uyghurs here represent the old Uyghurs, not the Karluks that became the modern Uyghurs. This is stuff I'm completely unfamiliar with. 66. How come Chagatai has a huge population? It includes a very wide area with some of the most prosperous cities along the Silk Road. That would make sense. Possible that the population numbers will have to be reviewed, as we already have detected some weird things happening with them. Also, is Khwarezmian Iranian or Turkic culture? It is Turkic, okay. And we have 70. I wonder why my words. You can only speak for so long before you start forgetting your main language. Okay, why do locations... Some locations with zero population still have a culture? Oh, okay. Every location that can be colonized needs to have culture and religion defined even when there's no population. Okay, so it's just a placeholder pretty much, doesn't really matter. And we have 83, which we just went over. No, we didn't. Could Lomo in present-day Bhutan possibly depict the kingdom of Bumtang? It was one of the pre-reunification Bhutanese kingdoms. It shows Lomo as the old way to refer to Bhutan, okay. Then we have 98. Yes, 98 would be next. Is there a chance of Tocharian revival? Not really many of them left at this point. But you're saying there's a chance. I didn't hear a no. Alrighty, page 2. We have 106. What is the primary culture of the Mirabanids in Sistan? Persian. And then 115. Have you seen and considered the points made in this thread why China should not be Buddhist? Right now it's hard to say if and how you want to represent the non-exclusive nature of almost all religions that are not Abrahamic in 1337. Yes, we are aware of that thread, and I have personally read it quite attentively. I hope to be able to present something about it soon enough. Yeah, that actually brings up a really good point, is that we talk about the idea of state religions. But the idea of state religions themselves are not universally applicable. Often governments, and we say this mostly for like, I mean, China's a good example, so is Japan actually. Really good examples of this. A sort of blend between different religions that make up the general society. And, you know, some factions will lean towards one religion in particular, but in terms of a state religion, didn't really happen. I mean, even if we go up to Japan and they eventually did establish state Shinto, which itself I would consider to be distinct from, you know, regular Shinto, just because of the way that it sort of manifested. State Shinto was very different than the way that regular people would practice Shinto in general, you know. With the whole, you know, the emperor being the descendant of Amaterasu, And that being the whole divine founding myth very much served the state through Shinto, but the general manifestations of it were not that. It was one part of it that was kind of co-opted. But state religions didn't necessarily exist universally. And so saying like, oh, let's make China Buddhist, or let's make Japan Buddhist, you would have to have some kind of integration of the other religions into the mechanics if you wanted to represent it that way. But that would be hard to do. I don't even know how you would turn that like into a mechanic. Obviously, Tengri kind of tried with that. Tengri and EU4 kind of tried with that, actually. Oh, I almost didn't recognize the username. Thank you, the Grim Angel 505 watcher, for the 199 super chat. Have you gotten your iced coffee yet? I did, but I got it like 6 hours ago. It is like mostly left my system. I do need to, end the stream soon, grab something to eat, because it is like 6:30, so I gotta get on that. Anyway. What was I talking about? I completely lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, state religions, the way that they were kind of more of a thing in the West, especially with the Abrahamic religions, more so than in the East. Where sort of a blend. I mean, the best example I have is Japan, because I did take a history course on Japan. So just from my understanding of it, the blend of Confucian principles in terms of how the government was run, having those bureaucratic tests, introduced the system of meritocracy in Japan. But then when we talk about some of the religious aspects of Buddhism, that being like karma in a sense, or like enlightenment, some principles of Buddhism were also part of daily life in Japan. But then we have the third aspect, which is Shinto, which was also a pretty important thing, but still kind of like unrelated from Buddhism and Confucianism. Also arguably Confucianism, of course, being more of a philosophy than a religion itself. And then later it became even more complicated in Japan with the introduction of Christianity, where you would have people who would put a picture of Jesus on a Shinto shrine and have absolutely no problem with that. Like, I don't know if I would say syncretic nature, but the way that religions kind of were less strict in their, oh, this is our state religion thing in the East for most of the time, makes it hard to sort of justify a state religion mechanic in that way. Sort of like vassal religions for local administrations that may be technically loyal to you. Yeah, so like you can have Buddhist monasteries and they might have some kind of influence, but are still loyal to the emperor, naturally. Or maybe they wouldn't be. Maybe they would have their own things that they want to do. Rebellions aren't impossible. And then we talk about, the average person might visit different holy sites or temples for these different religions for different reasons and have no issue with it, right? A picture of Jesus in a Shinto shrine. Yeah, and I mean, not just a Shinto shrine, but I should have said is, there were, and still actually are, people, again, within the context of Japan, that will have different sections of their house dedicated to different religions and have no problem with that. They don't necessarily see a religion as a singular doctrine that you must completely adhere to. Borrow some things from this one, borrow some things from the other ones, have no issue with it, right? Like you might have, I don't remember what the example was. My Japanese history professor had a really specific example of somebody who knew who had a small a small Shinto shrine in one part of his house, a small Buddhist shrine in some other part of his house, and also a small, I guess you would call it a Christian shrine in another part of his house, and saw no problem with that. There were no issues, you know? And that is sort of the way the things happened, I guess. Thank you very much again, the Watcher, or should I say the Grim Angel 505 Watcher, for another super chat for the $4.99 US. Get more coffee now. You sound tired. Your hands are shaking, eyes bloodshot. You want it, you need it. The caffeine energizing you. Coffee is life. It's like 6:30. I don't want to have more caffeine. I'm gonna have trouble sleeping if I do. But yeah, so non-Abrahamic religions should have harmonization mechanics, and Abrahamic should have defender of the faith and hate others. Even then, though, then we get into the very complex nature of religion in, say, Iberia, right? That's a big one, and I like to talk about that because I did a paper on it. You know, that's where I get to offload, that's where I get to dump information, because nobody else other than my professor would hear everything that I did when it came to that paper. The way that, unless it was really enforced by the Inquisition, you had a lot of people just kind of like borrowing some things, both from Islam and from Christianity, and they themselves seeing no issue with that. Which became a really, really upsetting thing for the Inquisition, kind of the same way that when the missionaries went to, it's not the exact same way, but when the missionaries went to Mexico after the fall of the Aztec Empire, and they found some of the Aztecs, or the Mexica, not strictly the same, but you know, some of the people adding Jesus to their pantheon and not quite understanding what was wrong with that according to the inquisitors and to the missionaries. They're like, no, that's not what you're supposed to do with Jesus. You're not supposed to add him to your pantheon. That's supposed to be your guy, you know? And that also happened a lot over the course of, you know, the several hundred years in Iberia. The interactions between, obviously, the Caliphate of Cordoba, even before and after it was that, you know, Andalusia in general, and the locals, the way that they actually ended up practicing religion, very much not being something that either of the religious authorities on either side would have really appreciated, which was some form of syncretism between the two. So, interesting stuff. But again, we're talking about video game. Video game can do video game things. When it comes to a state religion, of course, it's there as a mechanic. And it has its uses, and I'm not really opposed to it either. Anyway, that was a huge tangent for absolutely no reason at the end of this. I didn't have to go through all that, but I felt like it. Also, I fell asleep accidentally to your voice. Oh. Okay, I get that a lot. I understand how, silky smooth and soothing my... Okay, I'm gonna stop there. The Spanish Inquisition slander is unreal? No, it is very real. I'm joining the Inquisition on the side against the Inquisition. To be fair, being Abrahamic faiths crossing Christianity with Islam wouldn't actually be that wacky. It was in some, like, I remember reading some reports, because, you know, fortunately for us, I guess, the Inquisition was very thorough in its documentation. Remember, you know, the primary sources that we have are still subject to the circumstances. A lot of them were confessions. A lot of them were confessions that were kind of extracted, let's say, sometimes from people, especially considering the nature of the Inquisition and how you kind of, you sort of had to promise that you would, you know, be more Christian. You know, people who were giving their confessions were more likely to try and paint themselves in a more favorable light, of course. But from the primary sources I read, it was often weird things like, okay, still going to consider Jesus God, but might observe Ramadan. That kind of thing. Like, there are some aspects that can be borrowed from the other that aren't actually contradictory, in a sense. Especially when you consider the impact of community. And so you might have some neighbors who sort of practice something from like a religion that's not yours, but you might still partake in it, even though, you know, you don't really observe that religion, but also partaking in it is possibly considered sacrilege in your religion and all this stuff. Yeah. So the way that it was practiced as an actual thing that happened by an average person, you know, somebody who's not necessarily going to, first of all, be able to read. Let's not forget that part. Second of all, may or may not necessarily have access to someone who can explain the literature, you know. Think, you know, a lot of places, of course, they would have churches. And that would be a way of sort of enforcing the religious doctrine, but a lot of places didn't have churches, and you know, you might just pass down your religion from parents to children and their understanding of it, which leaves a little more room for a looser interpretation and that kind of thing. And yeah. Anyway, the way that it was sort of practiced in real life is not really as relevant as it is to the game, because the game treats religions as pretty rigid, where you can't exactly have syncretism between them. And I think all of this whole conversation spawned from a discussion about Tengri, about how in EU4 Tengri has an attempt at that, where you can have a syncretic faith. The Iberia example mechanically sort of gets into religion as language centers and literacy institutions interacting with each other, which may or may not be a focus of EU5. Also true, they mentioned they wanted to talk about literacy in EU5. I remember that was something they wanted to mention. Of course, literacy at this time being pretty low, generally speaking, unless you were somebody who was like nobility, or raised as a scribe, or, you know, had associations with some religious institution. You know, most of the time, you weren't going to learn how to read. And so, yeah. Sometimes, or most of the time, you just kind of take things on the word of somebody else. You see, that was also a big thing about the printing press. Because not only, well, sure, it's the reading thing, but it's also the local language thing. You know, let's remember Latin, ecclesiastical Latin, used in Catholicism. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, because it might be important, but I believe sermons were delivered in ecclesiastical Latin, or Latin in general, even if the people who were listening to them could not understand them. If I'm remembering correctly, that was pretty common, is that the actual delivery of I'm not sure if you would call them sermons, but they were done in Latin, which most people wouldn't actually understand, and that sort of changed, I believe, with the translation and widespread printing of translated Bibles through the printing press, and then, you know, Protestantism. The rest is history. Mass was in Latin, but the sermon in local. Okay, I see. If I recall, the norm was one person per family would be literate and would just do all the reading and writing for everyone else. Okay. And I'm sure even that varied from place to place. A major point of the Reformation was to have Mass be in the local language. I see. I think there are still churches that have Mass in Latin today. Anyway, yeah, we're going on this whole big tangent. We've already gone through all of the considerations, I believe, for all the stuff we want to look at in the, in this. Yeah, that's, I think that's it. Have you looked at the Sahara Mini? Yes, we did look at the Sahara Mini last time, I think. But let me just check to see if it was out at that time, because if it wasn't, then I definitely didn't look at it. The Sahara Mini. I believe we did. This came out August 27th. I believe that was a day before the last one, wasn't it? When did I do my last stream? I thought it was on the 28th. Let me just take a look real quick. The last one was on... No, it was August 24th. Okay. It was on August 24th, which means that if this was posted August 27th, then yeah, I actually haven't looked at this. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that then. Why not? Alrighty. Today we want to share with you the lands around the Sahara Desert. I thought it ended on Greenland. It might have ended on Greenland. That could be. Maybe I looked at this in my spare time. But no, I really don't remember that, so... Yeah, never mind, we're good. Let's take a look. Okay, so this one is kind of the puzzle piece connecting all of the regions that they previously talked about, which is why they preferred to use it as a Tinto Maps extra. Okay. Fair. Decided to show only the non-colored wasteland to clearly show which locations are controlled by a country in 1337 and which are corridor ones. Corridor coloring bug is not yet solved. Okay. So we have some societies of pops. The most interesting thing, or the most interesting one for us, is the Tuareg people, because I believe we saw these in the West Africa maps. Very work in progress placeholder, especially in Western Africa, as these are regions that were made much earlier than others. I see. We have several layers in-game to portray different forms of social organizations, so in some places we have landowning countries with integrated or accepted tribal pops being important, while in other places we may have more societies of pops. In other regions we're just populated by horizontal societies. I see. Okay, we see... Okay, so these things in the middle are uncolonizable yet traversable wastelands. I guess is what you would call them, maybe. And then we have what I assume would be locations of oases, which are actually livable because, you know, water. That you can have roads on. That's true. Although, I don't know how you would build a road in the desert. I feel like it would be quickly obscured by sand, wouldn't it? Real question, I actually don't know. Plenty of connections through the Sahara. Most of them are non-inhabited and non-ownable corridor locations, the locations without a name on them, yup. Provinces. Not really too much to look at here, although it looks like Air as a province has nothing? Like no locations? Am I crazy? Or does it have one location? I don't even know. I'm also trying to figure out exactly where this is. Oh, it's a little bit more to the west, I think. Yeah, there we go. So am I crazy, or does the province of Air have literally nothing in it? Maybe it has... Maybe it has, like, this in it. This little section in the bottom. I think it does, maybe. Anyway. Sahara, oases, Timbuktu, Air, Kanem, Ghana. Arid, as you would expect. With a touch of non-arid. Okay, I guess that's tropical there. Flatlands. Mountains. I guess there are a few, aren't there? Hills as well. Desert. Exactly what you expect. Cultures. I think that the Tobo hasn't appeared or had not appeared yet. And you can also see others, like the Godala, at their full extent. We already have some feedback to review the extension and naming of some of these, but as usual, any feedback is welcomed. Religions. Raw materials. Okay. It does become a little bit funnier when the only trade goods in the Sahara are sand. Okay, it is a little bit funnier. It's not the only thing though. There's alum, there's salt, a bit of stone, some dates, some livestock, but that's a lot of sand. Where gold? The gold is down here in Mali. And up here in Morocco. Plenty of sand, which apart from being coarse and rough and irritating, gets everywhere. There are also interesting materials in the Sahara, such as salt, alum, copper, and some iron. Oh, okay. One of the interesting things about the Saharan corridors is that they connect the northern, western, and central African markets. We found a bug in the extension of some markets outside of the known locations of the owner of the market center. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if those provinces have some lore explaining why there's so much sand. Yeah, I wonder. I'll have to take a trip in real life to one of these areas and see if it's true, if there actually is so much sand there. Looking at number 28 and 30, thank you very much, Elias. EU4 devs lazy, they never come up with consistent lore, true. Alright, what are we looking at? Number 28. Could you put a corridor in that coastline? It's weird that you can't cross it. It's already on the radar. Based. 30. Why is the Western Sahara coast all colonizable? Wouldn't it look better for it to be mainly corridors with only a few outposts as colonizable locations like Arguin and Bojador? Agreed. I never liked how initially in EU4 the entire Western Sahara coast was colonized by Spain. It just does not look good to have the entire coastal strip of land that historically didn't have many settlements owned by Europeans. It was way better after it was made wasteland with only a few small settlements. So I'm curious why it is now different again. Okay, first of all, I want the context because I don't remember looking at that. Oh yeah, it's the entire coastline that is colonizable. Interesting. Or is it? I didn't check the location map mode that closely. Yeah, that looks like it's all colonizable. Okay, now I have the context. There were inhabited settlements, some permanent, some stational, along the coast. That's why we made those lands locations instead of corridors. For comparison, routes are going from Ijil to Tinduf, but there weren't settlements there, and that's why there's a corridor there. Okay, fair enough. EU4 world is IRL? No, it just has some weird lore to it. Don't worry. Could go to the volcano of Tibesti to verify the claims on sand? Yeah. Ooh, also. What stops the Western Sahara from looking like this? This is gonna be an EU4 screenshot, isn't it? Oh, no, they just painted it in. I mean, good for them, but... Valid question. What's gonna stop this from looking like this every game? Playing as Spain or Portugal, I'd focus on colonizing Madeira, the Canaries, and Cabo Verde as being truly strategic as ports, and not wasting precious pops on colonizing the low-reward locations of the Western Sahara. We want to set AI priorities to work that way too. Okay, that's nice. What could potentially happen is that the other countries exploring later could decide to have outposts there. But, again, it's more logical gameplay-wise to continue exploring south and set the outposts in the Gulf of Guinea instead. So it's logical, you need to have the AI decide like that's a good idea, so just ignore that. But yeah, I mean, if they can set AI priorities correctly, then that would be fine, and the player can just do whatever the player does. Having correct incentives would be nice. I also don't consider it that big of a deal, but yeah, if you have appropriate incentives, then the player will do what the best incentive is, ideally. The player can also just troll, and there's nothing you can do about that, but yeah, proper incentives for players, proper understanding of those incentives for AI, everyone's happy. I wonder if they'll add different dynamic cultures and religions and or trade like in CK3. Well, the trade system we already know about. Religions I don't think are going to be dynamic because they're talking about having specific mechanics for different religions. So I don't think they're going to be dynamic. Cultures we have yet to see, but I'm also going to lean towards the idea that that's not going to happen either. Probably just because of the way that they're doing like cores, and how cores result from you having 50% primary or accepted culture in there. Although maybe it would work out. We'll see. I don't think it's in the plans though, I have to say. If they were to add that, I'm definitely thinking it would be more of a DLC thing later. Specifically, well, it would come along with the DLC, kind of like how in CK3 that happened. But anyway, I should end off today's stream because it's actually about to be 7 hours clean, and I know by the time I actually sign off, it's going to be a full 7 hours, so I might as well. At a certain point, trade goods are more abstractions. But sand is an interesting choice. It's always with the sand. Oh no, I just got here. I'm sorry, but it's been like 6 hours and 50 minutes and I just ran out of things to talk about. Don't worry, in another month and a half, I'll have another 7-hour stream. Another shift for you at the VOD factory, at least. But I am pretty wiped. You know, it has been a full 7 hours almost. Did you see the village and city map? I don't know what you're talking about. The village and city map? If you can explain it in 3 minutes and or find it in 3 minutes, then go ahead. Otherwise, I will probably end the stream. One last unlock for old time's sake. And by old times, I mean literally 20 minutes ago when the last unlock happened. Or 5 minutes ago when the last unlock happened. Just do another 7-hour gaming session. Every day is a 7-hour gaming session. Second newest Tinto Talk, they showed the European map showing the city and town locations. Oh, right, yes. I did see that. We did go over that. Not in detail, I think I just sort of brushed past it, but yes. I'm pretty sure we did look at it at least a little. I remember what you're talking about now. For some reason I thought you were talking about like a village and city map the same way that in my head I was thinking in CK3 when you're at a tournament and it shows you that map of the buildings inside of like the city that the tournament's taking place in, and I'm like, there's no way they're doing that. Like, there's no shot. That's what my head went to. But yeah, like the villages and cities, I'm pretty sure we at least looked at that map. I could bring it up again for a brief second. Oh no, I can't. I literally closed all of my tabs, and all of those tabs were in incognito, so I'm kind of too lazy to open it back up. I'm sorry. Are you excited for EU5 or pessimistic? Cautiously optimistic, and part of that is cope, because if EU5 does well, I get to keep my job. I get to keep doing this, and I'm excited because I know EU4 is not going to get any more updates, and I enjoy playing EU4, but if it's not going to get more updates, it's only a matter of time before it kind of gets a bit stale, you know. So I've been enjoying EU4, especially because mods add longevity to it, but eventually I'm gonna get tired of EU4, and so I hope EU5 is good, because we know it's not releasing this year, and we know it's probably not going to release next year. Well, maybe it will. I actually kinda hope it releases next year, but my money is more on in 2 years, and so I need to figure out what I'm doing. Also, for Civ 7, yeah, I'm gonna look forward to Civ 7, at least to play it a little bit. I don't know if I'm gonna make it a main thing, but I'm interested in playing it. Anyway, back to EU5, yeah. I'm cautiously optimistic because I think on launch it's definitely going to have issues. I don't think that's really avoidable at this point. Whenever they release a new Paradox game, it's like, yeah, okay, this is not the best experience, but hopefully, really all we could ask for is a decent fundamental base, a good foundation for the game. And that's what I feel like I'm seeing here, but we're going to see. I think one of the predictions was next year, November or something. At that point, it would be like a year and 9 months for release. And if I remember correctly, Victoria 3 had roughly the same timeline for dev diaries after announcement to actual release. I think, like, again, I'm gonna run my my copium predictions for next year, because I'm hoping there's a Paradox Con. I would love to go, because the last one that actually happened, I was unable to attend, and then like 2 or 3 years of no Paradox Cons happened, and I'm really sad about that, because I really wanted to go. And so I really want to go to the next one. So that's me coping. But other than me coping, I think that if they do have one, they're going to announce EU5 to be released that November. I think they're going to say, hey, by the way, here's the EU5 announcement trailer. We all knew it was coming. And they're going to be like, oh, absolutely, not only is it, you know, going to be released, but it's actually or in 3 months or whenever they have Paradox Con. You know, not only would that generate significant hype from the get-go, right? Because, like, let's be honest, the people started paying more attention to Vic 3, I guess because the dev diaries started after the announcement. Like, we're getting the dev diaries before the EU5 announcement, which I think is good. It creates safer hype, because instead of, you know, generating the hype through an announcement and then putting out the developer diaries, which in a way generated a lot of pessimism for Victoria 3, I think they can do the opposite, where they get that pessimism out of the way, they use that to refine the concepts, to refine the gameplay mechanics, make sure, you know, the community's a lot more on board with the game itself, and then go ahead and give us the release trailer. And then I think a few months later, after the release, is when they would actually, or sorry, the trailer, not the release. I think a few months after the trailer is when they want to do the release, because you still get to capitalize on the hype of the trailer itself, while the gameplay mechanics and the community, the more, let's be honest, the most dedicated part of the community, those who are looking after all of the dev diaries, are already more reassured because we've been going over this for a while. Is Vic 3 only one single core? I'm sure there is some distributed computing for some things, but the nature of a game like this, a lot of it's kind of single thread or single core. Some aspects of it, of course, are going to be handled in a distributed manner, probably. But the core game itself, just sort of based on how it works, is more likely to be like, yeah, closer to single core than anything else. It has to do with the order of accessing and altering information that multiple entities need to rely on, which is what creates like the tag order in EU4. Things need to be done sequentially, otherwise you're going to have sort of either false calculations based on values that had not yet been changed, which is like pretty common, or just straight up corruption in memory if you try to, you know, overwrite something that is being overwritten by somebody else as well, or accessed by somebody else. You know, they can only do so much in terms of distributing it away from a single core. Also, is that... Never mind. I thought it was somebody typing in my Twitch chat again, and then I realized that my YouTube chat is actually just, like, really delayed. Anyway, okay, you guys got one more stun lock out of me. Good job. Congrats. I should actually end the stream now, though, okay? It's been 7 hours. You have yourself a wonderful rest of your Friday evening. Happy Friday, everybody. And also, because I will not be streaming this weekend, I didn't have any plans to, well, I might throw something on, maybe. Maybe. We'll see. It's Saturday? Well, it is for you now. For me, it's still Friday, so... Anyway, have yourself a wonderful rest of the weekend if I don't end up streaming. If I do, I'll let you know, okay? Have a good one. Have a nice Friday, everybody, and I'll see you next time. Oh my god, I forgot to say bye bit. There you go. Bye. Bye bit.